Zero course. It's great to have you here, and thank you so much for taking on this course. I hope you find it really useful and discover lots and lots of useful information in the course. The way I've structured the course is to set it out in different areas. So we do start off with just the basics of the new LMS and the new navigation, things like that, just to get you familiar with using it. And then we jump into a whole section on plugins. We also have another section on different activities and different resources and how you can use each one and what the settings are for each one of those when you're putting them together. Then there's a section towards the end that's sort of for administrators that shows them some of the tips and tricks they need to know to set things up as an administrator. And then probably the most useful part, or what a lot of people love, is the gradebook section. So make sure you jump into the gradebook section and have a look at that, because there's a lot in there. So I will let you get started. Feel free to jump around during the course as well. You're welcome to jump ahead on things, or you can just work your way through from the top and just learn absolutely everything. Hope you find it useful, and I'll see you in the course. Welcome to Moodle again, or if this is your first time, which it probably is, I'm going to explain to you how to log into Moodle. To do that, all you need to do is go to your website where you have your learning management system. In my case, it is moodle4.ricochet.com.au, and we are using Moodle 4.0. When you first go there, it will come up with a login screen. All you need is your username and your password. Your username could be a unique actual username, or it could be your email address, depending on what you have been provided with. In some cases, it can be either your username or an email address. In this case, I'm going to log in with a username of mine called student, STUDENT, and I'm very lucky because it's remembered my student's password, so I don't need to type it in, but you would type your password in, and then all you need to do is select log in to access your Moodle server, and that will give you access to all your courses. There is the option to log in as a guest, and this can be disabled in the admin. So if you don't want people to log in as a guest, and a guest usually gives you just access to the list of courses, but not to be able to access the individual courses unless you are, of course, a teacher or a student in a course. Now, if you happen to have forgotten your password, you can actually click on Lost Password, and it will send you a link to reset your password, which is a great way to go about getting passwords back. Last thing to look at is the cookies notice down the bottom there, and if I click on that, it just comes up to tell you that 2 cookies are used on this site. That tells you what they are. The Moodle ID, I don't know what the other one is. The session cookie. So the cookies must be enabled in your browser to use this platform, and the 2 cookies it stores are your Moodle session and your Moodle ID. You don't need to worry too much about those, but you do need to know that that does happen and that it is stored on your computer. And when you log out again, it doesn't usually remember your username and password unless you tell your computer to remember that. So if you're on a public computer, make sure you don't. Alright, that's all you have to do to log in to Moodle. And when you log in, it looks like this. Welcome back, Stu. That's my student's name, Student. And this is Moodle 4.0. And we're now going to move on and have a look at what it actually looks like and how to get around Moodle 4.0. We're now going to look at the Moodle dashboard, My Courses and Home, and just see what it is that makes up Moodle and what the layout looks like. If you've looked at a previous version of Moodle, you will of course know that it is quite different. Moodle 4.0 is where they made quite a big update to the interface and the layout, and things have been moved around a bit, and actually I quite like what the changes are. They are very, very useful. So you've just logged into Moodle and we arrive at the dashboard, and the first thing you'll see obviously is welcome back and your name. In this case, it's a student called Stu. We have our timeline set by default. We also have a calendar there, and that's all we have on our homepage. But up the top, we have a home button, dashboard, My Courses, and then a custom button called Course Search, which you may or may not have on yours, but I'll leave that there for the moment because it's really useful. Then over here we have our notifications icon. We have our messages drawer. We then have a drop down that allows us to check our profile, grades, calendar, private files, reports, preferences, and log out. And then we have an extra button over here which is edit mode. And turning on edit mode allows us to modify the dashboard. Now we're going to work our way through each one of those things. We'll get to edit mode in just a moment. Let's try starting with home. If we click on home, it takes us to the custom home page that is set up by this server, and it may have messages or information about what's happening in the organization or any other information there. So please make sure you check out anything that's on here, ricochet.com.au, check out the other courses and check out Empire Between, because it is awesome music that my daughter and I record and write, and you will love it. Okay, then it takes us down to all of my courses. In this case, I have access to 2 courses. It tells me who my teacher is in this one, and for the Moodle Training Intermediate Day 1, I've got access here where I can go into my course and have a look. So that is the home page, which will be different for everybody, but it just gives you all the home basic information from the organization. Then we have our dashboard again, which I already showed you. Dashboard, timeline, calendar is all we have on there. The dashboard can be modified or edited though, so you can add other things to it. So I can actually go over to edit mode over on the far right, click edit mode, and I can add things. I can add other bits of information here, which is incredibly useful to me. So I can add my learning plans, I can add my badges, I can add latest announcements, any of those type of things. Any of the plugins that have been enabled for a student to add, I can add those in here. And when I do that, so for example, if I choose latest announcements, let me scroll down here, you'll see latest announcements has now been added, and I can move that around, and everybody has their own custom dashboard. In other words, your dashboard can be designed for you. You will find though that an administrator does have access to reset the dashboard and replace it with all the default settings. So I've just moved my announcements up here, move them further up by clicking on the move arrow, and I can move things around to where I'd like them to be. The next thing to look at is my courses, and my courses shows you exactly that. This is my courses, which we could see also on the home page. There they were down the bottom of the home page, but my courses is also there, which goes straight to my courses. I can search for courses if there's lots of courses in there, and in your case it may be units, not courses, that you're looking at, or it could be just courses. The last few things to look at, over here we have our notifications menu. That just tells us if there's any notifications from the system or from our teacher or from anywhere else that has come into the system. That's where your notifications will appear. Then we also have our communication, where we can communicate with other people in our group if that is enabled, or we can communicate with our teacher as well if that's enabled. Then the last thing is our profile, where you can go and have a look at your profile and check on your details, and that tells you all about yourself and all the information about you. We can go into that in a separate topic. Then we can check our grades as well. As a user, it will give us our course grades, and then we can go straight into a course from there. So it tells us what grade we've got and what percentage we're up to, what we've completed. Our calendar, which we saw that back on the dashboard, is the same calendar. Then we have private files where you can upload documents yourself for your course and just store them there. Really useful, just a handy space or area to just drop files in, and you can manage that with folders as well, and you can change the structure, or I should say the view, to view it by folders or by files in a list. It's quite useful, really handy, just for you to store all of your documents as you're working on courses. Then reports. You do have access to a couple of reports. In this case, there is nothing to display because we don't have course completion on or anything else on that allows you to see those reports. But if we did, that's where they would be. And then the final thing is your preferences as a user. You can access those from the main homepage as well. And that includes things like changing your password, changing the language, changing any of the settings about calendars, messages, notification preferences, which is probably the most important one that people need to know about. If you go in there, you can decide which of these activities get sent to you as notifications, but we'll look at that separately in more detail. And that's all we had to do to cover the basic layout of Moodle, with the exception of, I did want to show you, if I go into one of my courses, so I go into my Moodle training, you'll see that the layout changes to a menu on the left, which is a concertina menu. In other words, you can click on the topics and open up the details below them, like so, which is quite useful, and jump straight to those pages. Once you complete a page, so if we mark that as done, you'll see that over here on the left, it's marked that off as green, so we know that that's now completed. So as you complete items, the left-hand menu marks that off for you inside a course. To get back to your course main page, all you do is click on this breadcrumb just here, and it will take you back to your page, and you can see who the other participants are. You can see grades, or for you anyway, you can see your grades, and if competencies is enabled, you can see competencies in there. And that's all we need to do to cover a very basic introduction to the layout of the new Moodle 4.0. As a course creator, one of the most important things you typically need to do is obviously edit a course. To do that, Moodle 4.0 has made that incredibly simple. All you do is go up to the far right, click in edit mode. So just press that button. As soon as you do, all these extra bits appear that were not there before, extra buttons, extra icons, extra things. Let's have a quick look at what each one of those are. The first one you'll notice straight away is a little pencil that was added in. This allows you to edit the title or the name of whatever it is that's beside it. So in this case, it is edit a topic name. So we can change that. We can just call this intro. We can call it introduction. Just press enter after you've typed it in. That's all you need to do. We can rename announcements. We can rename topic 1 to whatever we want to call topic 1 instead. Any of those can be changed. So that's quite simple. If we want to add a new topic in, we just choose add topic, and it will add a new topic in for us. There we go, topic 5. We can add another topic, topic 6. It just keeps adding topics in for us, which is really simple and logical. Now, adding activities or resources, we have a big button here that says add an activity or resource. We choose that, and we can now choose what it is we'd like to add. In our case, we'll just grab a new page, and we can add a page. And we haven't looked at this yet because we're going to look at this in detail, but I'm just going to go page 1 and put some text in and save. And there you can see we now have our new page has been added. The other edit options are on the right hand side where there's 3 dots. That allows us to edit. So edit settings means we're editing the settings for whatever that activity or resource is. We also have the option to move, which I will show you that in just a moment. Hide if we don't want it to be available to students. We just click on the hide icon. Duplicate allows us to make a copy, so we can click duplicate and it will just straight away make a new copy and give it a new name, or add the word copy after it. And then we can also assign roles, which we'll look at in a separate topic, and obviously delete. So if we want to get rid of this one, we can just select delete. It says, are you sure? We'll go yes, and it disappears, and that's all we had to do. Now the moving things around bit that I wanted to show you, it's quite simple. If we wanted to move this page into topic 1, we can just click, drag, and drop it down here into topic 1. And you'll see on the left it's actually moved into topic 1. We can also have done this from the left hand menu as well. So we can grab that page 1 and set it under topic 2 instead. Or move it down under page 1. We can also move our topics around, so we can move topic 4 and move it up to above that one. Now, because our topics are numbered and are auto named at the moment, we haven't given them custom names, they will reorder the numbers for us, so it will be a bit confusing. But if we change this to our own custom name, and we might call this topic number 1, just to give it a custom title, and topic number 2, so they would actually be real names that we'd have in there. Topic number 3, you can see on the left now. If I reorder these and put topic 1 after topic 3, you can see now topic 1, 3 and 2 are now properly reordered, and I can sit this page under the right topic that I want, or put them back in the right order, so it makes more sense. So just remember that when your topics are still the default name, how it was first named when you first create the course, they will reorder or renumber automatically until you give them custom names. And that's how we activate edit mode for a course. When you're finished, all you need to do is turn edit mode back off by clicking on the edit mode icon on the right, and you'll see all the extra buttons disappear and your course is now back to normal, ready for you to view how a teacher or a student would actually view the course. As part of a Moodle course, we do need to look at the course format area. What course format is talking about is the layout of a course and what it looks like to a student, how it appears and how the navigation works in a course. Now there's a few options, not a lot, but there is a few options, and there's also lots of plugins that can modify this for you too. But let's go into a course. Now notice I'm a course creator at the moment. So I've gone into my course and I go to settings, inside the course settings, way down here, you'll see course format. And at the moment we have topics format with the option of hidden sections, or hidden sections are shown as not available. So we'll change that setting. Then the course layout, show all sections on one page, or show sections one per page. Let's just change this first setting first. Hit save and display. And you'll see there that all the topics all still appear all in the one page. They're still all listed, and the links to the content, in this case there's one page and an announcement in the introduction area. All of those appear on a single page in one big list. That looks logical and sensible at the moment. Let's go to settings, go back to course format, and see what happens when we change this to social format. And notice it does a quick update and changes a few things so that the options are different. Let's save and display, and social format looks like this. It is just a discussion forum. There's no pages for us to actually use, so all of our pages we created before and all our content has now disappeared from the student's view. It still does exist, but it's just hidden, and they just have a discussion forum. That's what that course format does. Let's change our course format again, because they're quite different. Course format, and in this case we're going to single activity, and this means a course can be just one activity only. So a course could be just a book. That could be the only thing inside the course. If we save and display, it obviously wants us to create a new book, so we'll just call this book 1 for the sake of having something in there in display. And it does want a chapter as well, so I'll just put chapter 1 in there and some content in our first chapter. There we go, that's all we need. The course just has a book. It's chapter 1. They can go through. It does have the announcements, but they're hidden at the moment. It does have the social forum that we created before. All of that still exists, but that's hidden. If we were a student, we wouldn't see that. All we would have is book number 1 and then the chapter, and we can go through and look at that book. That's all we get. If we go back to settings, down to course format, and this time we choose tiles format, notice a whole heap of things changed again, so we've got more options. I'll leave it as the default. Let's save and display, and our course format now looks like this, which we're just going to say yes to that. So you can see now that instead of having the topics in a line and then the pages underneath, we have topic 1 as a tile. So this is called tiles format, and this was a custom one that I had to install separately, so it won't come in your default Moodle, but you can install it. I'll get you a link for that if you like. And when I choose topic 1, it then shows me the announcements and the social forum and the page 1. Notice they're all hidden at the moment. We'd need to make them available to students. Topic 2 currently is empty, but we can add content into that. And topic 3, now one important thing with this one is when we turn edit mode on, it switches back to the old view so that we can manage our activities and edit things and move things around and put our course together. But when we turn editing mode back off again, it switches back to our tile mode. That will be how a student views content. Now tiles are a pretty common format that a lot of people seem to like. It stops that big long scroll, but it does mean that you have this weird moving up and down automatic thing that the content does when you click on it. That's the tiles format. If we go back to settings again and back down to course format, you'll notice we had weekly format. Let's choose weekly format, save and display, and now everything is divided into what are virtually weeks. Now because we customized our first 3 topics, they're not automatic. The rest of the topics that were automatic are divided into week dates. So they've automatically been added as this is this week from that start date to that start date, and each week is separated, which is useful if you're teaching by weeks. It's a very useful course format. If we go back into our settings, into course format, show there's only a couple of options, which is hidden sections are completely visible, or a hidden section is shown as not available, and show one section per page or all sections on one page. If I switch that back, save and display, you'll notice now that all the topics are appearing, or all our pages are appearing below the topics, and if I had any content inside them, they would automatically be open and available for students to see what's inside each one of those without having to click on it to open up the topic. So that's a very basic introduction as to what course formats do. They're just a way of displaying the content. I'll switch back to topics format, which is our default. Just a way of displaying the content differently for students depending on how you want to teach and what you think is appropriate for your particular group of students. And that can be modified per course, so you can have a different course format for different courses or different types of courses. Moodle has a collection of different themes that can be used overall. One of the options that you do have is to change the theme depending on the course. Now this is something you may or may not want to do, but I'll show you how to do it anyway. As a site administrator, we do need to make sure that the option is available to use custom themes. So we need to change that setting first, and then I'll show you how we go about changing that course. So we go to site administration. We can just search course theme, which is the fastest way to do it. And here we have allow course themes. So this was under appearance, themes, theme settings. And we can just tick that to enable and let's click save changes. So we've now enabled that. Let's go into a course and I will choose our Moodle training day. This is where I teach a full day of training virtually, where I'll take you through step by step how to do all these things. You get to do it in practice while I'm going through and teaching you as well. Set up a dummy course for you. We can teach up to 20 people at the same time. It's an awesome, fantastic course. But let's go and learn how to change our course theme. So we go to settings, scroll down to course appearance, and you'll see now that we have force theme as an option. What that means is we can choose one of the already installed themes. We can use that instead. I'm going to choose the move theme. And if I now save and display, you'll see that whenever someone goes into this course, it changes to the move theme layout, which is noticeably quite different, as you can see. If I now go back to one of my other courses, so I choose my courses, it jumps back to the boost theme. And if I choose a practice course, you notice the practice course is still in the boost theme layout. If I go back to my Moodle training course, it's now changed over to the move theme layout instead. We can change that again to any of the other theme types. Appearance, we could make that adaptable, which is quite different. So let's just save and display, and we can use the adaptable theme just for this course only. So it doesn't apply to any of the other courses or to the home page or the dashboard. It only applies to here, so it's only used in specific cases where you really want something quite different for a particular course. That's all you need to do to change it. I'll go back in and change that back again because we don't want those changes to be in there, do we? So we're going to our course administration. You need to find out where the administration buttons are now because they change for each theme as well. If I go into settings, scroll down to appearance, and I'll choose do not force, so it defaults it back to the default theme for this particular Moodle server. One of the things we can do for a course is we can add course completion to the course. What this means is that we can decide what criteria need to be completed for a course to be classed, or a student to be classed as completed in a course. So to do that, we need to turn course completion on to start with if it isn't already on. So let's go to settings for the course, scroll down to completion tracking, and make sure that enable completion tracking is ticked. And we have the option of show activity completion conditions, which are those activity completion conditions that appear inside a course when a student's actually using the course. So for example, let's just jump to a student. You can see all these course completion objects here: to do, view, to do, receive a grade, to do, receive a passing grade. These are all the course completion activities or items that are required to complete, and you can see there that they do actually take up quite a bit of space as well, but they may be useful to your students, they may not be, it's up to you. To turn them off, we go back to our course and we say no, and we'll just save and display. Go back to our student, reload the page, and you can see now that the student doesn't have all of that extra course completion. It still shows a tick over to the side if they have completed,
or if they viewed the page, but it doesn't show the criteria over on the right hand side that need to be completed for a task to actually be 100% complete. Back on our page again for our course, we need to now decide what the course completion settings are. To do that, we go more, we go to course completion. This is more in our course screen. So we go course completion requirements. Course is complete when all conditions are met or when any conditions are met. Usually you have it on when all conditions are met. If we select our activities, you can see now that every time we set up a task, we actually required a completion for each one of those in our settings. So we can tick all of those and basically say that if quiz task is complete, that means the students completed the quiz and passed, then that item is complete. For the assignment, in this particular case for this assignment, they just had to submit and have it graded. The forum, they had to post once and reply twice, and then have that graded by a teacher to make sure they did that correctly. Assignment 4 was again a submission, and assignment 5 was the one where a teacher completes that particular assignment or that particular task for the student, marks it off for the student. Once the student's attended and they have proof that they attended, then they can get that marked off and that's complete. So as long as all of those requirements are complete, if we save that now, a student who has completed all of those successfully will now have completed the whole course, and that will activate the course completion report that will allow a teacher or assessor to have a look and see who's completed everything in the course without having to go back through everyone's grades and check. The other options for course completion are obviously completion of another course. So it could be completing all these tasks, but you also have to complete and choose another course. And if they've completed the other course and this one, then that requirement is passed. You can also have a date. So part of course completion might be having completed the course, meaning we've gone past this date, so now that's complete. An enrolment duration is the same type of thing. They've been enrolled for 7 days or 2 weeks or 3 months, whatever you want to put in there. Unenrollment. So when they're unenrolled, which seems a little bit strange, but when you unenroll them, that means the completion is now complete as well. Course grading, you can actually set a required course grade that says the course is complete. So they may have completed activities, but the grades could be all over the place, all different. But if you enable that, you can set an actual grade pass that's required, that if the student achieves that, then completion is marked off as well. There is of course manual self-completion where the student can mark this off too. You need the completion block in there so the student can actually do that. We didn't have that on this one, but you can. And then you can also have course completion can be completed by non-editing teacher, teacher or manager as the requirement for marking it off. So the student could complete all of these tasks, but then the final say of completion is by one of these people here, non-editing, a teacher or a manager. If we click save, we now have all of our completion turned on for a student. We can go into reports, go to course completion, and we can have a look at the items required for course completion because we ticked all of them off. And you can see there that student has completed 2 of the 5 items. That green tick, or there will be a green tick that happens there for the course completion once those other 2 items are completed. Our other 2 students haven't completed anything yet. But that's how we set up course completion for a course in Moodle 4.0. Groups are a very important and extremely well used part of the Moodle LMS. And it's quite easy to add groups to your course. We're going to go through that process of how to add groups and how to add students to those groups and what all that means. First of all, we need to go into our course settings. So we're in our course, our practice course 1. We go to settings and we scroll all the way down to groups and we change it to separate groups. Now there's 2 parts to the groups and I'll show you the description of them. We can have no groups, we can have separate groups where each group member can only see their own group. And then visible groups where each group can see each other's group. We're going to change it to separate groups. That's all we're going to do with that. We don't need to change anything else, so let's save and display. Now if we go into our participants, you can see in here we have our selection of participants. It just shows who is a participant in the course, and you'll notice that under groups we have no groups listed there. So to add groups, all we need to do is go to the drop down where it says enrolled users,
and choose Groups. You can see here that we don't have any groups at all, so we go down to Create a Group, and we'll just call these Group 1, just for the sake of making it nice and simple, but you may name them by a teacher's name or by an actual group name of how you separate groups. We don't need a group ID or a group description unless we want to. You can have an enrollment key for a group as well, so people can enroll straight into a particular group. Group messaging, we'll leave that as off because we're not really worried about that at the moment, but that is an option as well. And obviously a picture for that group. Let's just save the changes. We have Group 1. We might add a second group while we're at it. Let's create group again, and we'll call this one Group 2. And save changes. So I've got our two groups. We can select between the two groups, and you'll see when we click on Group 1 over on the right, it changes to Group 1. If we go Group 2, it changes to Group 2. So let's go to Group 1. We're going to add and remove users to Group 1. When we click on Add and Remove Users, we get a list, and we're going to put our student in 1 and our manager in as the manager for this course. We probably should have a teacher in there as well, so we might add a teacher in a sec, but I'll go back through that process in a moment. Let's just go back to our groups. You can see now that our Group 1 has two people in the group, a manager and a student. If we go to Group 2 and we select Add and Remove Users, we can now add our other two students. So student 2 and student 3 into our group, and back to our groups. You can now see that our groups are nicely divided up between the two, which is quite simple. If we go to participants again, we're just going to add our teachers in to our course because we haven't added them yet. We'll go to teacher and add teacher 1 and teacher 2, and in this case they are a teacher or an assessor because we've renamed them as an assessor. So we now have teacher 1 and teacher 2, and we've got a collection of students. So Stu3, Stu2 and student, and a manager that's managing the course. Let's jump back again to our groups, and for each of these groups, so Group 1, we select Group 1 on the left, we go down to Add and Remove Users on the right, then we can choose teacher 1 and add teacher 1 to our group. You can see now that it's called assessor because we use the term assessor for a teacher in this context. And then we go back to our groups, choose group number 2, add and remove, and we're going to put teacher 2 in there. Now notice you can have the same teacher in two different groups, which is really quite useful. So we can have teacher 1 and 2 teaching Group 2. If we go back to our groups again, we can have just teacher 1 teaching Group 1 and teacher 1 and 2 teaching Group 2. So that means that now those teachers, when they log in, they have access to, in the case of teacher 1, they have access to two groups, and the teacher 2 has only access to Group 2 and only to the students in Group 2. So that's how we divide up groups, create groups, divide up the groups, and how we enroll people into those groups, which is a great way of managing students in your course. An important aspect of Moodle is making sure that students understand, and teachers understand, the context of Moodle in terms of who they are. What does that actually mean? This is talking about the name of roles in a course. An example could be that your students are not actually called students, your students are called clients, or your students are called participants in your industry. And if that's the case, then we need to change that. You may also have the context of a teacher not being called a teacher, being called a lecturer or an assessor. And in those cases, it's quite simple to make that change on a per course basis. So let me show you how to do that. And this is changing the names of roles in a course. So let's go to our course and we'll choose our practice course. So we already have a collection of information in here, but if we go to settings, you can see right down the bottom of settings we have role renaming. Now there is an important little question mark here that says this setting allows the display names for roles used in the course to be changed. Only the display name is changed, the role permissions are not affected, so it's only about the display name. So that means that the roles that we have in a course, which is a manager who is there to manage the course, they don't necessarily teach or they don't have to create content, but they manage. Course creator creates courses. A teacher is the person actually doing the teaching. Now, a teacher that can modify settings is called a teacher. A teacher that can only do grading and look at the student's work and go through the course but cannot make any changes is called a non-editing teacher. So your case may be that your teachers are called assessors, in which case you would just rename for this course the role to assessor. And then if we go down to your word for student, which could be a completely different terminology, we might call them a participant. Spell it correctly. That might be all we need to change. We have assessors and we have participants. So if I save and display, notice it doesn't really look any different. So if I go into participants, I have a look at the current list of participants I have. You'll see I've got 2 here. If I was to edit the roles, so this is the roles that we've assigned for this course, and I choose edit role, and I look down the list of roles, we now have assessor, which is the teacher role, and participant. So we can assign all of our students and all of our assessors the role that matches the terminology that we use for each of those people. And that's how we can modify roles in a course. Obviously, one of the really important aspects of a learning management system is having participants, students, teachers, assessors, all those type of people involved in a course. So let's go on to the process of how we enroll participants in a course. We're in our practice course. So practice course number 1. All we need to do now is go to participants, and you'll see in participants at the moment nobody is enrolled at all, so we need to choose enroll users. And we're going to enroll a teacher first, so let's go and search for a teacher. In our case it's teacher number 1 we will use. We have a few options of teachers. Now the role that we assign them is in this case a teacher. Now there's 2 roles under teacher, a teacher and a non-editing teacher. What this means is a teacher has access to be able to change the course content, make changes to assessments, make changes to things in the course as well as teach. A non-editing teacher means it is a teacher who is just there to teach, assess and use gradebook, but they can't make any changes to any of the settings involved in setting up the gradebook or in changing any of the assessments or changing any of the content in the course. So non-editing means they can teach, but they can't make any changes. So that's a really useful way of having a teacher enrolled in a course. Once you have all the content assessments done, you don't want them changing anything, just let them get in there and do their job, which is teaching. So we're going to choose non-editing teacher for our teacher number 1, and we'll enroll that teacher in there. And you can now see teacher 1 is a non-editing teacher is their role. Let's add some students. So we're going to go and find student. We've got our student 1, so there's our student there. We might add multiple students at once, which we can do. We can actually choose all 3 of those students, and the role we're going to assign them is just student. You'll notice there is some more options here as well, and this is recover old grades. So if you're re-enrolling somebody, you can see if you can get the old grades. Sometimes you can. You can also set a start date for this group of enrollments, and you can set or an enrollment duration or an enrollment end date. All of those options are there available for these students when you add them. But we'll leave those out the way for now, and we'll just enroll our 3 students. So you can now see we have teacher 1, student, student 3, student 2, all enrolled, and that's their roles that they belong to as an enrolled student. Let's just go back again to our teacher, and we're going to add teacher 2, and this time we're going to add our teacher as, well, let's say it's a non-editing teacher to start with, so we'll enroll them. So teacher 2 is non-editing teacher, but during the course we've decided that teacher needs to be able to make some changes. So we can go into the teacher's role here by clicking on the little pencil icon, and it gives us the option of choosing another role, and we can change them from non-editing teacher to a teacher, which actually gives them both roles at the same time. So that means that they can be a teacher and a non-editing teacher, but it overrides it in that the teacher role, which is the higher role, gives them more permissions, and because they've got both roles, they actually get the roles of a teacher and any non-editing teacher roles as well. They all get added together. But we're going to remove the non-editing by clicking on the X, and then we just have to click the little disc there to save changes. And we've now changed our teacher from our teacher 2 from the role of non-editing to a role of a teacher, which means that if we log in as any of those accounts, or if those people log in there, they then have the roles that they've been assigned just for this course. They need to do this in every single course that you're enrolling people in. And just as a quick reminder, there is a bulk enrollment for administrators where you can have in a spreadsheet everybody listed there, and you can enroll them all in bulk, all at once. And that's how we enroll students into a course. One thing you may be asked to do at some stage as a Moodle administrator or even as a course creator for Moodle is to export a course as a backup file. Now to do that in Moodle 4.0, it's a little bit different than 3.11 or 3.6, 3.11. All we have to do is go into the course, select More, and what we're looking for is Course Reuse or Course Reuse. We select that, and we get the options to import, backup, restore, copy, or reset. Now here's a little hint for you. You can copy a course from here as well, which is really cool. You create a course template, or you create a course, call that a template, and then every time you need to go and create a new course, you use course copy from your template, and you have everything already there, how you would normally set up a course, which we use all the time and is one of the biggest time savers absolutely ever in Moodle. Should talk about that later in a full video. We're talking about backing up. We may come to the stage where everything is ready. We'd love to make a copy of it and keep that in case there's any other changes that destroy things later. So we need to make a backup. So we choose backup. When we choose backup, we're given all of these options. And the first most important one that you should really do is to remove the tick that says include enrolled users. So unless you're backing up the course with actual students in it, which you can do as well, you can back up a course with all the students' course data and all their information. If you're just backing up the course as part of the development process, then you don't need to have the include enrolled users. It's better not to. Then other than that, you can actually leave everything exactly how it is. You can select next, and it will confirm all of the pages. So there's all of our assignments there, our quiz, our uploads, our other tasks. There's our glossary. There's that page on Empire Between. Check that out. And all of our other topics that we've got there. So we can just go next. It will give us a file name. By default, it will say backup, Moodle, the course, a course number. So that's the ID number for this course. And it will also put on an extra number there that tells us the date and time that this was created. And the file name is actually called MBZ, which is like a zip file, but it's a compressed version of everything that makes up this course and all the content, images, all of the setup for all of your activities, everything all gets stored in there. We just go down to perform backup. It'll do the backup after it's finished and has been successful, which is what you hope it does. Select continue, and you can now see that we have a private backup area where this backup stored on that day at that time can be downloaded. So I can just click download, and I now have a copy of that stored, ready for me if I need to restore that course at any time later. And I will show you in another video how to go about the process of restoring a course.
Something that a lot of people often ask about is badges and how badges work, how to set them up, how to add them to a course. So let's go and do that. I'm a course creator. I've got editing mode turned on. If I go to my course and go to more, you'll see badges is an option. Currently I don't have any badges for this course at all, so I'm going to add a new badge. This new badge will be the badge for people completing the whole course. So I'm just going to call this course completion. So that means they'll receive this badge if they complete everything in the course, and I'm just going to write in here as a description, completes course. There's an image for this, so I'm going to add an image to this badge as well. These badges are images. So let's grab our badge. Remember, it can be a GIF, a JPEG, or a PNG file. The author's name I'll put down as me. Author's email, put put down as me. Author's URL, we'll put down as my website, and I'll leave the image caption. It's image caption displayed on the badge page, if specified. Alright, it never expires, this particular badge. All I need to do is select Create Badge, and it is now created, but I haven't set any criteria. There's my badge icon, course completion. I need to choose what the course completion is. In this case, it'll be to do with course completion, and all I need to do is select Save. So there's the course completion. It doesn't have to have a date, but you can put a date. And you can also set a minimum grade required. I'm just going to leave it as whatever the course completion criteria is for this course. So I've now saved that badge. When you save it, it isn't automatically enabled. You need to enable the badge. So you can create badges but not have them enabled. You could have a collection of badges in your course that are ready there for when you do want to have them enabled. So let's choose Enable, and it will ask you to confirm. This will make your badge visible to users. And what it also means is if a student has already completed the course, it will now issue that badge automatically to them. So I'm going to choose Continue. I can no longer make any changes to this badge because if a student has completed the course, then this badge is now part of their badges that they receive. How does this look for a student? Let's just choose back. You can see there's our badge. Let's go to our student page and choose Badges. And you can see there that this particular student has actually completed all the requirements to complete this course, so they've already received this badge. Whatever our course completion requirements are, all passed, and they've now received the badge. That's fantastic for them, but let's have a look at another badge. So let's go add a new badge, and we'll call this the Assignment Ninja badge, and it's version 1. And you can have a description there that goes with the badge. Just going to grab our little ninja. Going to put that ninja icon in. We'll leave all of those. They're not required, but you can put them in if you like. Create the badge. This time we're going to use activity completion and choose a type of activity that they can receive. Now, another one that is there as well is awarded badges, meaning if they receive certain other badges, you can then say now they receive this badge for receiving the other badges. But activity completion, and it's asking us what areas we want or what completions we want to activate for them to receive this badge. So we're going to choose assignment. So if they're an assignment ninja, they've completed both assignment 1 and assignment 2, and then all of the selected items are complete, or any of the selected. We're going to choose all of the selected. So if they're really good, they've completed both assignments and they get that extra bonus badge. And then you can also add a description that goes along with this badge as well. Currently it's not enabled, so we need to select Enable and confirm. There we go. So the Assignment Ninja badge is now available. Let's jump to our student. You can see our student has received the Assessment Ninja badge. There's the badge description that goes in there about the badge, and it tells us what they have to have completed, or the student what they have to have completed to receive that. So if we go to their grades, you can now see that they completed and passed assignment 1 and assignment 2, which is exactly what they wanted, or what we wanted them to be able to do to receive that badge. So that's how badges work for students. There is a lot of other settings and things you can do in there, but I'll leave you to have a bit of a play with that. So hopefully that's given you a really good head start on how badges work, and you can get stuck into creating your own badges.
Again, a very important aspect of your learning management system is the grading section. And this is where all of your activities that have grades applied to them will live, and where you can grade students' work, where students can have a look at their grades to see where they're up to and what they've completed, track their progress as a student. So let's look at the overview of grades. Now, I did say that grades are to do with activities. So when we talk about activities, we're talking about things like quizzes, assignments. If you're not sure what fits into grades or into the gradebook area, select Add an Activity, and you'll see inside the activities there, if we choose just activity, not resource, because resources are quite different, but activities, these are items that will automatically or can automatically fit into gradebook and have some association with what is inside gradebook. So things like assignments,
You can even have chats that are graded. Database activities, H5P, can be added to gradebook, and quizzes. All of these items in here can be added. So if we have a quick look at our course, we have a quiz and we have an assignment. Everything else inside here is just pages of content. When we go to gradebook, we should have quiz 1 and assignment 1. So let's have a look at that and see what it looks like. If we go to grades, you'll see there we have no students in there that have completed any of the tasks or are listed in there. We have a quiz 1 and an assignment 1. That's all we've got at the moment. So that matches that quiz and that assignment that we had before. If we go into the quiz and have a look, you'll see that these are the results for this quiz. And at the moment there is no results. We don't need to grade anything. If we go back to our assignment, back into grades, click on assignment, you'll see that this is our assignment here, and we've got view submissions, and we can grade from there as well if there's any grading that does need grading. So what we need to do is have a look at this in terms of a student actually completing some grades, so you can see what that looks like. Now, to set up the grades and the grade values, that's done in the settings for the activity. So a lot of people ask, how did I get these items into gradebook? The way you got them in there was because you added the activity to a course, and then inside the activity, in the settings for that activity, so we'll go into the quiz first, where it says grade, you put in some settings here that said this is the grade that's required to pass. As soon as you've done that, you then have an actual activity that is gradable and is going to appear in the gradebook. So it's quite simple to put things into gradebook. Let's have a look if we have a student that's completed some of these activities. One of our students has now completed their quiz and also completed their assignment. So we're going to have a look at what these grades look like for a student. Now remember, I'm enrolled as a teacher at the moment. So when I go to grades, I can see the 3 students that are enrolled in the course, and only the students. Obviously I don't have to see the teachers in there because the teachers don't have grades. You can see that one of the students, student number 1, completed quiz 1, but they only received 4.76 as a grade. Now 4.76, what does that actually mean? We need to know what the value of the quiz is for us to know what that works out as a percentage. You can view this as a percentage as well by changing the view as an editing teacher, which we're not at the moment. But you can change how the gradebook appears and what it looks like for students as well, but that's in a much more advanced course or topic. I'll put a link to that for you so you know where to look up more information on setting up all of this gradebook information. At the moment we're just doing a quick introduction. Quiz 1, they received 4.76. For assignment 1, they actually have submitted the assignment, but we haven't graded that yet. So if I go into assignment 1 and have a look here and I choose grade, well, you'll see down here in the summary there's 3 participants. There are 3 students. They've submitted 1, so I need to go in and grade that as a teacher, and that's how gradebook works, is part of grading. So because it's a PDF, it's going to appear in there, and it's just a test PDF to show you what it looks like, but you can put comments and notes and mark things for the student in their PDF so that they can have a look back at it. So PDF's a really useful format for doing this. I'm going to turn off notify student because I don't want the student to be emailed, but normally you would leave that on. The grade is out of 100, so I'd like to say that the student passed and did a great job. I can put some notes in there and some comments for the student as well as feedback about their work. So if it was not a pass grade, they still get a grade for it, but it is below the pass mark. And the comments are there to help them in the future. So if I just save changes, which is fine, now I go back to our course again and go into grades. You'll see now that student number 1 has received 4.76 for their quiz and 100 out of 100 for their assignment, and we have here a course total as well. So it depends how gradebook is set up, which is a very big part of what gradebook does, as to what these results look like. We can change them all to percentages so it makes more sense to the students, or we can leave them as actual numbers or values out of whatever the value is for that particular activity. So if I do show you the quiz, and we go into the quiz just here, So the quiz grade to pass is 10 out of 10. And if we jump back to our gradebook again, you can see they received 4.76 and they need to receive 10 out of 10 to pass. So they had to get every question correct. Obviously they didn't, but at least you can see now from here what the gradebook looks like for a student and how it is displayed. Again, look at the advanced course on it, and that will make it much easier for you to modify all of that so that it appears in a more appropriate manner for the students. But just as a quick look at gradebook, that's all gradebook is. To show you, if we went back in here and I was an editing teacher, which I'm not, I'm going to switch to an editing teacher for you. I'm now logged in as an editing teacher, which allows me to make changes. If I turn editing mode on, and I go right down the bottom, and I'm just going to add another activity. So we'll just add another assignment, because assignments are easy to add. We'll call it assignment 2. We'll just leave it open, and we're going to use it as a file submission as well. Is fine. Save and return. And one thing I should have done there was set the grade, which I meant to do. There we go. So grade will just check its point. It's worth 100 as our minimum grade, and our grade to pass, we will make that 50. We can now go to grades, and you'll see there that we have quiz 1, assignment 1, and now assignment 2 has been added automatically to the gradebook, purely because we added our assignment and we set up all the grades, and there it is as an activity in there for students to complete, and we can mark and grade that as well. You'll notice as an editing teacher, I also had the ability to edit live inside the gradebook. As a normal teacher, you must do it through the normal grading process, which is where you go in and grade assignments and things, but as an editing teacher you can actually make modifications in here to grades, which is a good thing and a bad thing. I'll leave that for you to make that decision as well. But that's a very basic introduction to gradebook. There is so much more in gradebook that we'll get into further on in the course. As a course creator, it's very likely that you need to add more topics and more content to your courses. So we're going to look at what sections actually mean. In this case, they're called topics now in Moodle 4.0. And what I mean by a topic is these headings just here. If I just drop all these down, you can see we've got start here, tasks, quizzes, and assignments. Now these are called topics. If we go to edit mode and turn on edit mode, you can see we have an extra button here called add topic, and further down we have another add topic. All we need to do to add a topic is quite simply click on add topic, and it adds a new topic in. We can then edit the name of the topic, and we'll call this we've got start here, so we might have a topic called introduction. Then inside the introduction topic, you can see it's appeared on the left now, we can add some content. So in this case it could be we might just have a discussion forum where we might want students to introduce yourself. In there we're just going to save and return to course. We should have made that introduce yourself. There we go. We have a topic called introduction. We've gone add topic, put in the topic, and we can rename the topic just from here. So we can go introduction and call it whatever we like. All you need to do is press enter once you type it in. That's it. The things you can do with these topics is you can actually move the whole topic all in one go. If we want to move this to a different location, you can see the little arrow appears that shows you the up, down, right and left, or directional. So you can grab that and you can move that around to where you'd like it to sit. So we might want to move it right down here below assignments, and you can see that introduction now lives way down the bottom, which is not really the right place for it, but it can work. It can be moved down to there. You can also do that in the left hand menu, so we can move introduction from here all the way up to, we can't move it right at the start, we can move it into the second spot just there. One important thing to remember is you can't move the first topic. You can move all topics after. You'll see the mouse changes to not showing the little drag arrow. So the first topic is permanent, it stays there. You can rename it, you can delete it as well if you like the start here one. But you can't move the first one, so you can move the second one and obviously the last one, or the other topics in between, to where you'd like to move them. That's how we move topics, that's how we add topics. Topics are extremely useful for breaking up the structure of the content and making it much easier for students to follow and understand what they're doing and how it all fits together. So make good use of them. One of the important tasks in your learning management system is to create a course. And to do this, you can, as an administrator, create a course. That's just part of what you can do because it's part of your permissions, but there is a specific role called course creator. And if you add a user to the course creator role, you can also allow certain people to have the permissions to create courses when they need to. I've logged in as a course creator, a role of a course creator, and I've selected site administration, and in there you'll see it doesn't have all of the admin settings that you would normally see for an administrator, but it does have courses and manage courses and categories, and if I choose that, you will see the course management area. Now I can't change categories or create new categories or edit categories, but I can go into a category. So I can go into our example category in stage 1 that we created earlier. Then over on the right I can choose create a new course. So I'm going to choose create new course, and we'll make it my new course. Now that's the full name, and I'll call it my new course number 1 because we might end up creating a few new courses here. It lives inside the example category 1 stage 1 that we created earlier. It has a start date which you need to leave as the current day if you want the course to appear for anybody, but you can turn off the course end date unless you need that end date there, obviously. But if you're developing the course initially, you can turn that off. We do have a show and hide, so you can choose hide so it's not available to anybody else yet. It doesn't appear in the list of courses, which is quite useful to have. So it's still hidden, but people who have the right permissions can go in and edit and create the course. You can of course add in a course description. There's also the option to add a course image in there, which you can do if you've got an image for the course. It tells you there what file types it allows. The course format will depend on how you've structured the course or how your organization uses their courses, so you may need to choose a course format. I'll leave it on the topics format for now because it's the default one with 4 sections. So that means that by default, when you first create the course, it will have 4 new sections in there for you, and the layout of that section will be hidden sections that are completely invisible. It will make sense when you look at it, I hope. Show all sections on one page is the default, so we're going to leave all of those defaults where they are. The appearance, you can actually force multiple languages. If you have multiple languages there, you can choose a different language that it defaults to. In our case, I'm going to leave it as don't force. Number of announcements is the announcements that appear at the top of the page. If there is announcements, I'll leave that at 5 by default. Show gradebook, yes. Show activity reports, no, we don't need that for students by default. And show activity dates, yes. If there are completion dates, we do want the students to know what they are. We also have the option to decide whether file uploads are, what the limit is for file uploads for this course. And the file uploading can happen in all different areas, so it could be for assignments or for the discussion forum where you may want them to upload some pictures or some images or documents. The completion tracking, by default I have it set to yes, and completion tracking is really useful because it allows us to decide on certain criteria that will be activated once we decide a course is complete. So this could be completing 3 assignments, could be our completion criteria. Once they've completed those 3, then the course is completely finished, and there'll be reports that we can do to track that completion, to know that a student has actually completed, or to see what their progress is along the way. So all of that is part of the system, and this is where we turn that on. Usually I would leave that as on. And show activity completion conditions allows us to show for the student whether there are any particular conditions that need to be shown about whether they have to complete an assignment, they have to view a page, they have to receive a certain grade. It can get really messy having them in there. I'll show you what they look like first, and you can decide for yourself whether you want those in your course or not. The next area is group mode. In our case, we're just going to say no groups, but we can actually have groups and we can have separate groups, and I'll show you the description just to show you what this question mark does. It actually tells you a bit about what each of these options are. So you'll see there's question marks all the way along. So in this case, we've got no groups, separate groups. Each group member can only see their own group and others are invisible, which is ideal if you do want separate groups. Then we have visible groups. Each group member works in their own group but can also see other groups. So that way we can still have groups, but everyone can sort of work together on projects and see who else is involved. So that's up to you what works best for your organisation. Then we have forced group mode. If group mode is forced, then the course group mode is applied to every activity in the course. Group mode settings in each activity are then ignored. If you have settings that are unique to a particular activity, that it will ignore the individual activity settings and apply the course group mode settings to those activities, rather than letting you override the individual activities. Probably something you may not use, but it could be useful in very certain circumstances. And then the last one is default grouping, and because we don't have any grouping set up, it doesn't actually matter. Role renaming allows you to rename the words or the terminology in your course. So you can change the word manager to some other description or some other definition. Course creator might not make sense to you, or even student and teacher might be a different name in your organization. You might have teacher as assessor, could be a sensible option there instead of a teacher, in which case you can have that as the teacher name. And then student might not be a student, they might be a participant instead of a student. You only need to change the ones you want to change. The others can stay the same if you don't need to change them at all. Then tags is the last area that we're going to leave. We don't worry about tags at the moment till we look at tags very specifically. Alright, we can click Save and Display, and we now have our brand new course, and it gives us a bit of a tour and explains what the buttons do. And in this case it's really useful because the edit mode is the bit that you will use to make changes to your course. And if we click edit mode on and activate edit mode, you will see that it's now added the add an activity or resource down here where we can modify things. It's also showing us here in our tour that the left hand menu navigation has appeared over here for us, and the last thing is the announcements is a default panel that appears on the page. So announcements just goes in there automatically. You can remove that. There is an option to delete over here to get rid of that and get it out the way. But that's all we have to do to add our new course, and obviously we're going to look at what's involved in a course in another session. One of the clever parts of Moodle is that it is built with a collection of items called blocks, and blocks allow you to add extra functionality to your Moodle course. In this case, it is extremely useful because we can add blocks to our course or to an individual course. To do that, obviously you must be a course creator or have the role of a course creator or someone who is allowed to add blocks. We turn editing mode on, and you'll notice in Moodle 4.0 on the far right hand side you have this little extra open block drawer option. If you click on that, you will now see the button add a block. So that's only there when editing is on. If we turn editing off, we don't have that because it's empty. So let's turn editing back on and select add a block. Now there's only certain blocks that you're allowed to add depending on where you are in Moodle. So inside a course, these are the blocks that you can add. And I'll show you a couple of the most common or most useful blocks that you can use. And remember, this is inside an actual course. So a really clever one to use is either activities or activity results. So we'll go with activities first. So when we add an activities block, it gives students direct access to go straight to their assignments, straight to the forums, straight to quizzes, and straight to resources. So they don't have to go looking through all their content to try and find them. They can just click on assignments and it will come up with all of their assignments for them, which is a really clever block to have. Another block that is quite useful, if we go add block again, one other block that you may find extremely useful besides all of the other ones that are there, if we select add block and we scroll right down to text, we click on text, this creates a new block called a text block, and we can move blocks around as well, so we can move this block up to the top. If you right click and configure the text block, which is one of the options that you have there, we can select configure, and we can just type in a message in there, or type in a title. Welcome, great to see you in the course. Where does this block appear is one of the options that appear with blocks, and you can decide whether it's any type of course main page, so that means it only appears on the main page of the course, or it appears on any course page, or any page at all. We'll choose any course page because we want this message to be there all the time during their course. So it could be something like some information that we want them to have for this, very specific to this course, but we want it to be always there. We may have some web links that we've put in here that are specific to the course. Make sure you go and check out ... whatever it is. Here, those things. We're just going to change this to any page. That means no matter where we are in the course, it will appear in that right hand section. We'll turn editing off and we'll go to welcome, and you can see it stays there the whole time. It does take up some real estate, so it might not always be something you want to have, but it will stay there because we've told it to appear on every single page. Quizzes, everywhere else it appears, even inside the quiz. Like I said, this may not be something you want everywhere, but that shows you what you can do with blocks and how clever they are. So to remove a block is quite simple. Again, we just go to edit mode, we right click on the block, and we can say delete the welcome block, and select delete, and it's gone. Now remember, we added another block before. That block doesn't appear here. It doesn't appear when we click on any of these pages either, because the block that we created, we only gave it the option of appearing on the home page. So that's why blocks can be sat or organized to sit in different locations and only appear when you want them to. One other really advanced feature of a block too is being able to set permissions and decide who can see that block, so whether it's only for teachers or only for students. So you can go into permissions and you can decide whether this block is viewable by everybody, which is what it is at the moment, or whether you want it to be viewable only by certain roles. So it may be something that's a message just for teachers only, you don't want students to see it. You can assign that as teacher only, get rid of all the others, and it stays there only for a teacher. You can also prevent teachers or other people from modifying or removing the block if you don't want it to be removed at any time. So that's a very brief introduction to blocks in Moodle. Managing your time or managing your students' time is extremely important, and Moodle allows you to do that with the calendar. The calendar is quite clever. It allows us to set up many different options and many different things, including our assignments. You'll notice there I already have an assignment that is due tomorrow, due on a Saturday. That's interesting. Currently it's 15th of July 2022. And if I go down to our calendar, you'll see there that it's showing me my assignment is due, and I can click on that and see what the assignment is about, and then I can go straight to the assignment, or I can even add the submission there for the assignment. So that's really useful for students in that as long as the assignment due dates are set or activity due dates are set, then that will appear in the calendar. Great thing for a student, but you can also add inside a calendar, if you like, other options. But let's say you needed to add another assignment or another activity to the calendar for a student in your class. If you go to your course that you're teaching in, go down to the, in this case, assignment number 2, go into settings, in the assignment in your course, you can now set a due date, and we'll set that on the 17th. If we now save that and return to the course, you'll see now that the assignment now has a due date. If I go back to our calendar, which is what we're looking at, back on the dashboard, you can see now assignment 1 is due on the 16th, assignment 2 is due on the 17th. This is a really teacher being very difficult here and wanting 2 assignments due right next to each other. as a student, I can see those and I know that they're due. They're in my calendar, nice and easy to follow. I know what's happening. Notice also the dashboard has also updated in the timeline to tell me that that assignment's due as well. So that's the first part of the calendar, which is really easy to use. Now there is also a new event. If I click on new event, type in, we'll call it a Teams meeting. This Teams meeting is just for the students that are studying this one particular course. And we'll call this course 1, students. So we're getting our students all together, and this is going to happen on the 20th. So the type of event, it's not a user event, it's actually a course-based event. So we choose what type of event this is, whether it's site related, so site meaning it's for the whole site, so you may be letting everyone know that this is what's happening. You may need it for a particular user or a group or a course or a category. So we're going to look at this in the context of a course, and then we'll have a look through all the courses that I have access to, and this is for the practice course people. So I'm going to set that as a practice course. Teams meeting on that date, practice course, and then there's a few more options I can put in there in the description or the location. So I could put in the location an actual link to the Teams meeting. And this is very similar to what you would see in a normal calendar, plus a description in there to let them know what it's all about. How long the meeting is for, you can also put that in there if that's relevant, or you can just put in without duration and leave it as it is. There's also the option to do repeat, which means we can repeat that same meeting every week if we like. It's up to you whether you do or don't. Let's see what this looks like. Just click save, and you can see down here we have a Teams meeting. If I click on it, it's telling me it's a Teams meeting for course 1 students, and then it shows a link to the actual course itself. And if I put in a link here to the Teams meeting, they could go straight to it from there, so they don't have to go anywhere else to get to that particular meeting. So that's another really useful part of setting up the calendar. One other thing to have a look at with the calendar is if I set up an activity or a meeting or something inside the calendar here, if I now go into that course, practice course 1 demo, you'll see here at the moment it's not actually giving me any information about that or showing anything at all in here. And even if I go along all these settings, it doesn't give us any information, any extra information. But if I was clever enough to have added a block over here and added the calendar block, now these activities, the assignments that are due and the team meeting would all appear inside the calendar block as well. So that's another way of making the calendar more useful to students, and that can live inside the calendar block. All you would need to do is make sure that that appears on whatever page it is that you want the calendar block to appear on by using configure calendar block. If you're not sure, check out the topic on adding a block to a course. We'll save that. One other small part of the calendar is also being able to choose which course you're looking at, because you may have lots and lots of courses and be teaching, or as a teacher, be teaching lots of courses, and you may only want to look at the calendar that's appropriate for one course at a time. So you can choose what that calendar looks like. So you'll notice I chose the M4.0 course. It doesn't have any events or anything on there at the moment, but if I go down to the PC1 demo, you'll see now that assignment 1 is due, assignment 2 and the Teams meeting all appear on the calendar. So it's a great way of managing all of your content and resources using the calendar. Hopefully that's helped you out with some of the basics of how the calendar works and what it does. A lot of our grading so far has been using a method called simple format grading, which is a very simple version of grading. It's just putting a result or a grade in for a student's work, but there is actually much more sensible, clever and more consistent ways of doing grading. One of them is called using a rubric. Let's have a look at what a rubric looks like first, and then we'll have a look at how we put that into Moodle. So this is an example of a rubric from NEIU. Basically what they're doing is looking at a student's assignment, what they provided, and then seeing if it fits the criteria or if it doesn't, and to what level it fits the criteria. We might have the criteria which is thesis, focus and originality. First of all, the thesis might be missing, in which case we would probably give them a 0 for this column here. And we assign values to each of these columns to produce our final grade. So if we had 0 as a value for this one, some proficiency, meaning that this is maybe obvious or unimaginative, we could give a value to this one. If we had proficiency, so they're fairly proficient, it's somewhat original, it's not something you've seen before, or high proficiency, it develops fresh insights, challenges the reader's thinking. If they fit into that, then you would give them a high level score. And the ratings that you, when you add these up, right across all of the totals, need to total the rating or the value of the quiz or the assignment. In this case, it's usually an assignment. The value of the assignment as a total. In our case, let's go and look at one of our assignments that we have. Down here is assignment number 2. If we go into assignment number 2 and into settings, you can see under grading, or under grade, we have a maximum grade of 100. Now we've decided that a pass grade is already 50, and that's okay. We might bump that up to 80. But it says simple direct grading, which is the normal grading method. So this is that simple grading I was talking about before. We can change that to a rubric simply by selecting the grading method as rubric. But once we do that, we then have to set up all of the content inside a rubric to make it useful and actually make sense, and to allow someone to grade a rubric. Grade via a rubric, I should say. So let's click Save and Display. And because it knows we don't have a rubric yet that suits this, and you can use the same rubric over and over, you can create a rubric template, and you can keep using that for all of your assignments, because you may find that in reality, that this layout for a standard submission or a standard assignment makes complete sense, and there's no point in reinventing that whole process, so you can reuse that. So let's go and define a new grading from scratch, and we'll just call this general assignment, meaning this will just be one that can be used over and over. With our rubric, you can see there we have levels, so level 1, level 2, level 3, and we have values of how many points for each one. Now remember, we had 100 as our total, and if we look here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 values that we need to cover. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's our 4th. Now we need to work out how much it is, what the value is for each response, so that it works out nice and evenly and makes complete sense. So to work out our total of 100, if we give a value of 5 to this one here, then a value of 10, 15, and 20 for each column, that means that if they receive 20, 20, 20, 20, and 20, they'll receive 100% for their total. Whereas if they just a mark for each of these, their no or limited proficiency in all of these items, all of the criteria, will have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, they'll receive 25. So that's a way of managing the number. So if we just give them 5 each, so in here we can put 5 in for the first one, the next one will be 10, the next one will be worth 15, and this is only because we had our total of 100 as the total for the whole assignment, or for this assignment. So that's the reason why we've set that amount of those points levels. But you can do this different if you want to, it's totally up to you. Alright, so the first one, thesis is missing. So we can just put that in as the criteria. Nice and easy. And we're talking about the thesis focus. We can copy that over as well. Add the criteria. So thesis is missing. The next one across. Thesis may be obvious or unimaginative. Put that one in. Thesis is somewhat original. And then our final one for the first criteria, develops fresh insights, and we can put that one in there. So there we go, we have our first row of criteria worth 20 points if you choose the top one. I'm going to add in the rest of them for you to save you some time, and then we'll come back and have a quick look at what that looks like from a grading point of view and what some of these other options are down here. So I've now completed putting the rubric in for you, so you can see what it looks like as a complete rubric. So that was that complete rubric just here, taking each one of these, each row, each criteria, and then putting in each of the items and then putting in a rating for them. So you can see here we have all of them in there now with the values of 5, 10, 15 and 20 points for each one. Sorting by levels is descending or ascending by number of points, so that just depends whether you want to have the 5 on this end or the 20 on this end. Some people prefer to start at the lower amount and work their way across, and others prefer to start with the most important or the highest level first. It's up to you. Calculate grading, having a minimum score. Read the description, because even after I read it, it didn't make sense to me, so have a read of that one and hopefully you can understand it. Put some comments down there for me, explain that one. But once we do understand, allow users to preview a rubric. So that means the users can see the rubric as well. Otherwise it will be displayed after grading. So it's up to you whether you want them to know what the rubric is. I'll leave it there so you can see that in the process. But the same with all of these is just about what's being displayed. So the rubric description during evaluation, or display a rubric description to those being graded. Display points for each level during evaluation. It's whether these points are going to be shown or not. You may not want them to know what they're worth. You may want to. All of these tick boxes are just to decide what it will look like. But we're going to go save rubric and make it ready. So we've now saved our rubric and it's there. So if we now go into grade to go and grade a student's work, and let's imagine the student has submitted their work here. So this is their current submission. Yep, they've done a great job. Looks fantastic. Thank you, Stu. Turn off notify student. Over here on the left, we can now read through the rubric and decide what value we're going to give for each one. So we might look at this and go, okay, well, the thesis is actually really missing, so we choose number 5. So I just clicked on that. If I choose one of the others, it changes color to whichever one I've chosen. So I've chosen the thesis is missing, so I didn't do very well with that one. But in the thesis focus, which is not going to make sense now if I do it that way, so let's go over here and choose it's somewhat original, and we're going to say that the thesis and purpose is somewhat vague or loosely. No, let's go again with 15. Thesis and purpose have fairly clearly matched the writing. Some signs of logical organisation may have abrupt or illogical shifts, so I'm going to choose that because that's what it says in their writing. So I get to choose what value or what criteria I'm basing my response on and my grading, which is a fantastic way of doing grading, by the way. And I've decided that we'll fit all the rest of these in here and here. I can also put in, you'll notice, a comment beside each item to explain or justify why I gave that particular response for this criteria. So use of sources documentation, I may be able to put in there, you need to add more of XYZ, and put those comments in there. So that can be the same for any of these ones. That can be the same for any of these ones up here. Comments can all go in here as well. Down the bottom, I can also provide a general feedback as well for that. Once I've marked all of these, chosen the ones I think are relevant for this student, I can then just choose Save Changes. That's all done. So it then moves on to the next student and I can grade the next student's work. In this case, I've only got one student to grade, so it hasn't moved on to the other users, it's just left there with the current grade. But you'll notice now, because it did stay on this student, that the current grade is 70, and it based that on adding up these numbers, 15, 15, plus, what did I choose here, 10, 15 and 15, which is our 70. So the student's graded work is 70 based on using a rubric instead of a paper-based version. This one's nice and easy. You can just click on the items that apply and it will total it up for you, and that's how you can get your assignment completed. Now, if we go back to a student view to see what a student sees, I'm now logged in as a student again, and I go down to the assignment, and I go down to assignment 2, which tells me it's been graded. You can see here that the student can now see the grading criteria and the points and the values that are there for the assignment, so they know how it was going to be graded. But then when I go down to the feedback, they can now see what it is that I chose and gave them points for, or gave them their grading for, based on each of these items, based on each of the criteria, plus the comments that I gave on the right hand side. There's my comments there letting them know why I gave that response for each of the criteria. And that's a fantastic way of being able to grade assignments for students using a rubric. Hopefully that's helped you out and has made it a little bit easier for you to understand how a rubric is created and how it's all formed. One last thing, we're going to go back to a teacher role again. I'm back now as a teacher in the same course, and I'm going to go to assignment 1 and change the settings in assignment 1. If we go down to our grade, you'll notice that our grade is still simple direct grading. I'm going to change that to rubric just here and choose save and display. And then instead of using a new rubric, because that's our rubric format, I'm going to create a grading form from a template just here, and I'm just going to search for one, and you can see there that we have a general assignment own form, this one here, this rubric which is already set, and I'm just going to use this form as a template. Down the bottom, do you want to use the grading form general assignment as a template for new grading for assignment 1 submissions? Yes, I do, so I choose continue. There it is, it's been added now. So all I need to do now is go back to assignment, and if I need to grade this assignment for a student, I now have that same rubric applied to this assignment as well. So I can go in and basically do the same thing. That's for now for assignment 1. And that's an introduction to how rubrics work in Moodle. When it comes to marking your assessments or your assignments, a marking guide is a much more useful way to do that, but instead of having that as paper-based documents sitting all over the place, you can associate, or you can contain, the marking guide inside the assignment. Let's have a look at how we do that. We're going to go to one of our assignments. We choose assignment number 2. For assignment number 2, we just go to the settings, down to grade. Inside grade, we have the grading method, and in our case it's normally simple direct grading, which is the default setting. We're going to change it to marking guide and select save and display. The default is a new marking guide. Now we don't have a marking guide yet, so we can't create one from a template. So we're going to define a new marking guide from scratch. So we're just going to call this our general marking guide. In the general marking guide, we can have a description as part of the marking guide, but then the rest of it is all about setting up the criteria and what score we're going to give for each of those criteria. Now, as opposed to rubrics where we have a set criteria with then levels that have certain values associated with each one, a marking guide is a little bit different. A marking guide is a bit more flexible in that it gives you a maximum score that you can give for each criteria, and then you can decide what number you'd like to give out of that criteria for the result that the students produced. So an example I'm going to use is out of English language, or an English language test, and show you how that marking guide will work and how we can add that marking guide to our content. So let's grab our first criteria. So the criteria is achieves minimal communication through use of single words and formulaic expressions. So this is talking about studying a language. So when putting in the marking guide information, because it's out of 100, I've divided it up so the 3 criteria have a value each, and the most important one being the converses effectively by exchanging relevant information, opinions and comments. So this is talking about learning a language here, or speaking a language. So that's worth 60, a maximum score of 60, and the teacher can decide if they didn't quite achieve that, it was lower than that, or even, they just didn't converse effectively at all, they can give them a mark out of 60 for this criteria. For the second criteria, which is use appropriate language features to enhance communication, we're giving them a maximum score of 20, And then for the final one, demonstrating excellent control of the variety of vocab and language structures, is another out of 20. So they're the criteria. Another really cool feature of this is being able to add frequently used comments. So you can add in a whole collection of frequently used comments. That means the teacher doesn't have to, or the assessor doesn't have to type in responses, they can just choose them from the list. So I'm going to save this. So that's all saved, and we now have our criteria there for our assignment 2. And remember, we can use that criteria for other assignments as well. So if you create more generic marking guides, you can then reuse those in all different assignments. Let's have a look at the assignment. When we go and grade the assignment, we choose grade. You can now see that for this assignment here, which again, this is one that we already did grade, so this is sort of a regrade. We're going to have a look through and see what comments or what how the students' response, did they converse effectively by exchanging relevant information. And now this may not be more likely, because this is a language one, it would probably not be a document, it would probably be an audio file where you would listen to them, listen to their conversation. So the criteria is that they converse effectively by exchanging relevant information. Now notice it's in there multiple times, and this is because when we set up our criteria, I used the same criteria for the student version, or the title, the comment, and the teacher version as well. So in reality, you would change that to suit how you want to explain that to the teacher, what they need to do. So it won't be just a repeat of the same information when you go and create a proper marking guide. The end result is, though, which is quite simple. We have here our criteria. We put in a response, which we can put in here, about or comment. We can also insert frequently used comments just by choosing the insert frequently used comment and choosing the text, and that saves the teacher from typing in things that they would just do over and over and over again. And then we have to set a value for this criteria out of 60, and we thought they were fantastic, so we're going to give them well done and a 60. For the second criteria, did they use appropriate language features? Again, we can choose this. We can say maybe try doing something else, and we can give them 10 out of 20. Then obviously for the last one, did they demonstrate control? We can say 10 out of 20, and we can insert a frequently used comment if we like, if that's available. And then the last two here is show marking criteria and descriptions, hide them, or we can hide them. So we can actually hide them, and it just cleans up the descriptions, because they're not necessarily relevant. They may be though, may be relevant, or they might just take up room. So you can decide whether you need to show or hide those. Now, the current grade that we gave them before was 70. Now we've got 60 plus 10 plus 10, so that'll be 80. So our regrade will actually be to 80 instead. So let's just save our changes for that student. So that's now been regraded, and well done, 60, 10, and 10, and there's our regrade mark, so that's the current grade, which is fantastic. Let's look at this from a student perspective now. We'll look at assignment number 2 from our student. So we logged in as a student now. We go to assignment 2. It says it's been graded, and you can now see the criteria, and this is the criteria in the title. This is the criteria comment that's there in relation to a student. So you can change that. It doesn't have to be the same wording as what I did. But you can see there that it's telling the student they get a maximum of 60, 20, and 20, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And their actual grade, there it is, all looks familiar now. Maximum score of 60, they got 60 out of 60, well done. They got 10 out of 20, and we have a comment here, why don't you try doing blah, blah, blah. That's quite simply how we can do submissions using a marking guide for students. Again, try the marking guide, but also have a look at rubrics as well, because rubrics are a fantastic way of making the result even more consistent with how a teacher or how an assessor is going to assess an assignment or assess other activities. When it comes to managing your courses, it's certainly easier to manage them by putting them in categories, but when it's managing the participants or the students, it makes it easier if you manage them in groups. By default, groups aren't usually turned on, but the admin can make that a default.
Let's have a look what groups look like. And to explain what groups are, you can have multiple groups in a course, and each group can have a teacher in each group and a collection of students in each group. You can have multiple teachers in groups, and you can have the same teacher teaching multiple groups. In fact, you can have the same students in multiple groups as well. It's up to you how you arrange all of that and the purpose of it, but I'm going to show you how you set that up and how it all works. So we're in our practice course. If we go to settings, now I am a teacher here, but I'm an editing teacher, so I can make these sort of changes. So if I go to groups and choose separate groups, and the options are separate groups that each of the people in the group can't see each other. So you can't see the people in group 1 if you're in group 2, or vice versa, or any of the other groups except for the ones you're enrolled in. Visible groups means you can see all of the other groups and the teachers and students regardless of which group you're enrolled in. So we're going to go with separate groups, leave it just as those settings, save and display. Now if I go into participants now, you will notice that I have teacher, and there's under groups I have no groups, no groups, no groups, no groups. So they're not assigned to any groups. I can create groups and then enroll students in those particular groups just like I've enrolled them in the course. Let's go and have a look at the drop down, the top here where it says enroll users. If we change that to groups, you can now see that I have a group 1 and a group 2, the ones I created earlier to demonstrate groups. To add a new group, I can just select create group, and I can call this one group 3. I don't need a description. I can have an enrollment key for each group, and I can restrict group messaging to be only in this group, or group messaging can be for all of the groups. So let's save changes. I now have my 3 groups. All I need to do to enroll or add people into these groups for management is select add and remove users. I can now add my first teacher, one of my students, so the role of teacher and student still carries over. I've already assigned those when I enrolled them. Now I'm putting them into groups. So I'll put in my 2 students in there as well, and that's fine. Back to groups again. You can see now group 1 I have 1 teacher and 2 students. In group 2 I'm going to put our other teacher in there, teacher number 2, and one of our other students. So I have a teacher and a student in there as well. And I can go back to groups. So you can see now that everything is separated by group instead. That will make it much easier for you long term as a teacher with lots of students to be able to manage and separate people into groups, and only have to look at certain groups when you're doing your reports. When a report is done, you can actually choose a group for your report rather than just choose all the students. It makes it fantastic for reporting. One of the things to have a look at is if you haven't assigned a student to a group and you're not sure, you go to groups, go to overview, and it will show you what the groups are and who the group members are and give you a count, but it will also show you who is not in a group. So then you know, oh, I need to assign these people into groups because they are currently not assigned to a group. We can also go into our reports, which is report, and choose course completion. You will see now that course completion has a drop down with separate groups that wasn't there before, and it lets us choose the group that we are a member of. So I'm logged in as a teacher who is the teacher for group 2, but I can also look at the other groups, group 1 and group 3, because I'm a teacher. So I can choose group 1 and just have a look at the students that are in group 1, which is those 2, and see what their progress is like. I can then also go to group 3 and see what their progress is. Now, no one in group 3 has actually completed the course yet, so course completion won't show any results. But if I go back to all participants, I can now see where everyone is up to, and as you can see, this student hasn't completed. There's no course completion for them, so we don't get to see any information in there yet. That's a couple of the benefits of using groups. And just remember though that groups stops other students from seeing other students and other teachers if they're a member of a group. So let's have a quick look at a student and just double check that that's what it does. I'm now logged in as a student. If I go to participants to see who's in there, you can see here that I can see my teacher, teacher number 1, and I can see student 2 and student, which is me. But I can only see the ones in this group. So there's no option for me to be able to go and filter or select or look at any other group. If I get rid of the group and apply filters, it doesn't actually do anything because I'm only allowed to access group 1. It's the only option I have. If I was a teacher, I would have access to see more of the other groups.
and the other students as well. But being a student, I can only see the teacher and students in my group, which limits my access to everything else, which is a great way of managing students and permissions and access and communication during a course. There are many times while you're teaching that you may want students to have access to content or not have access to content based on certain criteria. And there is a way to do that for all of your content, all of your activities, all of your resources can all be modified to restrict access depending on whatever the criteria is that you decide. But let's try this out so it all makes sense to you. We're going to look at our book. This is book number 1. What we're going to do is make it that students can't access book number 1 until they have viewed the welcome and the My Profile page. So all they have to do is view both of those pages, and then they'll be able to access book number 1. This is a simple example, but there is obviously criteria where you may want them to have completed all of the content before they're allowed to do their first quiz or their first assignment. Or it could be that they need to do this quiz and this assignment before the second assignment is made available. So that's how this criteria works. So let's go and do this with our simple book. Let's turn editing on, go to our book and select Edit Settings. Scroll right down to Restrict Access. And this Restrict Access, like I said, is in all of the other activities and resources, so you can apply this pretty much anywhere you need to apply it. We'll select Add Restriction and we'll choose Activity Completion. The student must match the following is the criteria that we've got. And the ones we wanted them to do was to view welcome, and it must be marked as complete, which is what we want as our drop down. So we've chosen activity is welcome, marked as complete. Complete in the context of the welcome page is just that they have viewed the page. So we need to check our completion for that page to make sure that the page completion is view the page. Add a second restriction, activity completion again. This time we're going to choose the My Profile page, and it must be marked as complete. So the restriction is this resource is not available to the student until they view the welcome page and view their My Profile page. Let's save and return to the course. It has down here what the criteria is, not available unless the activity welcome and My Profile is marked as complete. Let's check what the criteria is on welcome and My Profile. Let's go to welcome, edit settings, go down to activity completion and show activity is complete when conditions are met, and the condition is that the student has viewed this activity. So now we've applied the completion or the activity completion to this one so that we actually have a result or something that we can compare that other page to decide whether the student will be able to view the page. Let's just apply that, and let's also do the same with the My Profile page. Go down to activity completion, choose show activity when complete, and then we choose student must view this activity to complete. So now we have our second completion criteria. Save, and there we go. So at the moment we've got everything ready. Let's look at what this appears like for a student. I'm logged in as my very happy student into their course, and the student has started the course, and it has here that the to-do for welcome is view, so they need to view the welcome page. They also need to view the My Profile page, so they're the two criteria that we set. And down here, this page, which they can't click on, there's no option here to click on or view that page yet. It says down here, the activity welcome must be marked as complete and the activity My Profile complete to be able to view this page. So let's go into the welcome page. There we go. You can see now that it says done, view, so they have viewed the page. Over on the left you'll see it's a bit hard to see, but there's a green dot there showing that welcome is now completed. If I go to My Profile, which was the other important one, which now says done, view, so they've viewed that page as well. There's a bit of a profile about me that's not really a profile about me. I don't have my details there. So they've completed both of that criteria. If I go back to our home page now, scroll down, you can see that the criteria has disappeared, and I now have the button available for me to open that book and view that book. So I can now go into this book and view it, because that criteria has now been made valid and I can now view the book. And the same thing can be said for any of these pages, any of the activities or resources. So if we were doing the quiz, and the criteria was that the quiz has to be passed, so receive a passing grade is the criteria for completion, we can go into our assignment, and I need to be a teacher to do this, so I'm going to switch account profiles, just give me a second. I'm now a teacher again. If I go down to assignment 1, choose the assignment and edit the settings, scroll down to restrict access, and this time I go add restriction, and I'm going to base this on a completion again, and in this case it's the completion of quiz number 1, and it again must be marked as complete with a pass grade. Because it's a quiz, it knows that it has an extra criteria, so marked as complete with a pass grade. If I save and return now, the first assignment will not be available until a student has completed quiz 1 and passed quiz 1. So my student back there with their quiz, they had received a grade but they hadn't passed, so assignment 1 would not be available yet for them to do anything with that. Really important, really useful to have that in there as an option. Now something that is also really useful, and I'm going to turn editing mode on to do this. If I turn editing mode on, I can also restrict a whole section or a whole topic. So I could decide that until they've viewed all of these pages here, I don't want them to go on to task 2. I can right click here and go edit topic, and inside a topic I can restrict access in exactly the same way. So I can choose that activity completion and then choose the activity, which could be going down and choosing all of the ones in the first topic and deciding they need to view all of those before they can go and actually view this whole topic. So that's a topic level restrict access option, which could also be, if it makes sense to you as well, you may want them to complete a quiz and then all of the assignments are available. So you can do that at the topic level instead. So edit topic and then go down to restrict access and activity completion, choose the quiz, and then they must pass the quiz. Once they pass the quiz, then we'll just have a look there. Once they've passed the quiz, completed and passed, then all the assignments are available after that. So that's just a couple of different ways of using this access or restriction, where you can restrict certain parts, certain activities, topics, all of that type of thing. You can restrict that based on certain criteria. Now the last thing to show you in that criteria, if I just go back to restrict access, one thing we didn't look at, and I'll just remove that one, add restriction. You can prevent restriction by date. So if you don't want students to access something until a certain date, you can just apply a date in there. If they need to receive a certain grade, then you can choose a certain grade. Before they can do the final exam, they already have to have passed a certain amount of items and received a certain grade level. Then you can also show content based on group. So if you've divided your students up into groups, you might have one page that is for one group and another page for another group. It may be a different scenario that you want them to use. You can apply that as well by restricting content to only be viewed if they are a member of Group A or Group B. You can also restrict based on a single user profile, so you can choose a user and say only make it available to this user. Then the last one is restriction set, which is where you can start to add a bit of logic. So when you add restriction logic, you can sit in there, you can choose the same type of thing, so it could be activity completion, but then you can have must or must not. So you can have they must have completed that one, must not have completed something else. So you can add a whole collection of sort of structured or embedded criteria into what the student must or must not have done. So this way it's not just a case of they must complete this, it can be they must have completed A, B, C, but not completed D, E, and F. Getting complicated? It is a little bit, but there will be cases where you think, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I could do that? And yes, you can. It's in the restrict access area to try and decide on what students can and can't see at certain times or based on certain criteria. So hopefully that's been helpful to show you the basics of restricting access to content. Hidden topics or hidden sections are an interesting part of Moodle, which is why I thought I would show you that as a completely separate topic. How this works is inside a course, we can make our content either available to students or hidden from students. And the course format that controls how a course is displayed can also show us whether that content is displayed to the student as in they know it exists but they can't access it, or whether it's completely hidden. So we're going to have a go at seeing how that actually works. So first of all, we're going to go to our book and choose hide. So our book is hidden from students. We're going to run down to our assignments, and this is a topic or a section. It's now called topic in Moodle 4.0. If we click on the three dots on the right and we choose hide topic, so now this is hidden from students. So students shouldn't see any of the content inside that topic, so they won't see the assignments 1 and 2. So that's all good. We've got that all set up. Let's go check out our settings. We go to settings for our course, scroll down to course format, and you'll see here under hide hidden sections. Now remember, a section is a topic. They just didn't rename it to topic for the course formats option. Hidden sections are shown as not available, or hidden sections are completely invisible. So they're either shown, so they know they exist but they can't access them, or they're completely invisible. Let's go with the first one and see what that looks like for a student. Let's save and display. We're going to switch to our student role. So we have our student here. Now you notice if we scroll down that item that we hid is not visible at all. That was a book. That was book number 1. But if we go right down the bottom to our assignments, you'll see it says not available, and if you click on the arrow it doesn't do anything. It's just not available. But they know assignments exist, which can be quite useful and practical for students, so they know that that is part of what they've got to do, but currently it's not available. Let's switch back and change that setting over. Go back to our teacher profile, go into settings, course format. We're going to switch that to hidden sections are completely invisible. Save and display. Let's jump back to our student again. This time we'll refresh the page, and again if we scroll down we'll notice that our book is still missing, the one that we hid, so that's good, that part works. If we go right down you'll see that there is no assessments at all. That student doesn't even know that it exists. So it depends on how you decide you want to manage your courses as to whether you will have it completely hidden or whether you'd like to have it visible but not accessible for students. That is all inside that settings and course format hidden sections area. One of the really clever things you can do with quizzes is to reorder your questions, but it's not just reordering, it's also grouping questions together in single pages. Let's have a look at how we can go about doing that. We are a course creator, we have a quiz. Let's go into the quiz questions. The quiz questions we have are these 5 questions. So we can reorder those quite simply by grabbing the little icon just here and dragging it up or down, and it will let us reorder our questions. But we can also put questions together in groups, and that means it shows you there page 1, page 2, page 3 and page 4. So now page 3 have 2 quiz questions together on the page, and I might just reorder them and put the true false afterwards. The reason you may want to do that is that these questions might be related. They might be about the same topic or about a scenario or some type of grouping that makes it more logical to have the questions together. And sometimes it's just nicer for students to be able to do a few questions in a row rather than be going next for every question. Let's have a look at that. I'm going to click save up there because it just feels better to hit save, even though it does save anyway. Let's go and look at a student view and see what the student gets. So the student goes into their quiz, they attempt the quiz. You can see they have their first question. If they select next, they have their next question. They select next. This time they have questions 3 and 4 both together on the one page. If we select next again, it takes them to the final question, and then they can finish and submit, and they're all done. That's just a clever way of putting the questions together on a single page. Let's jump back again to our course because I'd like to show you something else you can do
we can add section headings to our quizzes, and that means we can divide quizzes into sections. So a good example is section A and section B. So if we go over to add, if we go over to add over here, new section heading, and we might call this one part A of our quiz, which just fits in there, and then we might go down to this question down here, new section heading, and call this one part B. And I might even move this question down here up into part A as well, just because we can move that around and we know how to do that. So we now have an initial question, which is fine sitting up there, because if we want to put another heading up the top here, it's already there for us to put that in. So I could say part A, part B, part C. Part A didn't stick, so try that again. Part A, there we go. Part A, part B, and part C is in there now. Let's just click save, just because it feels good to click the save on the top right. Go and have a look at a student. Back into our student, we're going to attempt this quiz again. And if we look at it now, we have part A, and it tells us that this question sits in part A. These two questions, and they're both together, sit in part B, and then part C, we now have a section, separate section for part C. And that's how we can add section headings to our quizzes, submittal and finish. And there we go, that's what it looks like for a student. A final really clever thing you can do is if you are combining two or more questions together in one page that may be related to a scenario and you'd like to have the scenario at the top of that page, it's quite simple to do. We just go in and add a new question. It sounds a little bit crazy because it's not really a question, but we go in and add a new question and we go down to other and choose description. So it's not actually really a question. We select add and we can put in a title. It might be scenario 1, and then the scenario description goes in here. We leave the rest exactly how it is. We don't need to change anything. We just save changes. We're just going to move that. We're just going to move that scenario from where it is just above the question in page 3. So up one more from there. Sorry, there we go. Scenario 1, description, and then we have our multiple choice and our true false. How does that look for a student? Let's save that and let's have a look. Our student goes into the quiz, they attempt the quiz, they have their first question, which is great, they answer their question. Select next. Question number 2 has 2 questions, that's fine. Select next, and here we have our scenario, and then underneath we have the questions that relate to that scenario. That's a really clever way of adding in some information at the top of a list of questions. Really simply, it looks nice and neat and tidy, and it doesn't add to the question numbers either. So you don't have to worry about it mucking up or disturbing the order of your question numbers. They can all stay in there in that same order, and then the student can just finish that attempt and submit. And that's how we go about reordering our quiz questions, and also adding in a description which can go in at the top or anywhere you like actually in your quiz questions as well. As a course creator, you may be presented with a new course that you need to create, and when you create that course you then need to populate it with information, activities, assignments, quizzes, all sorts of other things. So we're just going to look at what some of those different things are that we can add to a course. So let's go to our course. We have a course here with a few topics and with content already in there, so we're going to look at it as though we haven't put anything in yet. To do that, we first of all go to edit mode. I'm going to go to our start here topic, which already has a collection of information, and I'm just going to add in a new topic so that you can see it as nice and neat and tidy. Here we go. So topic 1, just started our new course and we'd like to put some content in. Underneath topic 1 we have the choice of adding activities and resources. we have information maybe in a Word document or some PDF documents, or we have some quizzes already written with all the questions. We just need to put them in. To do that, we use activities and resources, and we place them in order or in locations that we think are appropriate to the student to make it easier for them to learn. So let's click on Add an Activity or Resource. Straight away you're presented with a big list of all the different, in this case, default activities and resources that appear in Moodle. I've left it as default without adding in all the extra plugins, because there is a whole heap of other activities and resources you can add that are downloadable. They do all sorts of other things, and which is one of the big reasons why Moodle is popular, is because you can have all of these other activities and resources added to your content. First of all, let's go to Activities and see what the activities are. Inside the Activities panel, or in a tab, we have Assignments, big blue button, which is for web conferencing. We have a chat function. We have a choice, which is sort of like an activity. Remember, these are all activities. So a choice activity where they can choose their own, like choose your own adventure type thing. Certificates for the course is an activity. So if you have course completion certificates, you can add them to the course from here and then configure them and have them go out to students. There's a database activity, external tool activity. Now, if you're not sure what some of these are, you can click on the little eye and it will take you to a description. So the external tool activity allows you to add things like LTI. LTI stands for Learning Tools Interoperability. It's like a resource that can sit inside your content that someone else sort of provides, and you can add it to your content. If we jump back again from external tool, we also have a feedback one, which again, if you're not sure what it means, you can click over here. Enables teachers to create a custom survey. There's the back button. Discussion forums, which are great. A glossary of terms, so you can add a new glossary to a course with all the different terminology. You can link the glossary terms into your content. So if that word appears somewhere in the content, you can have it automatically linked to a definition that's in the glossary. You can also have the glossary as an activity where you ask students to add their own terms to the glossary and even vote on each other's terms to see if they are accurate, and use that as part of an assessment or part of an activity. H5P, which is something you should probably definitely have a look at, is all about interactivity and all different activity types. And if we just go to the I on H5P, it stands for HTML5 package. It is designed for presentations and videos and multimedia quizzes, all of that, games, all that type of thing. Go and check out H5P because it's definitely worth a look, and we will mention that in another topic as well. Lessons are like a book, but they're an interactive book, meaning that the students can go to one page and then they can choose whether they jump to a different page in the book based on what it is they need to learn or what they think they need to learn. So it's sort of an interactive book's probably the best way to use that. It allows you to put quizzes and quiz questions inside the lessons as well. A quiz is exactly that, a quiz, which you've probably looked at quizzes already. A SCORM package is similar to the external tool, but is a particular type of package called a Shareable Content Object Reference Model. It's basically some content that also allows grading inside that content to show that the student has completed a certain task or completed the book or read the content that's in there. So SCORM packages are a compliance type thing. They can be created in all different platforms and then imported into yours as well. So have a look at SCORM, it's worth a look as well. Survey is a great one. Wiki is just that, it's a wiki page, a wiki style page. If you haven't looked at those, definitely have a look. And then Workshop, this one here, which I actually don't use workshops and haven't used workshops, but it enables a collection, review and peer assessment of students' work. So it's definitely something we should have a look at, and I probably need to add that in and have a good look at that to see what it actually does. Alright, so that was in our activities list. Under resources, there is a collection of components that can be added. One of those is a book, and have a look at there's instructions on how to use nearly all of these. So have a look at those in separate videos in more detail. But a book is exactly that. It has chapters and content, and you can put pictures and writing and text, formatting, all of that sort of thing inside a book and present that as one whole book. A file is just a file, so that could be a PDF or some type of resource which can be made available when the students need it or when they complete certain tasks. A folder is sort of the next level from file, where you can have a folder with all different files in it for students to download. They can download in one go, or they can download individual documents all in a folder structure. IMS content package, similar to the SCORM package and the LTI packaging, just another format of content that can be imported in one go as a course or as part of a course inside Moodle. A label is sort of one of those odd components. It's like being able to just add a sticker somewhere in the content to let people know that what's below this, or above or below, or related to this content, to be able to tell them what it's about. So it's sort of labeling things, but it allows you to put text and pictures and everything else in there as well. A page is probably one of the most common components used. When you're creating a page, it will appear as an item on the left. So all of these ones down the left that you can see here, so the HTML experiments, CSS experiments, CSS experiments, HTML and CSS practice, are all pages. So you use that one quite a lot. And URL is just that, it links you to a URL. So if we were going to add a page, because it is the most common one, all we do is click on the component, we give it a name, we'll call it page 1. We can have a description for the page, and we can choose to display it on the course page, and then we have some content. We'll just put our content in there. We won't worry about the options down here. These are all the same for all the different components, so it doesn't matter which one you use, you will always have competencies, tags, completion, restrict access, common module settings, but there may be a few extra ones at the top that are not normally part of every other component. They may use special settings especially for that component, but you will still have the rest of them all the same below that. So if we save and return to our course, you'll see now that we have page 1, and there's our description with an E in there that needs removing. You can decide whether that description appears here or it doesn't. So if I go into edit over here, edit settings, I'll fix that E up because that probably annoyed you, didn't it? And I'll just remove display description on course page. And if we go back and return again, you'll see that the description is now gone from below there, but they can click on the page and that opens up the page, and there is the page content. That's all there is to adding these components to a course. So that's how you add an activity or a resource to a course, and a quick rundown on what some of those activities and resources are and what they do. There's more information in lots of the other videos on each one of those components that you can have a look at.
One of the most important parts of teaching is being able to assess your students, and in this case we're going to use an assignment as a way of assessing the student that will also be added to your gradebook later on. But first of all, let's have a look at the assignment, how we add an assignment, and the settings that go with an assignment. We're in our course, we have edit mode already turned on. We're going to add an activity or resource. Because it's an activity that they actually have to interact with, we can go to activity, and assignment will be the first one. If you selected all, assignment is actually the first one anyway. So let's go to assignment. We're going to add a name to our assignment. In this case, it will be actually our second task. So we're going to call this task 2 because our first task in this particular series was looking at a quiz. So if you haven't looked at the quiz yet, jump back and have a look at quizzes. But our assignment name is task 2. I'll put in here description text rather than the actual description, and activity instruction text, so you can see where the different things appear as we're going through this. You can also add additional files that you may want with an assignment for a student to download and to use. In this case I don't have that, so we don't need it. We have the availability. We can allow them from today. We can set a due date. We can also set a remind me grade date and a cutoff date. So if they have to have it completed by a certain date, set the cutoff date, and then after that remind me I need to go back in and actually do the grading because everyone submitted their work and I'll need to grade it, or the teacher assessor needs to grade it. Now the submission types, it's an assignment, and you can actually have the option of them entering their text for their assignment directly into the browser and straight into the assignment window. just as text, or you can allow a file submission, or you can have both. So if you do want to have the online text option, which I'll show you what both look like, you can choose online text and then set a word limit. And a word limit is only because it's online text, it knows what the number of words are. So you can actually do a word count on the online submission when it's in text. When it's a file submission, you can't do that. A number of files that can be uploaded, you can choose the number of files. Obviously, if you get rid of that, you don't get the option to do the file submission area, so we put the file submission back in, and you can allow it to a certain amount of files. You probably often only want one file, but sometimes you want more. You can also choose the size of the file or maximum size. In this case, 256 is the site limit. You may want them to keep it to under 20 meg, just to be more sensible for everybody. That's up to you though. And then the accepted file types depends on the type of file you'd like them to submit. In our case, if we go choose, we go down to documents, or actually we're actually asking them to submit an SVG file, aren't we? So we can go down to here, we've got SVG, and choose images used on the web, and because it is an SVG file, we can actually tick that one, and the only file type they can upload is SVG. So if we save it, they can only upload their SVG file, which is quite useful because that's what this exercise is all about. Then we can go back to feedback types. So you can use annotate PDF. Now that's irrelevant. I should say comments here first. You can add comments as feedback to the student to let them know what you think of their work or what they need to improve on. If you don't grade it but you want to send back a comment, you can put some feedback in, so we'll leave that on. Annotate PDF is more if they've uploaded a PDF and you want to put some annotation on there to explain things about the content, which is part of what Moodle can do if you have it installed correctly. That will work. We'll turn that off. We'll leave offline grading worksheet and feedback files for the moment. Comment inline. You can actually have that in line with the content and their description. If you enable the submission text will be copied into the feedback comment field during grading, making it easy to comment inline using a different color or to edit the original text. So I generally leave that as no, but you can change it to yes if you find that just a better way to do things. When it comes to submission, there is a couple of things that Moodle does a little bit different than most places. They have the requirement for students to click on the submit button to do the actual submission. So what that means is a student types in all their answers and they can keep saving it, they can upload their files and they can save it, they can come back another day and replace it, but when it's time for them to actually submit their completed work, that's when they click on the submit button. And you can decide if it's required for them to click submit or whether you can actually grade it based on whatever they left there last. So we'll choose yes so that I can show you that process. Then there's also the required students accepts the submission statement. So that means there's a statement to say that this is my work and all of that. So let's go yes, because I want to show you what that looks like, the submission statement. Then we have additional attempts, never. So usually once a submission of an assignment is submitted, that's it. The only way that you go back and redo that is if the grader says, sorry, that submission's failed, you need to go back and do that again. And you can set that as manually so that an assessor can go back in and manually say you need to reattempt that, or you can have automatic until pass. So that means if the assessor or the teacher fails the student, or shouldn't use fails, says that they haven't completed it successfully, when they submit that, when the teacher or assessor submits that, it will then go back and automatically allow a new submission to happen for the student so they can go and resubmit. So that's actually really useful to change that often to automatically until pass if it is required to pass. Never just means that's it, they've submitted it. If they either pass or they don't, and that's okay. Group submission settings is in relation to groups, which is looked at in different topics, so that's an option there as well. Notifications, notify the grader about submissions. That can be useful, so the grader will be any of the teachers or non-editing teachers in that class. They can be notified if you like that there's been a submission there. That is useful, so you can say yes to that. Notify graders about late submissions, so that means that somebody has submitted it but they've submitted it after the date. If you didn't have the close date on there, then they can do that, so that's another option. And default for notify student, when grading each student, should notify student be ticked by default. That's a little tricky without showing you what it looks like when you grade, but when a student or assessor grades something, there's a little tick box that says notify student that you've just graded their work. You can decide whether that tick box is ticked by default, which it is in this case, which means that when you go and grade it for a student, the student will automatically get an email saying or a notification that you've been graded and this is your grade. That's an option there. It's set to yes by default. Next one is the grade. Now this is where things get a little bit crazy and a little bit scary. And for this one, we're going to have 100 as our grade. We're going to leave it as point because there's a whole separate topic on setting up grades and setting up scales and all sorts of things. Our grading method, we're going to leave it as simple direct grading because again, we're going to look at a marking guide and rubric as a totally separate topic. Grade category will be default grade to pass. In this case it's 100%, so we're going to put 100 in. The maximum grade is 100, pass grade is 100. Anonymous submissions, hide the identity of the student from the markers. You can do that if you need to, and that's fine. By default it's no, but you can set that to yes, and then when they go to grade it just says it's student XYZ, doesn't give their name, and they can grade without knowing who it is, which can be useful. Hide grader identity from the student so they don't know who actually did the marking. By default it's no, and use marking workflow. We'll leave that as no because again that's another whole topic with grading that needs to be looked at separately. There is a way of having a workflow to grading, and that's stages that they can go through before being released to the student. So that may mean, as it says here, multiple rounds of marking. So there may be someone who assesses it first, puts the grade in, then it has to go to somebody else who then has to relook at that and decide whether that is actually the correct grade or whether anything needs to be modified or to have it approved, and then it goes off to the student after that. So there is a workflow that can be designed to go with grading. Now the last few are our common module settings that are common to everything. So the only thing that we will look at different, because restrict access is the same, is activity completion. Show activity completion when conditions are met, and the conditions for an assignment are student must view, student must receive a grade, student must receive a passing grade, and student must submit. Now because we've said that a student must submit to actually submit their assignment, it also makes sense to have that the completion is based on that submission as well. The only time this becomes a little bit crazy is where you might be giving a grade for a student that hasn't submitted their work through this system but they've submitted it on paper. You'll need to go in and change that setting or get the student to submit even though they've submitted it on paper, just to tick off that students must submit this activity complete. Now that doesn't quite work, so what you would do is remove that tick if you were having paper-based submissions. Otherwise a student has to submit it inside this platform to be able to actually complete the activity, in which case those two would be removed and you need to worry about grade and a passing grade if they were doing paper-based submissions that are then marked off in this system. So I'll just change those back, save and display. So you can see here that the description text has appeared as the description. So if we jump back to settings, you've probably forgotten now what that was, that's the description there. And in our case it's to, the description is submit your SVG file that you created. Oops. So they would have created the SVG file previously. And then the activity instructions. These are actions you would like the student to complete for this assignment. This is only shown on the submission page where a student edits and submits their assignment. Okay, so this isn't the actual description. This isn't the actual assignment, this part here. The activity instructions are just instructions on how to submit or how to complete their submission, as opposed to the actual assignment instructions, which go in the description. Okay, back to display. We're going to look at what this assignment looks like from a student view. So I've logged in as a student, and we're going to go down to our assignment task, which is your first SVG image. So we click on that. You can see we have our description and text, submit your SVG file that you created. So then we choose add submission. We have some online text that we allowed that when we set it up, and we have our file submission. So let's go and grab the student's SVG file. So we can drop that on there and save changes. Now it says draft, not submitted. So this means the student has loaded up their file. They can go back in there and edit that, or they can remove the submission, but it's not until they actually select submit assignment that they complete the assignment. Now in your instructions here, you should actually have that information in there explaining to them some information about the submission as well. So if I click submit assignment, it now asks me for a confirmation. This submission is my own work except where I've acknowledged the use for the work of other people. Then it asks, are you sure you want to submit your work for grading? You'll not be able to make any more changes. So they can now select continue to finish their submission off. So it is now fully submitted, and you can see there that the student viewed it, the student's made a submission. The other things they'll do is receive a grade and receive a passing grade, because they're the requirements that we put in for this particular assignment. Jumping back to our teacher view, we can now go and view all submissions, and you can see that student submitted for grading, so we can actually go in and grade. Now this was that bit about notify students that I mentioned before. Notify student means that if that's ticked, which it is by default, it will send out an email to the student saying, hey, you've just had your grading done, and a notification will come up in Moodle as well. So what I can do here, it's not graded yet, I can go and view the SVG to have a look. I can make some comments. Now I can actually just make some comments and save the comments and leave it, so the student can then see those comments and fix things up if they're not right. Or I can put in a grade, and in this case I'll just say that was fantastic, 100, great work. If I needed to, notify the student, otherwise save changes, and that's all done. So submitted for grading and graded. If I jump back to our student view, you can see now the student has received a grade and they've received a pass grade. So that's all graded and has the grade date, when it was graded, who was graded by, and my feedback which says great work and their grade, all there for them. So that's how we create an assignment, and a little bit about the grading part because that's relevant to the settings that we set in our assignment when we first created it. The next activity to look at is the chat activity. To add a chat activity, all we need to do is go to edit mode, scroll down to add an activity or resource, and the one we're looking for is the chat activity. Now let's have a quick read of what that actually is. It's a module that enables participants to have a text-based real-time synchronous discussion. Chat may be a one-time activity or may be repeated at the same time each day or each week. Chat sessions are saved and made available for everyone to view or restricted to users with the capability to view chat session logs. Let's go and add a chat activity. So we choose add. We will call this chat 1. We can put in a description for our chat. The chat session is where we decide on the date and time for the next chat, which we'll put down as today. We'll put it down at right now. I'll put in here don't publish any chat times, and no repeats. We'll leave that as blank. You can set it for every time, same time each day or each week. Then you can decide if you clean out previous chats and messages. Everyone can view past sessions. Currently that is no by default. Only users that have mod chat read log capability are able to see the chat logs. So we'll just leave that as default no because it's not really useful to most people. Common settings are just the same as normal. We've got it for groups if you need it, which makes sense. Restrict access is the same. Activity completion is show activity as complete when students view it. This activity doesn't actually get graded. You'll notice that there wasn't any grades in there. It is still an activity, but it's not a gradebook relevant activity, but it can still be shown as completed for completions for the course. Save and display. And that's all we need to do now. To enter the chat, we just click enter chat. You can see now we have a chat running. I'd like to show you how this works with myself and a student, so I'm going to log into a student as well at the same time and set up a student chat and teacher so you can just see what that looks like and how it appears. You can see I have both the teacher on the left and the student on the right windows open. On the left hand side it's just notified me that the student has just entered the chat. Typically you would say hi Stu. When you press enter, give it a moment and the right hand side updates to hi Stu, and then student would reply with Hi Teach, and Hi Teacher appears on the left, or Hi Teach, and they can have their discussion and their chat, talk about whatever they need to talk about inside that chat, and it gets recorded so that that chat then can be used if needed for later on. I won't go into keep typing or anything because it's obvious what that is and what it's done. It's quite simple. The chat module contains some features, and those features are smileys. Doesn't stay open, does it? The one we're looking at is beeps. You could probably just hear that little sound there if I beep. So I beeped a student, so this is just to let them know, hey, hello, hello, hello. Course creator has just beeped you. It's like giving a little nudge. If I just jump back to talk again, if I press talk and then type hello in there, course said to student, so I'm talking to a specific student here so that they know that I'm talking to them. And that way it's easier for students to know who I'm referring to. It'll save you going, so student whatever, what do you think? I can just send that, click talk, and then type in their message. Now it doesn't actually isolate, it's not a private messaging type thing, it's just a notification to say this is who you're talking to. And the student can then also, if they want to direct their comment directly to whoever the teacher is, the student said to course creator over here, and I'm actually teaching with a course creator, which is interesting because I was using course creator to create the task, but that's okay, you understand the concept of it, so hopefully that makes sense. It's quite simple. We're now going to add a choice activity to our course. I'll show you what that does, what it looks like. Let's go turn editing mode on. I'm an editing teacher at the moment. Go down to where we'd like to add the activity, so add an activity or resource. We're looking for the choice activity, which is just there. We're going to call it choice 1. Our choice is going to be, or our question description will be, who is the best band of the 80s? Then we go down to our options. When we're setting this up, we can display them horizontally or vertically. I'll display them vertically. We allow the choices to be updated. No. Allow more than one choice to be selected. No. You can have multiple options if you wanted to. Limit the number of responses allowed. No, they can change their mind if they like. So let's choose here. You need to have at least one option. So let's put Bon Jovi in there. Let's Aerosmith. REM. What about U2? And oh, of course, Guns N' Roses should be in there as well. Availability, we'll leave that as just open. Results, we can decide whether the results are published or not published to students, or show results to students after they answer, which is what we will do because I'd like to show you what the results look like. We do have some other options, show results to students only after the choice is closed. So if there's a close date, or I close the choice, then they can see the results. So it's like a bit of a survey type thing, I guess. Then always show results to students is another option as well. Publish anonymous results, we don't want to show who the student names are that voted on each one, so we don't need that, but you can do that if you like, if there's a relevance to it. Show column for unanswered, no, we don't need to do that. And include responses from inactive suspended students, no, we don't. The rest is just the normal common module settings, normal restrict access and activity completion. We can set activity completion when conditions are met, which means the students must view and must make a choice. So we'll make it that they have to make a choice is how they complete the activity. What we then do is save and display. And we now have our choice activity ready to go. Who is the best band of the 1980s? Gee, I don't know. Should I... We might have to debate over this one. Let's just go with let's go with Bon Jovi. Okay, save my choice. You can see now that the results, Bon Jovi, Aerosmith, REM, there are the results. Someone's voted, one person, 100%. Let's get a few students to vote on that and see what it looks like from the student perspective as well. We're logged in as a student. Let's go down to our choice activity. Here it is, choice 1. And this student, I think, likes U2. Save choice. Choice has been saved. There we go. We've got a Bon Jovi fan and a U2 fan.
Let's add another student. We're back with another student now, and this student goes to the choice activity. They don't know what the results are yet because they can't see them obviously. If they try to save choice, it just says you must answer something, and they're probably a Bon Jovi fan as well, so let's save my choice. You can see there now we have 2 results. Doesn't tell us who they are, so we can show and hide the chart data as well. You can see below there it tells us who the names are, the choices, and what the number of responses and percentages results are, and that's a choice activity. I'm logged in as a teacher into our course. We're going to look at how to add a feedback activity to our course. We turn edit mode on, scroll down to where we'd like to add our activity. Okay, we're going to the feedback activity, which is down here. Add a new feedback. Just to explain what that is, the feedback activity enables the teacher to create a custom survey for collecting feedback from participants using a variety of question types, including multiple choice, yes, no, or text input. So it's sort of like one of the other ones we've done before where it's just a choice. This one allows us to get feedback using all of the, or some of, the question types instead. We can use this for evaluations, for participants to sign up for course modules, events, etc. All sorts of things. It's sort of like surveys. So let's have a look at what that looks like. Let's select add. We're going to call this survey 1. We'll just put in a description. Availability is now questions and submission settings. We want them to be anonymous, but you can have names shown with them. Up to you. Allow multiple submissions. Usually you don't. And notifications is fine. We leave all of that same. After the submission though, we can decide what happens. We can say thank you to the student, and then we can link to another activity now. After submitting the feedback, a continue button is displayed which links to the course page. Alternatively, it may link to the next activity if the URL of the activity is entered. So this was just a clever thing to say, if you complete this survey, I want you to do this first, and then you can go to this other activity. That's how it will jump to that activity. If you're really clever, you could restrict access to that activity until they complete the survey. Then, using activity completion on the other activity that they're going to, you can say complete the survey, then they can access this resource. And then the rest of the options are the same as they are for all other activities. So we'll save and display. Then we need to add our questions. So we'll just choose edit questions. Then we've got add question, user template, or import. We're going to just add a question, and this will be a multiple choice question is fine. What did you think of the course? Question mark. It's multiple choice, single answer, so we only want them to have one answer. The values is 1 line per value, so we can just put in awesome, great, okay, and disappointed as the options. Let's spell that correctly. Save changes. So that's our first question that we add to our survey. We can just keep adding questions onto that survey to whatever we like. You can add page breaks, so it divides things into pages. You can have long and short answers as well. So if you'd like to ask them a question, so a short text answer might be something like, what do you think will improve the course? And then the text field width, which is fine, number of characters accepted, and we just click save. And it just goes down the page. You can reorder using the arrows as well if you decide you need to swap things around a bit. That's quite okay. We can save that as a template as well. We can just call that general survey and save, just in case we need that later. But that's all we need to do for our survey. That's all we had to do to add the survey, so we can have a look at what that looks like for a student now to fill in the survey. Let's jump to a student. Our student goes to this survey and they choose answer the questions. So that text would have explained what the survey was about. What do you think of this course? Obviously not selected at the moment. I thought it was awesome. What do you think would improve the course? More food would be great, and then submit answers. And that's all they have to do. Continue takes them back to the course page. Go back to our teacher. We go into our survey and we choose analysis, and analysis will tell us or show a chart to show the responses. So in this case, because it was a multiple choice, it will tell us how many people answered awesome or how many thought it was great or okay. And then down the bottom, it will then show us all of the different responses that people gave to our short answer. So that's basically, it is a survey. Very clever, very simple.
and can be used to monitor students when they're starting, when they're completing, or even for just an activity of any type that you like them to use where you need some response that is sort of survey related. That's all we have to do with the survey. We're now going to look at adding a forum to your course. Forums are a very valuable part of teaching. They allow students to interact with each other. They allow teachers and assessors to interact with their students in an educational manner, and it can also be used as part of their grade. So we're going to look at how that's all combined together as we create a forum. Let's go into our course, make sure editing mode is turned on, select add an activity or resource, and we're looking for forum, which is just there. Our forum, the name for our forum will actually be task number 3 in this course. Now I've just put in there the text as well. Discuss the areas you find most difficult in creating vector images and assist other students. So as part of this forum, what they'll be doing is creating their own, call it a thread, but we might change that to create your own topic, explaining one area you found difficult when creating vector images, as well as comment on 2 other students. We'll call them topics. That's the task that they've been given. Relatively simple, I think. But we've got our forum name, we have our forum description, explain to the student what they need to do, then the type of forum that we want to do. We'll leave this as a standard forum for general use. So I'll leave it as standard forum for general use just for a minute. So our availability has start and end dates as well. We can have attachments that are allowed, maximum size, maximum number of attachments, so people can add attachments in there if they need to explain things. The subscription mode is where people have to subscribe to be a part of this. Now you don't need to have subscription mode. Optional, participants can choose whether to be subscribed. Forced, everyone is subscribed and cannot unsubscribe, so you can leave it as forced because that's what it is for this particular type of activity. Subscribed really means that they get emailed information or sent information about what's happening and what's going on in the process at the time. So if they subscribe to it, they'll know exactly what's going on all the time. That's actually quite useful, but it can be a lot of emails, a lot of messages that get sent, and can be a bit much as well. So it depends on how busy the forum is and how much people want to know what's going on in that forum. So discussion locking, lock discussions after a period of inactivity. You can choose that, that's an option for you. Post threshold for blocking. Basically we leave that as don't block. So students can be blocked from posting more than a given number of posts in a given time period. This is where things can go crazy with them posting. Whole forum grading. This is where we have a grade for the forum. Now we're actually going to do that. We're going to change it to point, and we're going to submit a grade of in this case it'll be 3 because they have to complete 3 items and they may not complete all 3. They need 3 to pass, and it's simple direct grading, and we can leave default setting for notify students to no for now, that's fine. Roles with permissions to rate. We're not going to use ratings. Ratings are more if you want people to rate the forum discussions to decide what's more valuable in information. Because we're using this as more as an assignment or as an actual activity that needs to be completed and graded, we don't need to worry about ratings. Okay, common module settings. They're all normal. Restrict access is the usual restrict access. So activity completion. We can open up activity completion because we're using this as part of the student's actual assignment or as part of their grading. So show activity complete when conditions are met, and the conditions are the student must view it to complete it, so that's the first one, they must go in there. This relates to the whole forum, these questions that are below. So they must receive a passing grade to complete the activity, so that's important. To complete, they must post discussions or replies. So yes, they must, but it actually doesn't matter in this case. We're not saying how many times they have to post. what we're doing is we want to make sure that they create at least one discussion and they reply to at least 2 others. So they've created one of their own and they've replied to 2 others. So it's that way it's shown a certain level of interaction between the students. That's all we need to do. We don't need to worry about tags, competencies we don't do, so let's save and display. That's what it looks like. Discuss the areas you found most difficult or find most difficult in creating vector images, and then create your own topic. So let's see what this looks like when a student does this. Let's jump to our student. So our student goes down to their discussion forum and they're going to add a discussion. For this student, it's just using Illustrator. I find Illustrator can be difficult to use, ... You shouldn't really find it difficult to use, but that's this student. And they can post to the forum. Post was successful. You have 30 minutes to edit if you want to make any changes. A student will be notified of new posts in using Illustrator 3 discussion progress. The student has viewed. The student has started a discussion. They need to post replies. So they need to post 2 replies to other students' work. So we need to add some more threads in there for the student to discuss. And you can see here's the student's thread that they started, or the topic, and no one else has replied to that yet. Let's just add a couple more students and put some comments in, and then we'll come back and have a look. A student now has a couple of other students in the class. We've got student 2 and student 3, and they've all commented as well. So what we can do as a student, it is one of our requirements, is to post replies, post 2 of those replies. So I need to go and find someone else's work and say, click on there, and I need to reply. I'm just going to write so true. You would hope that they write something more reasonable than that, but that's okay. Let's go back to our task. We still haven't completed it, but we have replied to 1. Let's reply to cutting out shapes. Reply. Yep, I find it difficult to, which they may or may not. But let's go back to our progress. So our student has finished all of their discussions. They've viewed it, they've started their discussion, they've posted 2 replies, all of that's done, but they have not received a grade and they haven't received a pass grade. Still need to do that bit. So that's where the assessor needs to actually check whether the student did actually type something useful in, or not just put a full stop in, to make sure that their participation was to the level expected of this particular task. And that way it can go into gradebook. So let's jump into the assessor part. So here's our assessor. We can select grade users and we choose which user over on the right we're going to grade. So this will be student. We can have a look at students' discussion started by student. Good, they've done one of those, so that's perfect. And remember, our grade is out of 3 for this. They've done the first thing, they've done the second thing, they've done the third thing. Are we happy with their responses and the interaction that they completed in there? You can actually go in and view the discussion yourself if you like to see what the rest of the discussion was as well, or view the parent post to sort of see it all in context. And if you're happy with that, we can mark that as student 3 graded and save. Jump back to our student and we can go to view grades for our student, and our student has now got 3 out of 3 graded by admin user on that date, and status is graded. So if the student goes back and looks in their grade book as well at their complete grades, they can see that they've done their submission, which is great. Still need to do the quiz, but they've also completed their discussion forum. So hopefully that's been useful in putting together a forum in Moodle. Adding a glossary to a course is extremely useful as well for students. It does 2 things. One, gives them a location where they can find definitions of words, what they mean that are relevant to this course. It also allows you to auto-link the glossary terms into the content, and I'll show you what happens when we do that. But first of all, let's create a glossary and add some glossary terms. Make sure that our edit mode is turned on. Go down to add an activity or resource, and we're looking for the glossary tool. Here we go, glossary. And we're just going to call this glossary because we're just going to have one for the whole course. We don't need a description. Let's look at the glossary settings, and the first one is we have a name and description, and then we have a display description on the course page, which we don't need to use. Is this a global glossary? And you can check what that is. A glossary has entries which are linked to from throughout the whole site rather than just in this course. We're going to leave it as just in this course for the moment. It simplifies things. The glossary type allows us to choose whether it is a secondary glossary or a main glossary. Now, generally you just have secondary glossaries, you don't worry about a main glossary, but if you do need to be able to import other glossaries into this course, then you can also set a main glossary, which is where the secondary glossaries sit. Basically, leave it where it is for now. Entries approved by default. Is set to no entries required approving by a teacher before they are viewable by everyone. So what you can do is you can have glossaries that allow students to put in their own terms as well and keep their own collection of glossary terms, as well as enter in glossary terms that you've put in there. We can just say approved by default so the students can just put theirs in. You don't have to. You can say no to that if you like. Totally up to you. We'll leave the default as yes. Always allow editing. Okay, this specifies whether entries are always editable or whether students can only edit their entries during a configured editing time, usually 30 minutes. In other words, they can put in a glossary term, but then they've got 30 minutes to fix that up, and then after that, that stays there, unless of course you want to change it as the course creator. Duplicate entries, no, because we don't want duplicates. Allow comments on entries, no, you can do that if you like. If that's part of the course, as people commenting on the terminology and the way things are described, you can use that. It's quite useful. Automatically link glossary entries. We will say yes by default, so that means that when a glossary term appears in the content, it will be automatically linked and displayed. One setting has to change for that, but I'll show you that later. Appearance, display format. There's a few different ways of displaying this, so we're going to leave it as simple dictionary style, and I'll maybe be able to show you a few later. We'll see how we go with time. Approval display format is default to same as display format, so we'll leave that. Entries shown per page is 10, which is fine. Alphabetical, yes. Show all link, yes. Show special link, yes. Allow print preview, yes. All of those can stay the same. Don't need to worry too much about what they are yet. Alright, ratings. We're going to say no with ratings, no ratings, because we're not going to rate the definitions that people are putting up there if they put them up. Common module settings are all the same. Restrict access, activity completion. You can use this as an activity, or you can use it just as a library of, like a glossary library. So we can get rid of students must view to complete. We're not requiring them to put an entry in there. Don't actually need any completion for this because we're just going to be putting the glossary terms in there for the student to use. Let's turn activity completion off, save and display. This is what a glossary looks like. We can add an entry. To do that, we click add entry. We put in the concept, which can just be the term if you like, and I tend to put the term in first and then the keyword, which is also the term. While I've copied that, then I just copy in the definition. For that, we can just check there, auto linking. This entry should be automatically linked, which it should be, and save changes. So that's our term artboard. We can go through and just add all of those, which I won't go and do because it takes too long to do that manually. There is another way you can use to import them. Might look at that later. At this stage, that's just how you put the terminology in. Now let's have a little bit of a look. If we go to use the word artboard, we go back to a page, we can just create a new page here somewhere. We'll call it a test page. And in the content, we're going to put the word artboard in there. Okay, just the word artboard. Just as normal text, just put it straight in there, and we're going to choose save and display. So there's our word artboard. Notice it doesn't actually do anything. What you would think it would do is the word artboard would give us the glossary term and allow us to see what the definition is. But it doesn't by default. So let's go back into our settings. Let's go back to our course main page and into filters. And we're just going to check that glossary auto linking is currently off. So let's turn that on. We can say default on and save changes. Let's go back to our course, into our test page. Now if we hold the mouse over the word artboard, it says glossary. If we click on it, it pops up with artboard, an area defined by blah blah blah, which is our definition for artboard. So we now have our glossary working now. Any other glossary terms that we've added to our glossary, so any of these terms here that we've added, whenever they appear inside any content or inside any HTML text, they will appear. One little thing that might be useful for you to know is that you may not want glossary definitions in your quizzes. You can turn the function off just inside quizzes if you like. That just makes it a bit easier to make sure nobody can view glossary terms in a quiz, because you might want them to already know what they are rather than be able to click on the link that shows them what the description is. And that's all you need to know so far about glossaries.
If you haven't already had a look at how to add a book to a course, it's worth having a look at that first, then coming back to looking at how to add a lesson, because a book is a sort of similar concept, but a lesson allows a lot more scope to add extra parts or extra things in for a student, including adding quiz questions inside the lesson. So let's go. We make sure editing's turned on. We choose add an activity or resource. We're looking for a lesson, which is just here. We'll call this lesson 1, and for our description we'll just put a description in there, leaving everything else the same. We'll just say save and display so we can see what this actually does. Alright, to keep it simple, think of this in terms of a book with questions, and it will be easier for you to follow. Alright, so we can add a page, so add a content page. It's quite simple. We'll call it page 1, and we'll say page contents goes in here. So far that's all sensible and logical. Now, tricky bit is for each content or piece of content, you can control the navigation of what happens to a student or what a student can do from that content. I'm going to use the word next, assuming they're just going to the next page in a book, and then choose next page as the jump. So it allows them to jump to the next page. We'll leave the rest, just click save. You can see now we have page 1. There is a jump, which is the next page, so they'll have an option of click on the next page to go to the next page. Let's go and add another new page. Add a content page. We'll call this one page 2 and have some content in there. There'll be some great information inside there. Now we have here back, which will go to previous page, and then we'll have next, which will go to next page. So you can see how the navigation's starting to make sense, or make a bit of sense now. You can just keep working your way through and adding page after page after page, but I'll show you another page type first before we add any questions or anything. I'm going to add one more content page, and this will be page 3. And in page 3 we're going to put in home as an option, and that will take us to, here we go, page 1. So if they click home, it will take them to page 1. Back will take them to the previous page. Next will take them to the next page. Navigation starting to make sense. This is how a lesson works. So now we have back to page 1, we have previous page, and we have next page, and we have some page content. Let's look at that from a student view first and see what that looks like. Here we go, lesson 1 for our student. Our student clicks on lesson 1 and it says page 1, and we have some information, and they can go next. Page 2, and they can either go back or next. If they go next to page 3, they can either go home, which takes them back to the first page. They can go back, which takes them back to page 2. Home takes them to the first page, and next will take them to next, which says congratulations, you've reached the end of this lesson. So that's an automated page that just happens by default because that's what it does. Well, let's see how we go about adding questions in there. So before I jump any further, you can see there that you can add navigation jumping between pages from page to page. So if you had a 10-page document, page 3 might say, if you've already learnt about topic A, then jump to topic B instead, or continue on to learn more about this topic. So you can allow the students to jump and navigate themselves past content they might not need to know about, or that they already know about and don't need to read about, and give them a chance to sort of get ahead and not have to consume everything. But let's go down to add a question page. And a question page allows us these question types. all of them except for one can be auto marking. So let's just do true, false, just to keep everything really simple. True, false, and we'll put in our question goes in there, and we'll just say the answer is true so that we remember what it was supposed to be. So we'll put true in there as an answer. They receive 1 as a score for that, and then they by default go to the next page. Notice the other pages are appearing here as we go, so we can just leave that as next page. Wrong answer is false. Now the reason for a true, although it says true false, you can have things like yes, no, or other answers in there. It's just a one or the other option. This is the correct one, so whatever we put in here will be the correct answer for this question. So we save page. So there's our true false. Let's jump to our student view and let's see what a student actually gets now when they go into the lesson. So lesson 1, next, next, next. Here we go. Here's our question. Answer is true, so we'll just choose true and submit. And they scored 1 out of 1, and it's now the end of the lesson anyway. Quite simply, you can create a lesson with multiple pages, multiple navigation going between the pages, and also have questions that are contained in the lesson as well. One thing to remember though, if you do add a question type of essay, and we add that, we call that essay 1, and we put our question in here, an essay question needs to be graded. So when the student goes to do the essay question, go into their lesson. I'm not allowed to retake this lesson. I should have mentioned that first. Cool. Now if we go back into settings, go down to grade, you'll see here that it says you cannot change the type as grade or exists. So a student's already had a go at this one. It has retakes allowed. We just need to change that to yes. And we could also set a pass grade here as well. So our maximum grade, we can set a pass grade of 100% as well if we like, or 100. Save and display. Let's jump back to our student. And our student can now retake this lesson. Previously they couldn't because we didn't have the option of allowing multiple attempts. So we go next, next, next. They choose true and get that correct. Now this one here is where they put in an answer. So you might have had a question where they have to type in their own answer. When they submit, it says congratulations, you've reached the end. Your essay question was graded and added to your final score at a later date. Your current grade without the essay question is 1 out of 2. So your current grade is 50 out of 100. Current grade meaning that someone has to go and grade that essay question. So just remember that when you're doing lessons, if you do put an essay question in there, someone has to go and grade that. So hopefully that's given you a good introduction to what the lesson activity is. Just remember, it's really a book that allows you to navigate, where you choose the navigation, and also allows you to add questions, quiz questions in there. And we do have now the option of grade the essays that has appeared there for me to grade that essay from that student. I'll leave you to it. Have a go at lessons and do some experiments and see what you can do.
In this video we're going to look at how to add a quiz to Moodle 4.0, and that's quite simple to do. First we go up to edit mode, make sure you're in your course, go up to edit mode, select add an activity or resource, and the one we're looking for is a quiz, so you can type in the word quiz to find it, or you can also select activities and look for quiz down the bottom left in this case, and click on quiz. Here is our new quiz. We're going to type in a name for the quiz. In this case, this is our task 1 check your knowledge quiz. That's the quiz we're creating. Task 1 check your knowledge quiz. At the moment we won't have a description in there. We can just leave that blank, but we will add a description later. So the settings for a new quiz are relatively simple. Obviously the first one is timing, and that is where you can decide when the quiz is made available, if it's enabled or not. It decides whether that date that you put in there actually allows the quiz to be open on a certain date, and then you can have it close on a certain date. And that works for your quiz in a course. That's the easiest way to set up the quizzes. There is a way to manage them in groups as well, which we won't look at right at the moment, but open the quiz, close the quiz. You can also set a time limit from when they start the quiz, and the description in there actually tells you, if enabled, the time limit is stated on the initial quiz page, and a countdown timer displayed in the quiz navigation block. So that's over on the right. When they start the quiz, it will tell them how long they've got left to complete the quiz. And when the time expires, this is where you get to decide what actually happens. A grace period, but no more questions answered, or attempts must be submitted before the time expires, or they're not counted. So they have to get right through the complete submission part at the end as well. Okay, for the grade, you can have grade categories. We haven't got any set up at the moment. We have a grade to pass. In our case, our grade to pass will actually be 5 out of 10. Our quiz is going to be out of 10, so we're just going to go with 5 is the grade to pass. Attempts allowed, we're going to leave that as unlimited at the moment, but you can change that obviously to 1 or 2 attempts. Grading method based on the different attempts. In our case, we're going to leave it as highest grade, so the highest grade is the best mark that they get out of their unlimited attempts. So yes, they could keep doing it over and over and over until they get 100%, until they pass. Obviously, you need to decide what works in your scenario. Let's go to layout. Layout is quite simple. It's talking about when the questions are being answered, whether you put you group them as every question is on its own page, or whether you group them in groups of every 2 questions on a page. You can change that manually once you're editing the questions, which makes it easier. And then the navigation method where it says free, this is talking about whether students can jump between questions from question 1 to 10 to 3 to 7 to 4, or around all the questions. So that's free navigation, or you can force them to have sequential where they have to go next, or back to go forwards and backwards through the questions. Obviously, if your questions are actually sequential, meaning they need to answer one lot of questions first before they go to the next one, because it makes logical sense, because the questions might use information in the previous question, then you want to turn off free navigation. Question behavior, and this is a default. You can set this in individual questions as well, but you can actually have them all shuffled in different orders. So every time they do a new attempt, it reorders or reshuffles all the questions into a different order. The next one, how questions behave. These actually need a lot of explanation. So we might just go into the description here, because it will make it easier. Okay, students can interact with the questions in the quiz in different ways. For example, you may wish the student to enter an answer to each question, submit the entire quiz before anything's graded. That would be deferred feedback mode. Oops. So deferred feedback means they don't get any information about their answers, whether they're right or wrong, or any additional information about them as they go. If you have that turned off, you're not using deferred feedback, so we're using one of the other options, then they can actually get the feedback after every individual question, which in some cases might be more useful to your students to know how they're progressing, rather than submit the whole lot in one go and then find out all the things they did wrong and what the answers or what the suggested comments and remarks are that go with them. The best option for you to do here, because it will actually take me a long time to explain them all, is to go to more help in this one, and that will explain all the other different modes that you have for question behavior. They're very clever, so definitely have a look at that. And then the final one, each attempt builds on the last, and a lot of people ask about this. If there's multiple attempts for a quiz, if you have this enabled and you have multiple attempts, then if the students already answered those questions, it can continue on from there. They don't have to go and enter and recomplete the ones they've already done. So that's why it's calling attempts build on the last. If you have that as yes, instead of it being a whole new quiz, they can continue on. It's very clever, really useful. Review options, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. There are so many options in each of the questions of things that can be displayed and can be shown. By default, pretty much everything is ticked. During the attempt, because we've got deferred feedback selected up here, during the attempt all of that's disabled, so they don't actually, although it's ticked here, so there is an override, during the attempt they don't get any marks or any feedback or anything at all, because we've got deferred feedback on. But immediately after they finish the attempt, then they get to see whether they got it correct, what the mark is that they got, if there's any feedback for that particular question, or any general feedback for specific feedback for any of the actual questions they chose, or general feedback for the overall question. All of that will appear. They can also be shown the right answer and any overall feedback. Why would you want to know all of this, and why would you want to have these options? Is quite simple. There are cases where you don't want the student to know what the right answer is, you just want them to know they got it wrong and they need to go back and rethink what their answer is and have another go at it without being told the right answer. So you can turn that off. That's quite simple. Just turn right answer off from all the options and they won't need to see that anymore. There's also cases where you may not want the overall feedback or any of the feedback to show. You just might want that to be left and not displayed as well, in which case you probably didn't need to enter any of that. You may also not want them to know the actual marks they got for some reason, so that can be disabled there as well. So that's the very basic rundown of the review options. The next one is appearance. Now this one you can show the person's image just so that they know, and anyone who's supervising knows that that is the person who is actually logged in, and the picture of that person based on their profile. This can be useful if you're using a process that screen captures the student doing the quiz at the same time, just to help verify that they are actually on the right profile and that they all match. Decimal places in the grade, that's up to you whether you need them or you don't. Grades are adjusted, there may need to be decimal places in there. Often people turn that back to 0. And decimal places in the question grade, you can set that to same as this one, or you can have it separate for individual questions. It's up to you. And the last one is to show blocks during quiz attempts. You can, by default that's turned off. Showing blocks just means that there's all those other blocks that may be part of the course appearing on the other side. You can disable those just so that people don't have to look at them, because it can become really annoying having too much stuff on the screen while you're trying to do a quiz. Safe Exam Browser. There is a specific special browser that's designed for safe exams, and that means that the student opens it up, they start the exam, and it will trigger and it will know when they leave that browser to go to another browser or to go to another program. So if they click on anything outside of the Safe Exam Browser, it will register in the system that they've done that and stop the exam straight away. So they do have to download and install the Safe Exam Browser to use that, so that's only going to work for students that's appropriate for. Experiment with that first before you go and start using it. Extra restrictions on attempts. So this is where there's restrictions that you're forcing to make it more secure for people to use. So you can have a password there that says, if you'd like to do this quiz, you need to put in this particular password. You can restrict it to certain people on a certain network. If they're not on that network, then they can't access that particular quiz. Delay between attempts so that they can't just do attempt after attempt after attempt without spending some time researching and finding out what they should know. So you can actually put a delay between that, especially between first and second. Browser security is one I actually haven't read before. If full screen pop-up with some JavaScript security is selected, the quiz will only start if the student has a Java enabled browser. Quiz appears in a full screen pop-up window, covers all the other windows and has no navigation. Students are prevented as far as possible from using facilities like copy and paste. Okay, so it does a pop-up that tries to check what's going on. It's not 100% foolproof, but it certainly restricts a lot of other interactions that they might want to do to try and make it a little bit more secure. Then there's the mobile option as well. So can they do the quiz offline using a mobile app? So they can still do the quiz using a mobile app, but it's whether they're using it offline, meaning that they don't have any internet connection, which means you can't check things and you have to wait for it to upload later. It's up to you, that's just an option. Let's jump to the last one. Overall feedback. You may have noticed overall feedback way back here. Overall feedback, and this is overall to the whole quiz. Overall feedback means if they get 100%, this is the feedback that you'll give them. You can then set a grade boundary, so that could be 90 or 75 as a percentage, and then the message that they'll get if they get below 75. That just works its way through. You can add more feedback boundaries as well to decide what grades actually return that overall feedback. Obviously, if you don't need to use overall feedback, then you can just turn it off here as well, and you don't need to use it. And the last few things are common to all modules, so you will have seen these previously. So this is the available show on course page or hide from students. So it can be hidden from students potentially as well until you want it to be made available. There's a separate ID number. You can have groups or no groups as well, so you can separate them into groups. That's up to you. Restrict access is the same as the normal restrict access which you should have looked at in a separate area. If you haven't, go and check out restricting access on common module settings. Activity completion is the same, although we'll just have a quick look. Show activity as complete when conditions are met. The conditions for a quiz are: student must view to complete, a student must receive a grade to complete, and if you do tick that, you then get the option of students must receive a passing grade, or all available attempts completed. So that means if there was multiple attempts and they're all being completed, that's fine. That class is a pass. Then you can also have a number of required attempts, because you may want them to have a go a few times. Rare occasion where you would want that, but that's okay. And you can set an expected completion date for this, which means that if they've completed by that date, it's enabled, then the activity is classed as complete, and this is all to do with course completion. Last thing is tags, which we'll leave, and competencies. If you're using course competencies, then you can set that up in here. And that's all we have to do. Save and display, and we have ourselves a new quiz ready to add some questions. You may have never heard of the word SCORM, or SCORM, Shareable Content Object Reference Model, but what it is a type of way of transferring courses between platforms. Quite simply, I've taken a course from a Articulate Rise course, exported it as a SCORM package, and I'm going to import that into Moodle and show you what that looks like, how it works, and a few of the settings that relate to that. So it's a common thing that a lot of people do, is they purchase some content from another provider and they want to put that into their Moodle course. Let's have a look at adding a SCORM package. Firstly, I've turned edit mode on. I am a course creator. I'm going to add, and we're looking for down here a SCORM package. So we just choose SCORM package, and we're going to call this SCORM 1, and we might have a description in there if we like. Then all we need to do is drag and drop our SCORM package onto here. Now, a SCORM package includes all of the images, all of the HTML, all of the content that creates the course. It may even include videos, so they could be really, really big packages, whereas other times they could be really small packages. But I've now added that. It is an XML file. I'm going to leave all the other settings as default and just select Save and Display so you can see what this looks like. So when the student goes into the SCORM package, it shows them that there are a number of attempts allowed. It also has a grading, so a SCORM package can be graded because there are a couple of different types of SCORM packages. One of them is SCORM 1.4, which is the SCORM package that Moodle allows. There is also SCORM 2004, which has multiple variations of that as well. So you need to make sure you have the right format of the SCORM package as well. And when you export it, you do need to make sure the settings are correct. So if I get time, I'll show you a little bit of that as well. But first of all, let's see what this looks like. If I press enter, it opens up the SCORM package inside a page because we left it the default settings. And if you've seen Articulate Rise, you will see that this looks very familiar. If I choose Start Course, a new navigation appears on the left and students can navigate through that. And if I go right down the bottom, so everything else looks the same as a normal Articulate Rise course in terms of content, but it is embedded inside the page, which I'll show you a way to do that separately in a moment. We change our settings, but there is also a quiz, and I'm just going to go through and quickly do the quiz. So, myth or fact, skipping meals helps you lose weight. Let's say that is a myth. Go next. 4 to 5 times a week sounds about right. Don't want to do it every day. And no time with friends is feeling isolated, lack of restful sleep, irritability, chronic stress, blood pressure. There we go. Correct. And we scored 100%. Perfect. Okay, so once I've completed that SCORM package, I can then go back to my course. And you'll see there is our SCORM 1 package. If I go back into the SCORM package, you'll see now that the number of attempts is unlimited. I've had one attempt and I've completed a grade of 100%. Grading method, highest attempt, and grade report 100%.
because I completed that quiz and I received 100% in that quiz, I received 100%, and that goes onto my grade, which will go into the grade report as well. Now, there's one really important thing that I had to do to make that work, and that was when I exported the package, and I'll jump to Articulate Rise and show you, when you export out of Articulate Rise, you choose LMS and you choose SCORM 1.2. I said 1.4, didn't I, before, because I was thinking 2004. SCORM 1.2 is the format. There is SCORM 2004, which also has different editions as well, but Moodle doesn't allow that. So SCORM 1.2 is what you need. But I had to make sure that track using quiz result was set, not track using course completion. Because track using course completion from Articulate Rise doesn't give you a percentage of completion for some reason, but track using the results from the quiz does, which means the quiz is the final criteria as to how we set the grade when we go back into Moodle. So jump back again into here. One thing I wanted to show you that's important is we go to settings, go down to appearance. In appearance, instead of current window, we go new window and save and display. So when a student appears here to look at their SCORM package, remember we can have a description here to explain to them what they need to do. They just press enter and it opens up in a new window. I haven't been able to get rid of that left hand menu, but that new window means that a student can go in and complete their work. A couple of things to mention. One is that it remembers where you're up to. So it shows me that I've completed this first topic. It also shows me that I've completed the wellness quiz and I've received 100%. It remembers that, which is great. So it knows what you've done. As long as you don't create a new SCORM package and drop it back in a new time, it remembers this version of it. So keep it, once you've installed it, keep that as the same setting, and it will keep storing all of the students' results for you and the students' progress through their SCORM package. That's the main part of SCORM packages. And in settings, there is a collection of other settings which I don't want to go into much detail for you, but only to mention that you can have availability, you can set the grade requirements, you can set whether there's only one attempt at completing the quiz in there, and whether it bases the result grade on highest attempt or average, or all those different options that you've got there. And then the final one is compatibility setting, which I left as default. In most cases you won't need to change these settings. So that's all we need to do to add a SCORM package to a course. A wiki activity is another activity type that you can set up, and we're going to create one of those. I'm logged in as a course creator. I will turn on editing, go down to our area that we're going to add our activities, choose add an activity or resource. The one we're looking for is down here, wiki. And I should have read the description what a wiki was, so let's just jump back and go back in again. And here's the description of a wiki. The wiki activity module enables participants to add and edit a collection of web pages. They can be collaborative, which means you can get students to work on something together, which is really cool. A history of previous versions of pages is kept, which is clever as well, which you may be able to use. So we'll go and have a look at that and see how that works. So let's choose add, and we'll just call this wiki 1. And here is our description for our wiki. This is the choice where you can decide whether it's collaborative, so is it the one wiki that everyone's going to use together, or do they each have their own wiki page that they can develop on their own? We're going to use it or leave it as collaborative, and the description there basically says whether everyone can edit the wiki or whether everyone has their own wiki which only they can edit. So let's leave it on collaborative wiki first, and the first page name will be the welcome page. Format we'll leave as HTML. There is other types of wiki formats. There's Creole and NWiki, which you can use. We're just going to leave it as HTML to keep it nice and easy for everybody to use. Common module settings are the same as normal. Let's go down to completion. Show activity completion when students must view. Notice again there is no grade, so this is only about participation or about viewing the activity. It's not about getting a grade for completing anything in the wiki. Let's just save and display. This gives them the option, or you the option, of creating a new page or leaving it as the default wiki page welcome.
you can decide which group you're looking at and whether you're creating a page for all participants or creating a page for individual groups. So we're going to leave this HTML and just choose create page because the first one is called welcome, and we're just going to put some content in. Content goes in here, and we're going to save. So we now have a wiki with one page in there. That's all we needed at the moment. We don't need to do any more. We do have the option of view, edit, comments, history, map, files, and administration. Now, what does that actually look like? Let's go to a student first and have a student go in and add a page as well. I'm logged in as a student now, and I'm taking this all the way down to our new wiki page, which is right here. We choose wiki, and you can see the student doesn't see any other pages, but they can create their first page, which we've already decided is called welcome. They create page, and I'll put in here students page 1 content, and they can save their page, and that's all they've got at the moment. Nice and simple and easy. So a student may have put some content in there that you've asked them to do when they create their own wiki. Put some information in there. That's all they have to do. Let's jump back to a teacher and see what this looks like now. So I've logged back in as a teacher now. I go back into the wiki, and you can see here we have a wiki based on welcome student 1's content, and this is because our teacher is teacher number 1 that we're logged in as, and teacher number 1 is part of group 1. So teacher number 1 can see what's happening in group 1 wiki. If I jump back to the student, this time we're on student number 2, and I choose edit as student number 2. Student number 2 goes in and makes a change to the wiki, so added some text, and I'll just put in there student 2 so that you know who this is, because that is student number 2. And we're just going to save that. So now we have students page 1 content, added some text, student 2. So you can see how the second student has now made some changes to the wiki. If I switch back to the teacher role and reload the page, you'll see now it says student page 1 content, added some text, student 2. So that's all cool. So it means that the teacher in their group can have a look at what the students are doing in the wiki and what changes they're making. Remember, this is where we chose to have a combined wiki, not have a separate wiki per student. So if we do it per student, we get to see each one that the student works on separately. We can choose out of the students. But because we're doing it as a combined one, it's based on groups because we've got groups enabled. Let's have a look. If we go to history and have a look, you can see that student made a change, student 2 made another change, student 2 made another change, student made the first one. So this is in reverse order, I should say. So our first student added some content when they created the wiki page. Student has made a few edits to that, and there's now version number, so you can check what those changes are that each person made to the wiki as well. So we can view the version of that particular document or of that wiki by clicking on version. It shows us who the last person to modify it was and all of the changes. But if we want to actually do a diff, so that's comparing the changes between the two, we need to choose which two we'd like to compare. So in this case it's the last two. Then select compare selected, and it will now show us the difference between the two pages. So this was the original content, and this was the writing that was added in by a student. So that way you can start to see what the participation has been with different students and what their changes are that they made as they're working through their page. We're just going to go back again. So the last part that's useful to you, obviously you can go in and edit and fix things up or change things if there's anything that needs to be modified by you. That will be recorded as well, so students will know that you've made that change. But you can also go in and apply comments. So you can add a comment to a document. I'm just going to write in this is a comment, and we'll save the changes to the comment. And you'll see down here we have an extra bit below the page that will appear that says this is a comment by teacher 1. How does that look for a student? Let's jump to a student and have a look. Just going to reload the page for our student, and then the student can choose comments, and then they can see what the comments are from the teacher, and the teacher can update their comments and make some changes if they need to let them know this is what you may need to do with your wiki to fix things up or make any changes. And then a student can also reply to that comment
student comment. Now this is student number 2, so I'll put that in there so that you also see where that fits in, and you can see the student has now made a comment as well. If we jump back to our teacher, reload that, you can see that we have an ongoing story of comments, teacher, student. We can then go back to view the page to see what they've actually been doing with their wiki page. So that's a very, very basic rundown of how you can use a wiki to allow students to collaborate on a document. And the most useful thing could be an assignment where you've said to students, can you all work on this topic and just use the wiki page to put all of your responses in there. Once everything is all sorted and together and you're all happy with it, feel free to make comments and discuss what you need to, then submit that assignment. You can export that, or you can print it, so you can print it as a PDF or complete and submit that as an actual submittable assignment that can be graded. That's one way to do it. So hopefully that's given you a good start on what a wiki does and how it works. If you haven't already looked at H5P, we might just have a quick sneak peek at what H5P looks like so you know what it is you're actually going to add. So let's have a look. H5P is an open source interactive shareable content platform where you can create content inside Moodle that is interactive. If we go to h5p.org and choose examples and downloads, you can see some of the examples of what show you these main ones, because these are the ones you will probably use the most. One of them is an interactive video. It allows you to use a YouTube video and create an interactive video that has extra options and buttons and questions and pop-ups and things that overlay over the video, and you can create that inside the platform. So as the playhead is going through, you'll see that a quiz pops up and you can ask what sort of berry is this. They can do a check and get it correct and continue. The video continues on. You can see each one of those markers on the timeline represent a different activity. And allows you to jump around between the content in relation to the video. Remember, the video still lives on YouTube, but you can embed it inside the content. So that's one of the interactive activities. Another that's commonly used is the course presentation, where it's sort of like a PowerPoint presentation, but you get to design it yourself, and it can include things like quizzes and activities, quiz questions, activities. Embedded video can be inside that as well, and you have a small navigation bar that users can, or students can use to go through the content, and you also have a completion area that shows scores if there's activities that have scoreable components in them. So that's another example. And then the last one is the branching scenario, which is sort of clever. So it allows you to ask questions, explains in this case how it works, and there's an introduction. Okay, so we're going to proceed. Before you visit a client please can review the client information, so then ask you to proceed. So it's sort of like a lesson, but it allows you to do it all inside the one component, where you can jump between information or pages. There's a video, there's some more content. It allows you now to jump where you need to go based on what you think the response should be.
Hi, I'm Anne.
And it will jump to the correct page or the correct content in relation to what you've selected. So that's a branching scenario, which is again really clever and really useful. Now that you know a bit about what H5P is, let's go back to Moodle and show you how to add that into the content. To do that, turn on editing. I am a course creator. I go to add an activity or resource, and I go to H5P. And I'm going to put in here H5P1. Now, the reason I showed you this order was actually intentional. I wanted to show you that if you go to H5P to add an activity inside H5P, the choice here is uploading a package file, or clicking on the file picker up here, where you can look on your device, on your computer or on Moodle, and find a package to actually use. So you don't create the H5P in here. You can create the H5P over here in H5P if you like, download it, and then upload the H5P package inside the content here. We don't want to do it that way. we want to use what's called the content bank. So it says down here, use the content bank to manage your H5P files. So let's just cancel this one. We're going to go back to our home page, then click on Content Bank, and you can see in the Content Bank, currently there isn't anything in there. If we go to Add, it gives us all the H5P interactive content types, and I'd like to use the interactive video for you just to show you how that one works, because it's a common one. It's one that you'll probably use a lot. So we've created an H5P activity inside Moodle, which version 4.0 does this, allows you to do it. And we'll call this example video. All we need to do then is add a video. To do that, we just need the YouTube URL. So let's go find a YouTube video. I'm going to go to the Empire Between YouTube channel and choose a video here. And let's use, we wrote a song in 8 minutes. So this could be a course about songwriting, if you like. All we need to do is grab the URL from the top of the video. This is my daughter and I writing a song in 8 minutes, by the way. We paste the URL into here and we say insert, and then we choose add interactions. So the video will come up with all of these options where we can start putting in timeline comments in there. So if we just wanted to put some text in there, I could click on text and put my name in there just so you know who I am. That's the label and the text. Done. And it doesn't have to actually do anything, this one here, it's just appearing at that time frame to let you know who that person is. But if we went further along, we could pause and ask questions. What do you think about the chords, or what do you think about this quiz? What do you think about this song lyrics? We could add that in as a question inside our video. So let's say all of that's in there and we click save. We've put together our whole interactive content, and that's a whole nother section on how to create all of these different content types. Okay, we've now added our H5P object in there. I just click exit and you can see here it's called example video, and it now lives inside the content bank. So first of all, create all of your content in the content bank. To get there, go home, then choose content bank, and you can just add all of the activities that you need in there. Let's go back to our course where we wanted to add our H5P. We choose add an activity, we go down to H5P, and we'll put H5P example, deja vu. We can put a description in. To choose the H5P, we just click on this icon, go to content bank, and you'll see in our content bank, if we go to system and right back to the top of our content bank, you'll see example video. We choose example video, we're leaving it as interactive video 1H5P, all of that's the same. We leave it as who the author is, we select it just like we're adding a picture. In our options, we can add a download button if we like, which we normally don't, embed if you wanted to use embedding, and copyright if you wanted to show the copyright. We can also have a grade for it depending on the type of H5P activity. In this case, we don't need a grade because it really doesn't make any sense. And save and display. The video has now appeared. It comes from YouTube, so I don't need to store it on the server. Let's go to our student and have a look what it looks like for a student view. Student goes down to H5P example, they click on it, it opens up the video, they can start playing and watching the video as it all wanders through, which is all fine. And if we go towards that little marker, stop just before that marker, you'll see that it'll get to that marker, and just as it arrives there, my name will appear up here. It could have been an activity of some other type to let you know other things. If I click on that, that's all it does. It just pauses and shows my name. But it could have been a quiz question or any other of the components. So I'm not going to show you how the H5P activities will work, but I used that one just as an example for you. And that's how you add a H5P component into a page.
Our next question type is a drag and drop text question that we're going to add to a quiz. To that, we go into our quiz and we choose add new question. And we're going to go down to drag and drop into text. Choose add. Let's name our quiz. This is going to be quiz question number 6 in this particular quiz question. Let's add our question text. Paste that in. Our question text is due to the need for art that prints at, and the drag and drop word here will be, or words will be, multiple sizes, then the word responsive, then varying, then vector files, and they're all in brackets. Our default mark will be 1, and here are our choices. So let's go and populate our choices so we can have multiple sizes. Let's go and put that in for answer 1. And once we put that in, we just grab that bracket, bracket 1, close bracket, and that goes in here for number 1. So responsive, we can actually put it in while we're here, is number 2. Just there, so that's where we'll have our 2. For our third one, number 3, we'll just put in number 3, and number 4 is vector files. There's number 4. There's vector files, and we've got number 4. We've put that in correctly. Yes, 4 with the brackets around it. That's it. And we're going to leave the groups and things. We won't worry about those at the moment. Just going to go save changes and have a look. Let's see what it looks like by clicking on our little magnifying glass. And you can see here we have, due to the need for art that prints at, multiple sizes, and responsive web design adapting to varying screen sizes, vector files are a necessity of modern design. And if we fill incorrect, you'll see that it's dropped them all incorrect. Notice that it didn't leave the words down here for them to try and use multiple words in the content, because what you can do, if we just close that and go back in and edit using the cog, we can choose things like modern, one size only, as other options that can be put in there that aren't actual, they're just going to appear there to be chosen. And we can also choose unlimited, so we could do that for both of those. You can do that for all of them if you like, but I'll show you what that does. If we save and go back to preview, you'll notice that we now have 4 areas to drop in, but we have more answers than what we need. Remember, multiple sizes, we clicked that tick box. If I drag multiple sizes up, notice it keeps multiple sizes down there, so the assumption is that multiple sizes could be used more than once. In this case it's not, but it could be. One size only is also an option that we can put in there. So if we choose responsive, varying, notice if I drop that on varying to replace it, it puts varying back down, puts that one back up again, and modern, and I can submit and finish. And I actually got them wrong, but because it doesn't do our grading yet, it doesn't actually tell us what the different sizes are. But let's just start again. Fill in correct responses to just check. So prints at multiple sizes and responsive web design, adapting to varying screen sizes, vector files are necessary, and we've got the other duplicates there, and the one size only and modern that weren't used. Everything is now correct for that quiz. If we did want to, we could just go back in and remove those extra ones because they're probably not necessary, and remove unlimited. We'll save that, and our quiz question is now ready to go as a drag and drop text. We're now going to look at adding a essay question to a quiz. Now this is a very different question type, and I'll explain as we go what that actually means, but let's add it first and have a look. So we're going to our quiz, choose add new question, going to choose essay. Now this is the most important thing, and I'll explain it right here. Allows a response of a file upload and or online text. This must then be graded manually, and that's the important bit. This must then be graded manually. So this is one of those areas where if you add an essay question to a quiz, the complete quiz cannot be automatically graded based on their answers. You have to go in as a teacher, or the teacher, assessor, instructor has to go in, mark that for you, or it has to mark that for the student. So it must be graded manually. So let's go add We're going to use check your knowledge quiz, and this is question number 7. Our question text, which will be, because it's an essay type answer, it will be something like this type of question: describe 2 primary differences between a graphic designer and an illustrator. The mark for this is 1, and here's our response options, which are very different than anything else we've looked at so far. We're using the HTML editor, which allows them to use bold and italic and all those types of things. We can limit it to just plain text if we like, or we can have HTML editor with a file picker as well, but I'll show you what that looks like, what the differences are when we have a look at it. Required the student enters text, or the text is optional. Now the reason the text could be optional is because we may want them to just upload a file. So instructions may say upload a file, so we make the text optional rather than required. If we don't have an attachment or the allow them to upload a file or multiple files, then make sure you have that the text is required to be entered. Otherwise they could just submit it without any text in there, and it'll be a waste of your time trying to go in and grade or mark something that has nothing in there. You can decide how big the box is, which sort of guides students on how much information you're expecting them to put in their answer. And you can have a word limit as well, a minimum and a maximum word limit. That's up to you whether you have that. And allow attachment. So we're just going to add 1 so they can load up 1 file. You can also choose if it's required or if they're optional. So out of those, however many you choose, you can decide whether they're optional or whether they're required. How many are required based on your question. Accepted file types. This gets a little bit crazy, but it is really useful because it means you don't end up with all sorts of formats of files sent to you. So you can actually go to choose, and you can choose the file types based on their category. So for example, in our case, we will want them to, they don't actually have to upload a file for our question, which is good, but if we did allow them to upload a file, we'd probably only want them to be text document based type files. So that would be a Google Doc, a Publisher document, a PDF, a Word document, any of those. So if we save that, you'll see that we've now added .doc and all of those file types are allowed. And we also set a site an upload limit, because you may tell them please make sure the files are only 5 meg or 10 meg, or you can leave it to the site limit, which is in this case 256. Then we have our response. Information for the person grading. Because it's going to be manually graded, it's often useful for you to put in some information about how this question will actually be graded. Because it has to be manually graded, put in some information to make it easier for the grader. It's really useful. Let's save changes and just have a look what this looks like for a student. We go to our magnifying glass, and you'll see there the student has described 2 primary differences between a graphic designer and illustrator, and there's some space for them to answer and a file upload. Now we're going to remove the file upload because that's not useful to this question, and then just have a look at this little editor up the top. So let's close that, go back into edit, go down here to where we have allow attachments and say no, and I'm just going to change the HTML editor to say HTML editor with file picker and save changes. Let's preview that, see what it looks like. Okay, so what this actually allows them to do now, this allows them to add, when it says file picker, it means they can add images, they can add videos in as part of the content inside here. Previously they couldn't do that, so let's just go back to here and just go HTML editor, save, preview, and see how now they can add an image, but the image has to be via a URL, not by them browsing and uploading a file to the server. Previously with File Picker, they can actually pick files and upload them and add them into the content as well. So this just makes it a bit safer for you without having the students uploading all sorts of random things. But that might be too much as well. You may want to go with, let's edit again, and choose plain text. Save changes, go to our preview, and here all they can do is just enter text, and that's it. and that may be all that you want them to do without having the options of bold, italic and formatting and all that type of thing. So totally up to you what you need, but they're the options, the way that you can add an essay type question. Remembering the most important thing is that it has to be graded by somebody. It isn't automatically graded. So that's adding an essay question to a quiz. We're in our quiz and we're going to add a matching question type this time. Let's go down to add a new question, and we're looking for matching, which is the next one in the list. We'll choose add, and we'll put in the name of our quiz as the question name with question, I think it's 4, yes, question 4. Our question text is going to be select the most common file extension for each graphic type. So this is a matching question, so things need to match. It's going to be worth 1. We can put in general feedback if we like, and here we have the answer and the question and the correct answer that goes with it. So the question will be a photo and the type will be JPEG, or the answer. So the common file type for a photo is a JPEG. Question number 2, a common file type for an animation is a GIF. You can have an animated GIF. The next one is an image with a transparent background. You may or may not know what that one is. It is a PNG. We clicked on add 3 more. So that was the blank for 3 more questions, because we needed 1 more question to be added onto our list. And that is vector illustrations. There, and a vector illustration can be saved as an SVG. Now notice there's 2 more questions here. If we don't fill them in, they won't appear as part of the question, so we don't need to worry about them. Combined feedback is all normal, and multiple tries, we can put in hints if they have multiple tries. Let's save changes, preview our question, and this is what it looks like. You came up with select the most common file extension for each graphic type, animation. We can go through and find for animation, we can choose what the correct answer is. We can then choose out of all those same answers. Notice it puts all the answers into the drop down list. Notice they are sorted in not necessarily alphabetical order, but they're in the same order in each drop down list. So JPEG, SVG, PNG, GIF, JPEG, SVG, PNG, GIF. So the drop down lists are still all the same to make it easier. If you have something in your drop down list, like a list that needs to be in some sort of order, you can do that, but that sort of defeats part of the purpose of it being a matching exercise, or can, especially if these ones here on the left hand side are all in the same order as the answers. We just go 1 for question 1, 2 for question 2, 3 and 4. So fill in the correct answers to check that everything's right. Animation's a GIF, images transparent a PNG, vector illustrations SVG, photo JPEG is all correct. There we go. So that's all we needed to do to add a matching activity, a matching question type into our quiz. We're in our quiz and we need to add a new question to our quiz, and this is going to be a multiple choice question with only 1 correct answer. So let's go to questions, select add and choose a new question, choose multiple choice, select add. We need to put in the question name, so I'm just going to copy the quiz name here, and on our list of questions this is actually question number 2. Alright, we put in our question text. That's quite simple. We can obviously do all our formatting and all that sort of thing. One useful thing to put in here is choose one answer. That's often useful for students because they may not know, well in this case they will know because they'll only be able to choose one answer, but this way it just explains to them there's only one correct answer, so that's all they need to worry about. Obviously when you start using multiple answers you may want to tell them there is 3 correct answers, or you might want them to just try and guess. It depends how hard you want to make the question. Alright, question status is obviously ready. We don't use draft unless we need to. Default mark for this question will be 1. So question number 2 is worth 1. General feedback is feedback after they've answered this question. if we've enabled general feedback. ID number is not used at the moment. One or multiple answers. In our case, there is only one correct answer. We're going to shuffle all the choices automatically, so every attempt they will be reshuffled. The answers, that is, will be reshuffled into a different order for them. We can number them if we like, or we can have no numbering. It's up to you. Leave it as A, B, C, D if you like. Show standard instructions. There is actually standard instructions there, which is actually really nice. So I might enable that instead. Go yes and get rid of that, because then we don't need it. And you'll get to have a look at the standard instructions when we preview it. Now we need to put in we've put in our question. Our question was, which software product is used primarily for vector graphics? Our first choice is going to be Adobe Illustrator, which is actually the correct answer. So for correct answers, just put our text in there. And not sure why this box is actually not really big at the moment. There we go. So there's our correct answer. Because Adobe Illustrator is our correct answer, its value will be 100%. So when they choose Adobe Illustrator, they will get 100% of whatever the grade is. In our case, the grade is, the mark is 1. So they'll get 1 if they get that correct. After that, we don't actually need to set a grade for any of the other answers. So for Adobe Lightroom, which is our next answer, all we need to do is have Adobe Lightroom in there. We don't need to set a grade. We don't need to set it as 0 because there is no 0 option. So we just leave it just how it is. Choice number 3 is Adobe Premiere Pro. Again, don't need to set the grade for that. Choice number 4 is Adobe Lightroom. There we go. Combined feedback. By default, it's already got in there. Your answer is correct. Your answer is partially correct. Your answer is incorrect. We can leave those as they are, or you can change them if you like. We can save changes, and we've now added our next question. We can preview it, clicking on the little preview icon down by the side. Which software product is primarily used for vector graphics? Notice that it has reordered everything. Notice I've put Adobe Lightroom in there twice, so I need to fix that up because it should have had a Photoshop in there. So we're just going to jump back and fix that to edit. Click on the little cog next to the question. Go down here, we've got Illustrator, Lightroom, Premiere Pro and Lightroom. So the last Lightroom, I will change that to Adobe Photoshop, and you would have picked that up while I was doing that, so you would have already known that I would need to fix that. Save again, let's preview. Here we go, Photoshop, Lightroom, Illustrator, Premiere Pro. Fill in the correct response, and it's showing us there that the correct response is Adobe Illustrator, which is correct because the rest are not used for that. Notice that the student can only choose one answer. They can't choose multiple answers because we chose that only one answer is correct. We can close that, and that is how we add a multiple choice, one answer is correct only quiz question. The next quiz question type we're going to look at is multiple choice, but where we have multiple answers. So let's go add our new quiz question. Select add a new question, choose multiple choice, select add. Need to put in the name of our quiz. In this case, we're just going to call it, this one is question 3. Remembering that they can be in a different order when we actually use them, but in this case, this is what it's going to look like. Let's go grab our question, which is what are the primary building blocks for vector illustrations? Our question status is ready. Our default mark is 1. General feedback, we'll leave it how it is. Show standard instructions, we're going to leave as yes. But, sorry, I skipped the important one. One or multiple answers. We're going to have multiple answers are allowed and have them shuffled and leave it as A, B, C, D is our numbering. Now let's jump down to our answers, and this is where having multiple answers allowed is a little bit different. Now in our case, our particular question, and I should actually show you what it looks like because it will be easier for you. Let's have a little look. Our question is, it's multiple choice, multiple answers. What are the primary building blocks for vector illustrations? So the answers are points, lines, curves, shapes, and photos. So we have 5 answers. 4 of them are correct. So let's just get rid of the one that isn't correct. That's photos. So these are the 4 correct answers. Now, because our correct answers have to total 100, we have to divide up the value of each of the correct answers by how many correct ones there are. In this case, 4 correct, so it will be a value of 25% for each correct question. They have to total to 100. Now, the unusual part is that for photos is an incorrect answer. We have to add a value to that if we want it so that if they do choose photos, that they don't get a partial correct answer. So to do that, we need to set it as minus 100 as the value for answer 5 because it's incorrect. Minus 100 means that if they select 3 out of the 4, they'll get 25 plus 25 plus 25, they get 75%. But if they also choose photos, that 75% gets taken away and it's minus 25, which basically means the value is 0 again. So they can't get a partial value answer for a question which says it's partially correct, unless you want it to be partially correct, where you can leave photos as a 0 value. But if you leave it as a 0 value, that means they can choose photos and points, lines, curves, shapes, and in that process it will leave it as being worth 100% because we haven't taken anything off that 100%. We've just left it with whatever they chose, and they'll get 100% if they tick all of them, and we don't want that either. So that's why we do this. So let's go and put each one of these in. Let's have a go. So we'll put points in first, and I might make them capital, and remember it was 25% because there's 4 correct answers. So we need them to total to be 100. So points, lines, again will be 25%. Curves will be 25%. And choice 4 is shapes, which will be 25%. And choice 5, which is photos, which is completely incorrect, and it will be minus 100. If we needed to add more questions to our choices, we could click on blanks for 3 more choices, so that will open up or add 3 more options. Our combined feedback already has in your answers correct, partially correct, or incorrect. Multiple tries, you can actually have a penalty for an incorrect try between 33%, or you can set the percentage of where you want to show that hint. If they get them half right, then you might be able to hint at a couple of the others, but that's up to you. You can add some optional hints in there to sort of help them get them correct if they're allowed multiple tries. Alright, let's save changes. Let's have a look. So we can check our quiz by clicking on that little icon over here. Line, shapes, photos, curve points. We can just check that we got them all, what the correct ones are. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is correct. That's all we had to do. And that's how we add a multiple choice with multiple answers question to our quiz. We're going to look at how you can reorder questions in a quiz. So to do that, we'll go into the questions in our quiz. You can see we have our questions here as check your knowledge question 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they're numbered here because that was the name of the quiz that we gave it, and this is more so that we can look back at our original quiz document, and in this case I'll give you a quick look at what that looks like. So our quiz document here might have in there question number 1 is this, and it makes it easier for us to jump back to our questions here. Go question 1, go, oh, that was the one. But we may want to rearrange them for some reason into a slightly different order. To do that, it's quite simple. You can just drag using the little arrow here. You can just drag and drop and reorder the questions. Now notice that we have page names So page 1, page 2. I now have 2 questions on one page together. So I can reorder them still as question 1 and 2, but group them together. So these 3 questions might all fit together and belong together. The first question may actually have a description of a scenario, and then all these 3 questions relate to that one scenario. And that's one way of putting that in there and grouping them together. So again, I could put these on the same page together and leave the last one, check your knowledge quiz, which was an essay. Yes, that's right, on its own page. So now we're down to 3 pages for our quiz rather than being 7 pages where they've got to keep clicking next, next and next. Something we can add as part of this though, if we add a new question, go down to description and select add, we can just put in here, and I'll put in the question quiz, and I'll call this scenario, and this is a scenario as a question, sorry, as some text for it, and I'll save changes, and you can see now we have quiz scenario. So let's say this group of questions on page 2 were actually part of a scenario. I can put in the text relating to the scenario at the top, and then have all the questions, the actual questions, sitting below that scenario. So these questions may all relate to that one scenario, or that might have an image in there that they need to refer to or something like that. You can group them all together. Let's have a bit of a look and see what this actually looks like to the student. So let's go back to our quiz and preview. You can see here that questions 1, 2 and 3 are now on the first page. So I can answer all of those. Notice on the right hand side with our navigation we've got all 3 together. If I click on the next one, it jumps to this scenario, which is just information, and then they can answer all 3 questions together in the next page. So there may be cases where you need to group things like that, and obviously the last one, when we go to next page, gives us our essay question where they had to type in something and we have to grade that later. So that's one way of rearranging questions. Obviously you can rearrange them in any order you like, and it doesn't matter if the question 1, 2, 3, 4 numbering changes, like if that's put into a different order, that's quite okay. These were more our reference to know that in our document where we created our quizzes, that's where we go to find that particular question, or that question and the answers relating to that question, which just makes the whole management process much, much easier. So that's how you reorder quiz questions in a quiz. The next question type we're looking at is select the missing word, or select missing word. So let's go into our quiz, go down to add. In this case we go add a new question, scroll right to the bottom, and just below other we have select missing word. We select add. We're going to put in the name of our quiz this time, and we're up to question number 5. Here we go. I'm going to put the question text in. Now this is going to look a little bit different than what you're normally used to when we put this in. Right, we've just added our question in. Now you notice that we have all of these extra brackets and text and things inside there. This is because when the question was put together by the person that wrote the questions, they've put in 2 options. Illustrators are often more, and then the option is art focused or overall design. We're going to put in there the word focused, and create individual images or complete compositions. So there's 2 answers for each one of these. That continues on. Illustrators may produce individual pieces of vector or photographic art, and you need to choose, the student has to choose which is the correct answer from those 2. Further down, illustrators primarily design vector or photographic images. Notice that these 2 are the same, vector photographics and then vector photographic. So we can reuse part of our questions for that, but let's have a look at how we combine that down here with our options for this question type. The default mark is 1. We can have an ID number, we can also have some feedback. But then we have here choice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and then we have A as the group. So let's just do one thing at a time. Let's go and grab our first answer is art focused. So let's grab art focused and I'll put that in as our first answer. We'll also grab our second answer, overall design focused, and put that in. So this is in both in group A, and these groups are really important. What we do is we grab this number over here for the correct answer, and we just copy that, and we put that in here as a replacement for both of those. And I've put the 1 in, so the 2 brackets and the number 1 goes in there, and that means that the correct answer is art focused rather than overall design focused. Now, because they're both from group A and I've chosen a choice that is part of group A, everything in group A, or every answer or choice in group A, is going to be shown in this option, in this drop down that's going to appear for them. So I don't want these answers here to be displayed with these ones. So when I put these in, I'm going to change them to group B. So I'll put this one in, and I'll make this group B, and this one here, I'll make it group B as well. And that way we don't have an overlap of our choices overlapping with the other groups. So the correct answer here is individual images. So we'll grab number 3 and put the correct answer in, number 3. Remember, number 3 is part of group B, so only this answer and this answer will appear in the drop down list because that's the group B's. Now we'll tick shuffle, and that just means that in each drop down list they'll actually shuffle the order around when we answer the question. Okay, the next one, we've got vector and we have photographic. So vector, we're going to make these group C, and photographic and group C. Now the correct answer is actually vector for both. So what I can do here is I can go 5, and I can replace that one with number 5, and I can also replace this with number 5 because they are actually the same answer. If the answer happened to be related to photographic, so we could change this comment that's in here, we could just change it to digital cameras commonly used for number 6 instead. So 5 or 6 means vector and photographic will appear as the drop down in group C for this one here, and that can give us digital cameras are commonly used for vector design or for photographic design, or we can change that to images if it makes more sense for the sentence to be more logical. But I just want to change that around to show you how that works. So we're using 5 and 6. The correct answer is 5, the correct answer is 6, depending on which one is being displayed. Now let's see what that looks like as an end result. So hopefully that's made a bit of sense. Art focused overall design are in group A, just here for that one, and the correct answer is number 1. In this case, the correct answer, number 3, is part of group B, so they're the 2 items that will appear in the next drop down. And then number 5 and number 6 will appear in the next drop down, but we've only used 5 and 6, but they'll both appear together. So let's save changes and let's preview to see what it looks like. So illustrators are more often art focused or overall design focused. We'll say art focused, and create individual images or complete compositions. More often illustrators are creating individual images that become parts of a bigger composition. Illustrators may produce individual pieces of photographic or vector. We'll choose vector. Notice that the drop down list here is vector and photographic again, except the correct answer, digital cameras are commonly used for photographic images rather than vector. Let's fill in the correct responses, and it should actually fill in exactly the same. It won't change. So we're all good, and that's all done, and I hope that made a lot of sense. That's how we use select missing word type in a quiz in Moodle 4.0. We're now in our quiz, and we're going to add a question, and in this case it will be a true-false question. So let's go add question. We go down to, we now have our list of questions. In this case we don't have any in there yet, but we're going to add, using the add button down the bottom right, a new question. Our choices are multiple choice, true, false, and a collection of others. We're going to use true, false. We select add. Now the categories are a little bit of a mystery to a lot of people. By default, I tend to suggest people, unless people leave it as the default for this course, unless you have a specific reason you're dividing into categories. So you can choose a category for this particular quiz, or you can leave it at the course category. And then there is a category level and then a system level. In most cases the course level is fine. You can bring it down to default for task 1, check your knowledge quiz, so that means these questions are categorized into this quiz, or you can leave the questions categorized into this course. We're going to leave them in this course. Question name, that's up to you what you call the question name. For us, this particular question, I'm just going to go and grab what it is. Question number 1, check your knowledge. Question 1. Because out of my check the knowledge quiz, this is actually question 1 that we're putting in there. So I'm going to change it to that, because that will make more sense when we're going back to try and find where that question belongs in our document that we use to create our questions. And the question text for question 1 is quite simple. We'll paste that in. So this is where the question text goes. Does Adobe Illustrator LA to create vector images? Question status, we can leave that as ready because it's not a draft question. The mark we're going to give for this is 1. You can change that to whatever you like. General feedback is obviously where you put some general feedback based on any answer that they give. This is the general feedback that you'll give. Now there's also an ID number that belongs to the question, and then whether the answer is true, or the correct answer is true or false. In our case, it will be true. So does Adobe Illustrator LA to create vector images? Yes, it does. So the correct answer is true. So we've set that. We then have the option to put in feedback for the response if the student typed in true. We can then say, well done, this is correct. Or if they put in false, so they got the question wrong, please read more information about Adobe Illustrator, or whatever you'd like to put in there. Then we also have the option for multiple tries, penalty for each incorrect try. We can leave that, we don't have to actually do anything with it. That's automatic, and any tags that go with it. So that's all we need for a true-false question. It's quite simple. Let's save and continue editing. Actually, I should have said, let's save our changes. If you'd like to preview your question, you can click on the little preview question icon, and that will show you what it looks like. Does Adobe Illustrator LA to create vector images? In our case, the answer is true, so we can actually submit and finish, and it shows you what happens when you do that. In our case, because our quiz is set up to defer results, means that they don't get to see anything until we finish the whole quiz. If I start again, I can also say fill in correct answer, and that fills the correct response for us, just so we can see what that is. And we don't need to do anything else. We can close that tab. And that's all we have to do to add a true-false question to a quiz.
I am logged in as a course creator, and we're going to look at how to add a book to a course. It's quite simple. We make sure we have editing mode turned on, scroll down to the location we would like to add the book, choose add an activity or resource, and the resource we're looking for is a book. So you can find that under resources or under all. There we have book. We choose book, and we're going to call this book number 1, and a description for book number 1.
in here and we'll select display on course page just so you can see where that appears. For appearance, we're going to leave it as it is at the moment because we're going to change that as we go through this section. Common module settings are the same as normal. Restrict access is again the same as normal for all activities and resource types. Activity completion only has one option under activities that can be met, which is student must view to complete, so we'll leave that as that. Then we've got tags and competencies, which we use when we look at tags and competencies. So let's save and display. Now the first thing a book does is automatically wants you to create chapter number 1. So let's type in chapter 1. And we have to have content inside a page, so we're going to put content for chapter 1. And I often think of the chapters as pages anyway. Let's click Save Changes. Let's have a look at what that did. It created for us a book as a resource type. We now have our first chapter in the book, and we also have our description for book 1, and view is just the requirement for completion. If a student views it, then they will complete that requirement. Like I said, there's a description. Here's our chapter 1 title, and here is our content. One of the issues obviously with this is that we've got 1.chapter1. So let's add another chapter first, and then I'll go back and we'll make some changes. We click on the plus beside the chapter we'd like to add the next one to. So we click on the plus, and it gives us the option to put in chapter 2. It's telling us what the previous chapter is, so we know where it's going. And some content in here. Normally you would put in all of your page content just like a normal page. So you can load images and put H5P and all sorts of things in there. Select Save Changes. You can now see we have over on the right in our table of contents, chapter 1, chapter 2. You can hide the table of contents as well if you need to, or bring the table of contents back. For navigation on the page, you have previous and next. So if we go previous, back to chapter 1, go next, take us to chapter 2. We'll put some chapters in between, so that you can see where you have both previous and next as well on the same page. Now one issue is that chapter 1, 2, chapter 2 is not a very logical naming convention to give this. So let's go and change that in our settings for our book. Choose settings, choose appearance, and instead of numbers we'll choose none. And let's save and display. It looks much better already. We now have chapter 1 and chapter 2 without the extra number at the start. Much more logical. Let's add a subchapter. To do that, we're going to go to chapter 1, click on the plus, and we're going to call this subchapter 1, and we're going to tick the box that says subchapter. Put in some content, and select Save Changes. You can see now we've got chapter 1, subchapter 1, and then chapter 2. Now that's all cool, but it doesn't look very nice over here. So let's make another change. Go to settings, down to appearance, and change it to indented, and save and display. You can see now our subchapters are indented instead, which makes it much more logical and easier. So we could add another subchapter. Here we go, subchapter 2. Make sure we have subchapter ticked. Save. We need to put some content in, don't we? Save changes, and now we have subchapter 1, subchapter 2. Now because we've named these chapter 1, subchapter 1, and subchapter 2, chapter 2, it doesn't make sense to put them out of order. But normally you wouldn't have the numbers on there anyway. So we could actually go back to having just normal names. That would be how we would normally name our chapter content. And then we can use our reorder buttons, which allows us to use these up and down arrows where we can switch chapters around. So chapter 1, subchapter 2, chapter 1 has been reversed around. If I move that down again, notice that because it's already ticked as a subchapter, it defaults to being a subchapter. If I need to make that into just a normal chapter, I would have to go into Edit and remove the tick for subchapter to change that back. So I'll just move that one back up and back up again using those arrows to put it back in the right order. So a couple of things with books that are really important and really useful is that you can export by going to More and using the backup option. You can back up a book or export a book, and then you can re-import that book or re-import chapters in that book into other books. So one of the really nice, useful thing about books is that it's very transferable between courses. So if you create your content as books and want to move them or duplicate them, move them around into other courses, it's relatively easy to do that, which is easier than if you created, say, 50 pages as actual pages. To move them, you'd have to move each page at a time or export the course or the pages in the course and import it, so it's a bit messy. Books are very transferable. If this book could be used in another course, you can export the book and then you can re-import all the chapters or the relevant chapters back into a new book in your new course. So it's very, very useful. And one other useful option with books is that you can print a book or a chapter, and when you print a book, it comes up with the description, the information about the book, the chapters and links to the chapters, and then all the chapters one after the other. And if you go to print as a PDF, you can see here, just make that a bit bigger for you, you can see here that each chapter starts off on its own new page. So the table of contents will have a page, and all the content will sit there with chapter 1, chapter 2, or sub-chapters and chapter 2 all starting on a new page. The formatting isn't brilliant, so don't expect it to look absolutely wonderful, but it at least is a good way of getting that out there in a digital format if you need that to go out to students as a printable version as well. So there's a few benefits in books. Probably the only downside of books is that they have this sort of chunky navigation where you can go next and previous through the chapters and through the books. And if you have course navigation on as well, you often have an extra button down here for navigation between the course content, which means you end up with two lots of navigation. So it can get a bit messy depending on the theme you're using and the layout, but that is an introduction to adding a book to your course. Adding a file to a course is extremely useful and something that you will undoubtedly have to do quite often. And this file could be as a resource for students, so it could be a PDF document, or it could be a zip file with a collection of documents, or it could be a Word document that students have to download, fill in, and resubmit later. So you can add that into your content, and let's go and have a look at what that looks like. I am a course creator, so I'm in a role that allows me to add activities and resources. So I choose Add an Activity or Resource. I go to Resource and choose File, and we're just going to call this file number 1 because this is our test file. We obviously can have a description for our file as well, and we can display that on the course page if we need to. I'll tick that so you can see that. And then the only other part of this, which is quite simple and logical, is we can then have somewhere to put our file. So I'm going to grab a file and drop it in there. So I've just added a test PDF document. It only allows you to add one file with this particular plugin. So we're going to add our one file, which is a test PDF. Appearance. This is where it gets a little bit interesting. You can have the file embedded in the content. You can have a forced download, meaning when they click on it, it automatically downloads. You can have it open up in a new window or in a tab, and then you can have in a pop-up. So we might try a couple of those and show you what they look like. We can show the size and type if we need to, if you think that's important and relevant to the student. And you can also show the upload and modified date if that is necessary as well. Common module settings are the same as normal. Restrict access is the same as normal. Activity completion for this one, if we show that, is just students must view this activity to complete. So that means when they say view, they must actually click on the download and download the file. Let's save and display. I should mention the one last thing that is an extra is send content change notification. If we go and read the description, tick the box to notify course participants about this new or changed activity resource. So if you go and make a change to this file, you upload a new version, it will notify the students that it's been changed or modified. And that can be quite useful if it's a file that is relevant to students' assessments, or it's just something that you think students need to know when a new version is released. Let's save and display. And all we get here is the information about completion, which is they need to view it. The description, there's our file size that we suggested we put in there, and the upload date and time, which again you can hide that if you need to, and then a link for them to download. So if they click on it, In this case, it was set on automatic, so it's opened up as a new tab, and there's our document for the student to look at. If we go back to our file and we select Edit Settings, and this time for appearance we choose the second option, which is Embed. Let's save and display. And Embed does exactly that. It embeds the content inside the page instead of creating a link for them to open up into a new page. So this can be quite useful, especially with PDF documents. It's a great one to use, but it does mean you end up with this sort of double scrolling issue. So you can see I'm scrolling there, and then they've got to scroll inside the content. If that's not a problem, then that's quite a useful way to do it. Let's go back to Settings, Appearance, and Force Download. We'll choose and save and display. So what this does now, if I click on that link, instead of opening it up in a new tab up here, I click the link and it will open up down the bottom left or automatically go to download. So it's called Force Download, and then they can click on it and open it up themselves. So again, it depends on what the purpose of the file is as to what the right option is for that setting. So the other one in Appearance was Open, which is what happened when we did automatic, or in pop-up, which I'll show you what that looks like. Save and display. They click on the link, and this time it opened up a little pop-up window as opposed to opening up a tab in the browser up here. So that's a little window that they can view in, that they then close to go back to their normal content. Any of those options are quite valid, and obviously there's a few more things in there which are the normal backup, restore if you need to transfer that between courses. All of that lives in here. And that's how we add a file to a course. You may have already looked at how to add a file to a course. Adding a folder is a similar thing, except that you can create folder structures and have documents and files all listed inside or added to the folder structure instead. I'm logged in as a course creator. You can see our file that we created last time here. If we add an activity or resource, making sure that edit mode is on, go to resources, and instead of choosing file, we choose folder. And we're going to call this folder 1. Our description can go in here. Display. Because our file only allowed one file, if we choose in our content to add a folder instead, we can choose create a folder, or we can choose add a file, or we can drag and drop our file straight on there. But let's look at this in terms of folders, because this is about adding a folder. So let's display as a folder structure instead. So there's our files. I'm going to add a new folder. We'll call it folder 1. Add another folder, folder 2. So you can see our structure we've got there. I can click on one of these and I can then add our content or upload our documents into each of the folders. So let's go find a file and drop that into our folder 1. We'll drop that in, and you can see I had folder 1 selected, so that's why when I dropped a file on there it added it to folder 1. Open up folder 2 by highlighting it. I now drag my other file over. It's now sitting in folder number 2 as well. So if I look at folder 1, it has our test PDF. Folder 2 also has our test PDF. So we can quite easily put all of these folders, put all of our content into subfolders ready for a student. The options for this is to display on a separate page inline on a course page. Let me show you what that looks like. I'll leave all the default settings. All the rest of these are the same. So let's just click Save and Display. And you can see now that I have a new folder. So this is our folder 1. Inside that I have subfolders, and it's opened them up intentionally, ready for students to see all of the files and all of the subfolders, and they can download the whole lot, or they can click on each item and download the individual files if they like. Let's go to our settings and I'll show you that change that I mentioned before. So on a separate page, inline on a course page. So if I choose inline on a course page, save and display, what that means is we're on a course page here, and this is displaying it inline on a course page. So instead of clicking on folder 1 to go in and view all these folders, it appears there for the students or on this course information page. Let's go back into our settings again and change it back to on a separate page. And you'll see we had by default show subfolders expanded, so we'll remove that. Show download folder button, we'll remove that. I'll leave force download on files because that's okay to have. When they click on it, it'll go straight to download. If I save and display now, you can see we don't have the big button there that says download everything. They have to click on a folder to open it, which may be useful if you have lots of files, lots of folders. Otherwise you can have it automatically expanded. So that's all you need to do to add a folder to a course and add some new folders and files inside that folder as well. There are times when a resource or an activity is not something that you need in the content, but you need to add an extra bit of information somewhere for a student. And to do that, you can use what is called a label. We make sure we're in editing mode and we have the rights to edit content. We may want to add something maybe just above these two files here to explain what these two files or the file and folder are all about. We can do that by selecting add an activity or resource. And the one we're going to choose is called label. And a label is quite clever. It's very simple. It's really just some text content. I'm just going to type in some information in here. We can do all the other things that we do with a normal module. So restrict access, common module settings. We can even have activity completion for it, but we won't use any of those. We're just going to leave it as just some information and save. So you can see what this does and how it appears. And you can see all it is some information, some text. It could have a picture in there, it could have a label, it could have anything else. Any content that you like, formatted, bootstrap information can be in there. All of that's fine. So we can drag that just up here in front of file, and if I turn editing off just to get rid of some of the buttons, we now have an extra panel of information, which is just a label, to put some information in and break up these resources here. So this may tell the student something about the files and the folders below and information they need to know. You can add labels in wherever you like, in between all of the content. It's quite useful, and it helps you, like I said, break up all of this information. So it could be at the start of your assignments, you may want to have a label in there, and that label will then sit ahead of the assignments and explain a bit about the assignments as a group, rather than having to have the same content or the same text duplicated inside of each of the assignments. You can just sit it above in a nice little label. So let's go grab our label here and imagine that that is our, turn editing back on. Imagine that label is our assessment information label. Drag that right down to our assessments or our assignments, just in here, and we can now have some information explaining what these two assignments are, and that's all a label is. Nice and simple, easy to use. Experiment with it and see what you can do. You need to access your Moodle practice course, so make sure you're logged into Moodle and you go into your practice course, and the page we're going to learn how to edit is called My Profile. Now remember, you're logged in as a manager at this stage, so click on My Profile, and you'll see here you have an example of a page with a whole stack of information that you can fill in. So all you have to do is click on the Settings button, and you'll see that it opens up with a name, which is the name of the page. Now remember, you're editing this page, so you're basically creating the content that goes in this page. There is a description for the page, but you don't need to worry about the description at the moment. We'll go straight to the content. Now you can, as you can see, the content window is a little bit small, so you can leave it that size if you like, or you can click on this icon over here that will zoom open the content so it's much bigger, much easier to view. Now all you need to do is start filling this in. So we'll fill this in with my name, some paragraphs about me. Now none of this information has to actually be real or true. You can just make up any of this that you like. Quite simple. Fill in all the boxes. If you decide you want more than 5 things, you just press enter at the end of each list item and it will add a number onto the end, and you can continue that as much as you like. For a photo of yourself, you need to go to Unsplash. I'm going to go to unsplash.com, search for a picture of a musician. There's one there. I'll use that one. That one's fine. I'm just going to grab the URL at the top,
and paste the URL in here because we're going to use that later. I need a favourite quote, so you can go and Google a favourite quote if you like, or if you know one, write it down. 5 pictures of my perfect holiday. I might go to Pixabay for this one. Let's go to Pixabay and find a picture of the beach. There we go, that's probably my perfect holiday. Let's grab that link and I'll put that in. Let's see if there's another one I can grab here. There's a few. That looks awesome. Now, because it's perfect holiday getaway location, this is my other perfect one as well. There we go. Yep, that would be a perfect holiday getaway. And my favorite websites, I can just go to those. Go to my website, ricochet.com.au. I'll paste that one in. Once I've got all of these things added, and we're not going to actually add the photos into the content yet, I'll show you how to do that when we get there, but we just need you to fill in all of this and we're going to use it all later on. And that's all you have to do at this stage. To get back to saving the page, you click on toggle full screen up the top. This takes us back to our normal view, and we don't need to change any settings. The only one that I think you might want to change is go to activity completion and make sure it says students can manually mark the activity as complete. You can also have activity as complete when conditions are met, meaning that if they view the page, so you tick view, the students, it shows the page is complete when the student views the page rather than when they manually tick the page. So we're going to let you manually mark it at this stage, and we just click save and display. And we've now edited our first page. It's got my name on there. It will have the 5 things I've achieved, the photo of myself, and all of this other information in there, ready for me to use.
Adding a link to a resource is quite simple, and to do that we use a URL or resource URL as a content type. That just means that we can have an extra bit of content in here that directly links to a website, and it also records that the student's been to that website, so we can sort of just check, use conditions as well, or completion, to show that a student has gone to that site to have a look at it. We don't know what they did when they got there, but at least we know that they did click on it and they did go and have a look. Let's have a look at how we do that. I'm a teacher, an editing teacher, so I've got editing over here which I can turn on. I'm going to go down to the end of our first topic, select add an activity or resource. And if we go to our resources, which is actually the one we want, just here we can choose URL. The URL we're going to put in here as an example is my website, Ricochet, Pty Ltd. The web link is just in here, which I'm going to put in my web link. So let's go to my website and grab the web link, and we'll paste that in here. We're going to put in here is our description. Let's have a look through our website. What does it say? Education content development. We're going to say experts. There we go. And display on course page. So the appearance here is some options, which means when someone clicks on the link, it is either embedded in the content, so they don't have to click on it, it's actually part of the page, or when they click on it, it opens it up, or it opens in a pop-up. So you probably want to know what the difference between all of those are. So let's work our way down the list. We'll start with embed. We don't need to include any URL variables, but that is a cool, awesome feature. If you understand what that is, it's really clever. If you don't, that's okay, we'll leave it for the moment. Then we have common module settings, which is the same as normal. Restrict access, same as all the rest is the same. Activity completion. The one criteria in here is the students must view. Now view means they actually click on it to view. So let's choose save and display. Remember, we chose embed as our option. So that means that the web page or the web link is embedded inside the content. Now that means that we now have a scrolling page inside a page. So it's a little bit interesting to see that, but that's what it does. If we go back to our settings, go to appearance and change it to open, save and display, you'll see that our link is now just a link
and you can click on that and it will go to that website and show us that page. Notice that it went there in the same browser page, so we've now lost our Moodle course and we're now off on this other page. So that is a bit of an issue. So let's go to settings, go to appearance, and this time select in pop-up, and it's given the size of the pop-up as well. So we will select save and display. This time when I click on it, it opens up a little pop-up window, and the usefulness of the pop-up window is that they can close, they can go to that site, they can have a look, then they can close it, and they don't lose their course page. So that's why the pop-up one is quite useful for that. Or the embed, then obviously you have the link as well. Back on the view in a course, if we scroll down, you'll see now that here is our link. It's got the web link icon, it has the name in there, Ricochet Proprietary Limited. They can click on that and it will go straight to the option that we chose. If we chose embed, it would take you to the student to a new page and it would embed inside it, and it still has their education content development experts, which is what we are. And that's how we add a web link. Gradebook is a vital part of how the Moodle platform works. So we're going to have a look at what Gradebook looks like and introduce you to some of the basic parts of what Gradebook does, where it lives, and what some of the things in Gradebook are that you can do. So first of all, Gradebook relates to an individual course. So if you have a course already created and you have some activities in that course, for example assignments or quizzes, and some of the other activities that are grade related, then they will already appear in the gradebook. To find the grades, you must be logged in as a teacher, as an editing teacher, or as a teacher. Either one will let you see the grades. So I'm going to show you this view from a teacher's perspective. You'll see we have our course with all our options for the course, including participants, and then the fourth one in is grades. So if we click on grades, it takes us to our grades page. I'm just going to move this left panel out the way to give us a bit more room. You can see now I have 3 students, and this is the grade report that comes up by default. So it's the very first thing that happens when you click on grades, and it will show you all the important grades for all the activities that the students are currently enrolled in, and obviously what the grades are for those students. So you can see my first student has been completing work, the other students not so much yet. A few important things with the grades are that you can go to an individual student and view an individual student's grades as well from here. So I can just look at student 1's grades, or I can look at everyone in my class. Now when I say my class, this could be all participants if I'm a teacher who has the rights to view all participants. If I'm a non-editing teacher, I may only be able to see group 1, group 2 or group 3 depending on the group that I'm enrolled in which case I can just view the one group. So I could view the grades for group 1 as opposed to group 2, 3 and all participants. So let's jump back to all participants. We can search, if you do have a lot of students, you can search through by choosing the first name by letter and any last name, or in reverse choosing the letter for the surname. And this is a fairly quick way of being able to find your students. It's surprising how quick you can without having to actually type in any of the student's name, which is an easier way to do it than typing in a search bar. Okay, so in our grades we have our quiz, a lesson for the quiz. The grade in this case is just a number, and it is a grade of 0.5. So the student didn't pass because this is in red, and that's why there's a red X. So whatever the pass grade is for this particular activity, for this quiz, the student didn't pass. Whatever the pass grade is for the lesson 1 activity, the student still didn't pass that either at 75, so it may be 100 is the pass or 80 is the pass. So that's why they have an X and it's in red. Anything in green, like over here, means it is a pass, and then it shows you the pass value. In this case they received an A and they received 100%. This same student in assignment 2 received 80% and a B minus, and then for assignment 3 they received a competent as opposed to a not yet competent result. Then right at the end we have the course totals, and the course totals in this case are not very self-explanatory for the student, in that we haven't set up the gradebook to display the assignment totals and the course total in a way that makes sense to the student. That's actually a part that happens in a whole setup area, and we'll look at that in a different topic, but I just wanted to show you what it looks like and the way to sort of navigate yourself around the gradebook. So we have the grade report,
we have the grade history. In the grade history, it shows that the student has completed assignments, the assignment 1 or assignment 2, and it shows you each time it's been graded or regraded. In this case, that's actually happened a couple of times where I've been testing things, so it might not make a little bit of sense. But for example, here, student assignment 3 was graded previously down here as assignment 3 grade as 1. Then it was regraded again a bit later by the admin user from 1 to 2, and that would have been that not yet competent to competent, where we changed the result. So you can follow through the history of every little step that's happened along the way for a student. Outcome reports relate to outcomes, so we'll look at that in the outcome section. Then we have the overview report. An overview really just shows the overview for the person who is actually logged in. So this is me logged in as teacher 1, and I can then go into my course and have an overview look of my grades in that course, which is not relevant because I'm a teacher. So what it does, it automatically pops up with what participant would you like to look at, and I can then choose a student or a participant, and this gives me the individual overview of that student. So you can see that student has received his or her grades, and this just divides up in detail what those grades look like. Now, this report might look a little bit confusing how it is at the moment, but you can go in and rearrange the layout. You can remove columns, you can change the format of columns so that they're presented in a different way that makes more sense to your student. Percentages may work better for them and make more sense, or actual numbers and values for grades may make more sense. Obviously you won't have as many variations in your grading as I do in this one, because I've been using this as an example of different ways you can grade things. But this is what it can look like to show you a student's grade items. That's in the user report. Then we have our gradebook setup, and this is the area where we decide how the grades are displayed, and we can change all the settings, weightings, how the grades actually appear, whether they're numbers or they're letters, whatever format we want them to appear in, or percentages. So that's part of gradebook setup. Gradebook setup allows you to add categories and grade items as well. Course grade setup is a sort of overview of the course grades and how they appear to a student as well. So what I mean by that is that you can choose here whether you hide, show all of the columns in each of the reports. So in the overview report, you can show rank or hide rank. You may not want them to know where they sit in relation to each other, which is what you can do with the overview. Then the user report, if they're looking at their own individual report, you can decide whether the percentages are shown, whether to show grades or whether to hide the feedback. Weightings may not be something students need to see, so you can hide them as well. So those are all the options that you can choose to decide how some of these columns and details appear for a student in the user report. And the user report was this one back here, if you remember that. If you're looking at the other report that was there, the overview report is just here. So it's the overview. All we're left with after that is the preferences for the grader report, which again is showing or hiding calculations, all the different things that you want to hide or don't want to hide. Generally that's all this is just showing or don't show those things. So you can decide. Then we have our scales, where we can set up the different scales that we use. In this case, if you had a look at the how to use the scales in a grade, I tested and demonstrated the not yet competent scale, or default competent scale. You can add your own as well. Then you have the grade letters, that'll show you the letters and their values. That can be edited and modified as well. Then we have our import and our export, which allows us to import and export grades, grade items and information for this particular course. So that's all of the items that are in our gradebook area, or in our grades area, and that's an overview of what it looks like and how to get around. One thing that I will show you can also jump straight to the quiz or to a lesson or to an assignment. So if you do need to grade this particular assignment for another student, you can just go straight to assignment and then straight to grade from here. It's just a quicker way of jumping around because each of these items are all linked as well.
and you can decide if you need to go and view any of those. So that's an overview of Gradebook. To add an activity to Gradebook is quite simple. All we need to do is go in as an editing teacher or as a course creator and add an activity that is a Gradebook related activity, and then it will automatically appear in Gradebook. To do that, let's have a quick look at Gradebook first. If we go to Grades, go to Grade or Report, you'll see here we have our Lesson 1 to, we have two assignments, assignment total and a course total. Let's add a third assignment, and that will show you how the assignment gets added to Gradebook. To do that, make sure we've got editing mode turned on. Go down to our assignments, choose add an activity or resource, choose assignment. This will be assignment 3. And our settings in here, we'll just remove these ticks for those dates. We'll make it an online only submission. Go to grade, and we've got 100 as our normal grade. Our grade to pass will be 100 as well. They have to get full marks. We can choose activity completion if we like, but this doesn't affect whether it goes in a Gradebook or not, but you can still do this if you think this is valid for activity completion. So just go and choose those and save and return to course. So we now have assignment 1, assignment 2, assignment 3. If we jump over to our grades again, look in our Gradebook, you will see now we have assignment 1, assignment 2, and then assignment total and assignment 3. The question you may ask is, why is assignment 3 sitting way over here? Because it's not part of the assignments group. It's separate on its own at the moment. We can change that by going into our Gradebook setup, finding assignment 3, choosing the little arrow beside it, and then all we need to do is choose where we'd like that to move to, which is now sitting underneath assignments in the assignment group. We'll obviously need to reset the values. If you have set any weightings, you'll need to reset those in here, so we can do that. In this case, we could make these weightings 30, and 40, and save. They have to total 100. Is sort of the idea of how weightings work. We can save that. Let's just go back to grade view, our grade report. You'll now see that we have assignments with 1, 2 and 3 all in together. That's all we have to do to add something to our Gradebook, is choose an activity type that is gradable or has a grade, or has that grade option, and then it will automatically get added to Gradebook for us. And that's how we add an activity to Gradebook. Part of Gradebook allows you to change the way that you do your grading. For an assignment, I'm going to show an example of how you can use a scale with an assignment, and it will make more sense as we go straight into it and have a look. So let's go to our grades and go into our grade setup and all the way down to scales. To explain what scales are, there are 2 default scales that have already been added. One of those is separate and connected ways of knowing, which some people may have used this format of grading, which has 3 possible answers. Technically there's actually 4. There's no response, and then the answer of mostly separate knowing, separate and connected, and mostly connected knowing. And these are just ways of choosing a grade out of a drop-down list rather than putting in a value, as in a percentage or a number from 0 to whatever. Another option for a scale, which is the one we'll use, is the default competence scale, which you may have heard of as well, and this is in the context of someone who is competent in doing something or not yet competent. And the way they are numbered is really important, and the values that go with them. So that 0 is not yet graded, then not yet competent is the value 1, and then competent is the value 2. It's important that you understand these, because when we start doing our values for grades, this will be really a very important part of how we add all of this up and make it work correctly. We're going to have a go at using the default competence scale in one of our assignments. So let's go to our course, down to assignment 3, select settings, and this time we'll go down to grade, and where we have the grade type, we normally have it on point. We can choose scale,
And then the two options are the default competence, which is the one we'll use, and then the other one was separate and connected ways of knowing. So default competence scale. Now remember I mentioned the values of 0, 1 and 2. 2 is competent, which means we need to set the grade to pass as 2, because to be competent, or to have the grade of competent, you need to have a grade pass of 2. So we'll save that and return to our course. What you'll notice now, if we go into our grades and we scroll across to our assignment 3 over here, there's no value actually in there at the moment. So we don't need to do anything with it, but let's have a look at it from a student perspective when a student goes in, completes their grade, and then we'll go back and actually mark that grade and see how we go about marking it. So I'm back again and our student has now completed the assignment. So if I just reload the grading page for you, let's scroll across and have a look. And we have assignment 3 not showing us anything yet because we haven't actually done the grading. So let's click on assignment 3 and go select grade. And it will come up with our students' work here. I'm just going to move that across a bit so you can see. Now we have our student submission. They've submitted for grading. It hasn't been graded yet. The student can edit this submission at the moment because we didn't stop them from doing that. Some student text. This is the actual submission from the student, so it could be a downloaded file or a PDF or anything else, but in this case it's just some text. But notice now that our grading panel is different. The only options we have is no grade, competent and not yet competent, and the numbers for these in value, 0 for no grade, competent will be 2, not yet competent will be 1, or 0, 1, 2. So I'm just going to choose not yet competent for this one and grade, and I can put in a comment here for the student as well as a response, but I'll save changes. Let's jump back again to our course and into our gradebook and have a look at our first student. If we scroll all the way across, you'll see there that it's red and not yet competent is the value that appears there. Instead of a value, we just have the words not yet competent. If we go back to our student and regrade this one, so I'll jump back into their grade, just select grade, and I'll regrade this one to competent this time, and we'll just save the changes, go back to our gradebook, grades, scroll across, and you can see now that we have assignment 3 is competent, and the value assigned to that is, if you remember, is a value of 2. So if we add that up in our assignment totals, it'll add an extra 2 points onto the value that we already have here, or onto our assignment totals and then into our course total. So that's how we can use scales in the way that we record a grade result for a student in Gradebook. Using letters in Gradebook is a great way to be able to provide a result for a student that makes more sense than just a collection of numbers. When using letters, it's quite logical. It's certainly used in other education organisations as well, where a student may receive a grade of A, B, C or D, or even more letters than those, depending on the percentage result or the value result that they got. So we can set this up in Moodle in Gradebook to show that exact same process, and we can decide on the values for each letter as well. So first of all, let's go into grades, go to our grader report and go all the way down to grade letters. And in grade letters here you can see that we can design what this looks like and what percentage they have to receive they have to pass as a percentage to receive each letter. So in this case the default has been set as 93% or higher is an A, and A minus is 90% to 92.9%, so just below 93%, and then B plus and a B and a B minus. And this is a default setting that you can just leave that as it is. So anyone that receives under 60% receives an F. Anyone above that will receive anything from A to D with pluses and minuses. So nice and simple. We can edit that as well if we like, and we can change the default settings by choosing override default settings and change them for our course. This can be set at a application level as well by an administrator. If you are using a different set of grade letters, you can organise that at the beginning before you start putting this in courses, and that will save you having to do the override default settings to change it to your setting. But let's have a look at what this looks like for a student when they complete a grade and how it looks in gradebook as well. So let's go into our course. We'll just leave this part here, go into grades, and this time we're going to go to gradebook setup. In gradebook setup, we're going to use assignments 1 and 2. We're going to change both of those because one of them is set as competent, or as a competent scale. For assignment 1 and 2 though, we're going to change both of those to be letters. And to do that, all we have to do is go to edit and edit settings for assignment 1. Choose show more. In our result here, the grade to display, because our grade to pass is 100, meaning they have to receive an A to pass, because we've decided that is a pass grade. But we can change that because a pass grade really will be 60 and over due to how letters, the default setting for letters is. Then in the grade display type, we change this to letter. What I'm going to do is show it as letter and percentage so that you can see what the actual number is. So I could show you letter and real as well. It will be the same, technically the same thing, but I'll leave it as percentage so it sort of feels more logical. Then we're going down to save changes, and we'll do the same thing and apply that to assignment 2. So edit settings, show more. Our grade to pass will be 60. Our display type will be letter and percentage. That's all we have to change. Let's scroll down and save changes. And that's all we had to do just here. Let's go and see what this looks like for a student's grades in an actual gradebook. So if we now go to our grades and to our default grades, scroll across here, you can see now that we have our assignment 1 for student is now marked as, or graded as, an A with 100%. Our student assignment number 2, which was 80% that they scored, or 80 out of 100, is classed as a B minus. And that's based on the letters and the letter values that were already preset. Like I said, you can go in and change those yourself as well to suit if you have a different marking process and you need to change what the letters actually, what they mean, and what percentages belong to each letter as well. But that's all there is to it. It's nice and simple, and if you change that, it makes it easier for students to understand that I received an A, I received a B plus or a B minus or whatever they received based on their grade result. And that is also quite different to the scale one which we looked at before. If you haven't looked at scale, have a look at that, where we use competent and not yet competent as the grading result for a student's work. That's all there is to using letters in Moodle. This assignment is one where the student needs to actually participate in something external, but we still want to be able to mark this off as an activity that the student has completed and give it a grade as well. In this case, it will be a complete or incomplete. They either did or they didn't complete the activity. There's a couple of unusual things about this, but let's have a look. Let's start by setting up an assignment. Make sure editing mode is on. Select add an assignment. This is task number 5. So this is our 5th assignment, or our 5th activity. All they have to do is attend the Illustrator for Design, Learning and Education, IDLE session. That will be marked by their instructor. The available date, submissions are from that date. We don't actually need to have submissions from that date. We can leave that blank because it doesn't matter when this is submitted. The assessor's doing it. They don't need to have an online text or a file submission. Feedback types are irrelevant, so we don't need those either. In submission settings, require students to click submit, no. Attempts, never. Group we can leave off. Notifications are all default. We can actually leave that notify student is fine. For grade, this is where things start to change. Instead of using point as a number, we're going to use scale. We're going to leave it as default competent scale. Now the default competent scale has 3 numbers in it, 0, 1 and 2. 0 is not attempted, 1 is not competent, and 2 is competent. The grade to pass is actually 2. So for those that were thinking the grade should be 0 and 1, It is actually 2 is the passed grade. So remember that, because that will be in a test somewhere in a quiz that you'll need to answer at some stage. Other than that, everything else is no. Common module settings is all the same as normal. Activity completion though. Let's go show activity completion. Well, the student isn't going to have to view this because that is not a criteria. They must receive a grade to complete and they must receive a passing grade, but they don't have to submit anything to do this because the assessor is going to do this for them. So we can remove everything else. They just need to have a grade to complete and a passing grade to complete. And that's it. We can save and display. That's all we need to do. So we now have task number 5 in there. The process of actually doing that grading is now up to the assessor. So let's assume the assessor is going to go and grade this now. They might go to view all submissions and there is no submissions, but we can still grade. So if we go to grade, we won't notify the student. The grading options are no response at all, competent and not yet competent. So if I choose not yet competent as the grade and save changes, it was for student. So currently it's been graded but not yet competent. Let's go and see what student sees in their view. Task number 5, the student now sees not yet competent. They haven't actually passed anything yet. There is a course contribution total and everything, but that's irrelevant at this stage. So we're going to look at that later. Let's jump back again and we're going to change this grade to competent and select save. Go back to the student view. We'll reload that and our student is now marked as competent, which is green, meaning they passed as well. And their percentage is 100% for this activity, which is exactly what we wanted. And that's how we add an assignment. It's been completed out in the real world, but the assessor is going to grade it for them because it's not auto-marked in the system. Part of Moodle, which is very important, is the gradebook section. In the gradebook, it's where we get to store all of our students' results and our students' grades, and also display them for our students as well, and we need to do that in a way that makes complete sense to them. So let's have a look at what it looks like at the moment. Currently we have our 5 tasks. Each of those are in gradebook. If we go to gradebook and we have a look, we can see there that our courses or our tasks are, first one is out of 10, second task is out of 100, third task is out of 3. That's because it was a forum where we had 3 tasks they had to complete inside that. Then we have task 4, which was another assignment, and then task 5, which we set as not yet competent, competent, not yet competent, or no grade, which is technically a grade of, or out of 2, which we've got just there. So 0 is no grade, 1 is not yet competent, 2 is competent. So from a student's perspective, let's see what this looks like. Let's choose a student and have a look at our student. So our student has not completed the first task. They've completed the second task, which is valued at 95%, which makes no sense at all. The third task is 3, which is 2.86%, and they have 100% completed it. They haven't completed this one. They've completed task 5. They're competent, which is 100% complete for that task, which is valued at 1.91% for the whole contribution to the course. So this does not make a lot of sense at all. Let's go back and see if we can fix this. So first of all, we're going to, in our gradebook, just here, we're going to go into gradebook setup and make a few changes. The first is our weightings. We're going to change this so it makes a lot more sense. I've already written the weightings down for each one. They should total 100, so 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Good. So the first activity is worth 10% of the total. The next activity is worth 20%. The next one is worth 20, 20, and the last one is worth 30. Let's save those changes. So we've made those changes. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Good, they all total up. That bit makes sense. Let's go to our user report and see what that did for our student. So for student, it's now showing that our lucky student, task 1 is empty worth 0, task 2 is worth 28%, they passed it, task 3 is 3, it's worth 28% as well, so this does not make sense at all, does it? Something's way out here, because our weightings were suggesting that task 2 should be worth 20% maximum, yet it's coming at 28.5. We need to fix that. Notice there's no percentage result for this activity and for the first one that they have not yet attempted. So let's fix that first. Let's go to our gradebook setup, and if we go into our category actions, so this is for this top level category, we go edit settings, go show, and we change this from exclude empty grades. We want to include the empty grades because that way the percentages will make more sense. Let's save changes, view our student report, we use student. Now things are looking better. So the weighting for this one is 10%, and the top grade is 10, but it's 0 they've reached so far. So now it's counting these grades that didn't exist, or that haven't been actually marked yet. So we've got this one's out of 100, this is out of 3. The percentage here is what they've completed out of that one grade, and then this is our total course contribution percentage, which now totals 70%. 70% there as well. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, because they've completed 3 of those. We still need to complete our 10% one up here and our 20% one over here. So that's looking a lot better from a student perspective. Let's tidy that up a little bit more, because there's a few things a student probably doesn't need, and one is that percentage there is probably useless to them. Range might not make sense either. Grade might be okay, but probably don't need to see calculated weight either. So we can take a few of those out. So to do that, we're going to do our course grade settings, and this is where we decide what is being displayed on the page for the students. So we're going to display their grade as real, or we can display it as, for each grade item, as a letter and as a percentage, or real percentage, percentage letter. I'm actually going to go real and percentage to show you what that looks like. Change decimal places to 0 because we're just going to get to round off. We want to show the percentage, yes. Show the actual grade, yes. Feedback, yes. Show weightings, no. Let's hide the weightings. Show contribution to course total, yes, we do want to show that. So the one we didn't want to show was that percentage back here. Let's hide that. Show ranges, no, we don't need to show. Don't need to do that, so let's hide them. So let's click save, go back to our user report, select our student. You can see now that our student is being shown what their actual grade is, so 100, which is a score of 100%, 3, they scored 100%, competent, which is worth 100%, and then this percentage weighting that they've got with down here the total 70%. Now if we go back to our students view, let's go to a student profile. They select their grades, and you can see now this is what our student gets as their actual grades, or their gradebook report as well, which looks just like what we ended up with. Notice it just makes more sense now. They know that they've got 20%, 20%, 30%, total of 70, and as a grade number they've reached 151. You could take out the grade numbers as well and just leave the 100%, 100%, 100% complete for the grade, or competent if you like. That may be easier as well. So you can play around with those, experiment a bit and see what you think is going to make the most sense and be the most useful for the student. But that's how we do that in the context of changing weightings for a grade in Gradebook. We're now going to look at categories in Gradebook and see if we can put together some categories and reorder a few things based on our document that tells us what we need to actually have for all of our assignments. Now, if you're not sure what that is all about, then I will show you. So this is what our Gradebook completion looks like, or our Gradebook and completion. So there's two parts here, but we're only going to look at the categories section at the moment and see if we can divide our 5 tasks into the 3 stages that we've decided are the way we want to break up our content, or break up our grading in our gradebook. So we need to create stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 and put our tasks in there. Let's go do that. And we're going to go to Gradebook Setup. In Gradebook Setup, you can see here we have our 5 tasks. There they all are. Nice and simple. I'm going to sit them side by side to make this easier for you. You can see we have task 1, a knowledge quiz, and it's got to be in stage 1. That's the section it's going under. So we need to add a new category, so we'll choose Add Category. We'll call this category Stage 1. We're not going to worry about all the settings involved in the categories yet. We're just going to get them set up first, and we'll leave them all as natural aggregation because we don't need to change any of that. So let's save changes. We've now got our Stage 1 category. Let's move that right to the top, up here. So to do that, we click on it, and then we click where it needs to go to. It would be nice to have drag and drop added to that. I keep forgetting that's not part of it yet. Then we're adding task 1 and task 2 into stage 1. So let's move task 1 into stage 1, task 2 into stage 2. There we go. And that gives us a total now for our stage 1 section. Then we need to create a stage 2, so let's add a new category. We'll call it stage 2. Save changes. Let's move that up to here. And in stage 2 we need to have task 3 goes in stage 2, and task 4 goes in stage 2, and then our last stage, stage 3, has in it our task number 5. So let's create our last category, stage 3, save, and for stage 3 we're going to put task number 5 inside stage 3. There we go. So we now have everything all in the right location. Now that we've got everything in order, you can now see we have stage 1 with our 2 tasks, stage 2 with our 2 tasks, and stage 3 with our 1 task. What this allows us to do is to create totals based on weightings for each of these stages, if we need them weighted as stages. In our little experiment here, we're not going to worry about weightings for stages, we're actually going to just do weightings for each of the items. But I wanted to show you the quick and easy way to create those categories, how to put things in there. Further on we'll look at the rest of the gradebook and how we're going to sort of tidy all of that up. First of all, there's the categories, and that's how you add them. I find that there is a collection of plugins that keep reoccurring all the time, and I thought I'll take you through what those plugins are and you can see whether any of those might be useful to you. So I've got 7 of those plugins, and the first plugin is the completion progress bar, and it's an amazing little plugin. It's very clever. What it does, it shows you here, and I've got some links there for those plugins. I'll provide them at the bottom of the video too, so you can go and download those plugins and try them out on your Moodle server. But the completion progress shows you all of the completion activities that happen in Moodle and all the different completion types. So what it does, it allows, it's a block, and you can add that to a student's screen or to their page for their course, and they can look to see where it is they are with each of their assignments, what they've completed and what's left to do. And it shows a nice green icon to show that it's been completed, and the blue that it hasn't been completed yet. And that works really nicely across all of the activity types that have completions related to them. So it's a great little plugin. So have a look at that. That's the completion progress. We also have a plugin called Grade Me, and Grade Me, I tend to put that block on the home page for teachers, and very, very useful. What it basically does is shows the teacher what they still need to grade. So rather than going into each course and trying to find each of the assignments and checking who's up to, what people have done or submitted and where they're up to, you put Grade Me, or the Grade Me plugin, at the top level of their course, or even on their dashboard. And on the dashboard, they can just go to the dashboard, have a look and go, oh great, I need to grade these particular assignments for their students, and it only shows them what they still need to grade, assuming that they are a teacher. editing or non-editing teacher for a course. H5P, if you looked at interactive activities, H5P is very clever. It allows you to add different types of interactive content to your pages, and in Moodle 3.9, H5P is now even more part of the actual platform itself. So it's definitely worth having a look at that. If there are things that you look at with H5P or with interactive content and think, I'd love to do something that just isn't there, it's totally different, let me know, because I'd love to help you out with that. I'm very interested in interactive content for education. Generico is another plugin. Now this one's a bit of a technical plugin, but it allows you to create a template that can be embedded in pages using shortcodes into content. So an example of that may be that you want to embed a YouTube video in a page, and you can use the normal YouTube or video embed that's part of Moodle. But if you use a Generico template, you can create your own template that has the HTML code wrapped around the video embed code, and then be able to modify that yourself. So if there's a particular look or particular HTML or classes that you'd like wrapped around your videos, you can create a template that can be used over and over and over in all the content, and it's used as part of a filter in Moodle, and it lets you add sort of customized content that can be added by a shortcode. And by a shortcode, if you have a look here, we've got the shortcode Generico type equals iframe URL equals and the URL. So if you put that into page content with the URL of the video, then it will use the Generico template to go and create all the code that wraps around that. So it's, like I say, it's a bit technical, but it has lots of really clever things that you can do, including reading from the database as well. So it's a great one to use. Now, course templates is incredibly useful. If you, like most people, you create a course and then you go and create the next course and you start from scratch and you have to go and put all the activity types together and put everything together, it's actually much easier to create a course template, or basically create a course that is used as the default course for anyone who wishes to create a new course on your platform. So you can have everything set up and ready for them to go. They've just got to add their content. You can have the activity types set up, all the settings for activities set up for them, the whole structure of a course all ready to go as a course template. Really, that's just as a course, but we'll call it a course template. And then the course template plugin allows them to choose, instead of create a new course, they create a course from a template, and that allows them to use that course template as their course instead. And it saves a whole lot of time and makes consistency much better, because you're basing it on a default course that you've created that has all the settings already for the course creators to develop. So it's definitely a plugin worth looking at, because course templates can be great for content developers in creating new courses where you set all the defaults ready for them. So it's a great thing to look at. So try that out, course templates. The last two that I want to show you are actually themes, and they're two different themes that I've used quite a bit across different Moodle servers. One of them is the Fordson theme, and the Fordson theme is incredibly good. It just has so many things in it that you can do, so many options and things that you can try out. It has some templates that you can use as well, but it is a theme, so if you're going to use it, you will need to make sure that you do all the settings and set everything up correctly in the Fordson theme. So have a look at the Fordson theme. It's very practical, and it is a free theme. The other one I'd like to show you is a theme called RemUI by a company called Edwiser. So it is a paid theme, but it is actually really good as well. It works brilliantly on mobile, so it scales down really nicely for tablets and for mobile devices. That works really well. It's because it's a paid theme, it also has some really good extra features, like changing all the colors for your theme and everything is much easier to do. But it is definitely worth having a look at, because it's a clever theme. It's a really nice, very business-like theme. If that's what you're going for your students, then it is something absolutely worth looking at. Now, as a bonus, I'm actually going to give you or show you one other plugin, and this is one that I wrote just as to teach you how to create a plugin. So if you are interested, or you have some PHP developers that are interested in creating your own plugins for Moodle, I've just got this this plugin that's sort of a demo one that I can show you that I use for a course on how to create plugins. So let me show you. So the reason for showing you this plugin is that it's one I use for a course teaching people how to create their own plugins for Moodle. If you have some PHP developers or you have PHP skills and you're interested in creating your own plugin that will do exactly what you need in Moodle, then this course may be useful to you, or maybe to help you out with that. Just as an example, the Staff Manager is the demo course, and the Staff Manager allows you to go to rates, and in the rates you can set the rate for an assignment or the rate for a quiz per month. So if that changes each month, you may have a different rate, or as time goes on you may change your rates. You can go in and edit these rates per month and decide what rate you'd actually like to have set, so that if a teacher grades an assignment or a teacher grades a quiz, then they can be paid the amount that you have set for that month. I should say in the plugin, I teach you how to edit data, create data, create a database table if it's needed for a local plugin, and then how to display that data. So for our Staff Manager, if we choose September for this year, choose search, it then goes through and finds each of the teachers that have completed or graded something. In this case, the admin user graded 2 different grades, and it shows the total value, and that's just for September. We can have a look at the details about that, and it shows here that the admin user graded the course, test course 1, the assignment 1, and also graded quiz 1, and you can see the 2 rates that were set. So they were paid $15 to grade this quiz, and $18 to grade the assignment, and $18 to grade the quiz. And you can see the values that they gave and the feedback that they provided as well, with a total of $33 for admin user for September 2020. So that's just an example of how this little plugin works. But what I do is I teach you how all of that is created, how you can create the screens to display that, how you can create the plugin and install it, and create all the database interactions that happen behind that, and how to use some of the amazing features of Moodle, which Moodle is designed as a modular platform, which is why it's so great for adding plugins and creating plugins for it. So hopefully those plugins have been useful to you. Go back and try some of them out if you need to. Make sure you run them on your test server first, of course, or your staging server, before you actually implement them, and see if they are useful to you. And hopefully that's been helpful.
As a site administrator and also as a user of Moodle, you would have discovered a thing called plugins, and plugins really are the whole way that Moodle has been built. It's built on all sorts of plugins and modules and components that all put together for Moodle. But one of the great things about it is that you can have all different plugins that you can install that do all sorts of different things inside the platform. So let's have a look at what a plugin actually is, and what the different types of plugins are, where to find them, and what the process is to go about installing a plugin and looking at the settings for a plugin. So let's go, we're a site administrator, so we're going to go to site admin. If we choose plugins, you will see in the plugins that we have the option to install, that we have plugins overview, and then we have all of the different types of plugins. And some of these might seem familiar to you. In the activities modules, we have assignments, we have our feedback assignment or feedback plugins here. We have a book, chat, database. You'll recognize a lot of these. Feedback file, folder. So they're all plugins that have been added to Moodle and can be added. There's a SCORM package plugin, a URL or workshop plugin. Then we have admin tools. We have authentication. We have blocks. They're all plugins, all different types of plugins that do all sorts of different things. If we needed to edit any of the settings for a plugin, for example, down here we have enrollments, then we have filters, and local plugins, which are custom ones that can be added as well. To manage any of those or make any changes to any of those, we can just click on the name beside the plugin type to have a look at that plugin and see what the options or the administration options are for that. So for example, a course block. If we click on the courses block, these are the admin settings that we can change. So admin user sees all courses, or we can turn that off. And then we've got hide all courses link.
The default is no. We can hide the all courses link as well so people don't see all courses. That's really all there is to the plugins part, except for if we go back to plugins and we choose install plugin, using a zip file we can install a plugin. So where do we get these plugins from? Let me show you. If we go to the Moodle plugins website, so moodle.org/plugins, you can see all of the different types of plugins that are available. There's 2014 official plugins or approved plugins that are up there. There's also 1113 development versions of plugins, and a lot of them have been downloaded, obviously 430,000. They're all categorized based on their purpose initially, and then the plugin type. So if they're an activity module or any of the other components in here, any other categories, then that's where you can go and look to try and find them. One plugin that you may have seen me use or may be interested in using is a plugin that goes down here under course format, and this is a fairly popular plugin. People seem to like this. It's called the tiles format, and it is just a plugin that allows you to view or to show the topics or the sections in a page as tiles rather than as a list down the page, and then the students click on that and it pops open and shows you a version of it. One thing that is really important with plugins is you need to make sure you have the right version for your version of Moodle. You need to go to versions. You need to make sure that you have the right version for your version of Moodle. In this case, Moodle 4.0. We do have a version here. It is a beta version, so it's not fully tested or fully ready for release yet. So always check that and make sure you download the one that is appropriate for you. Moodle will know if it's the wrong one, and it will tell you that it's incorrect as you go through the process. But that's one particular plugin, and there are lots more plugins there. Obviously there's a couple of thousand plugins to choose from. You can go there and have a look. Now, a word of warning: if you are installing plugins, not all plugins are built brilliantly, and some plugins may interfere with other plugins. So always run them on a test server, preferably separate to your live server, so that you don't crash anything or cause any issues with your server before you install them, because you can't guarantee they're going to do what you want them to do. So always give them a good test run first, and organize some techos to go and look at it all and make sure it is all going to work for you. So that's what plugins are. And I probably should mention one other plugin while we're going here. If we go plugins and down to filters and then choose manage filters, there is a collection of filter plugins that you may often have to administer and manage as well, and one of those is the glossary auto linking. So that's where you have a glossary and the words appear in, if the words appear in content, they automatically link to the glossary term and students can just view or click on it to view the definition. You may need to make sure that that is actually turned on. And then you also have the other one, which is activity names auto linking, which means if the name of an activity appears in the content, students can click on that and it takes them automatically straight to that activity. So they don't need to worry about, or you don't need to worry about finding what that link is and typing that link in. And if that part's already activated, then again you don't have to sit there copying and pasting anything or doing that sort of stuff. So there's a whole collection of filters in here that are really clever, quite useful, and this is where you manage those filter plugins. I'll leave it there for plugins, but hopefully that's given you a bit of an idea on what they're about and what they do and where the location is to check their settings and to also install them as well. Further on in some of the other videos I will show you how to install individual plugins and the settings and everything for those plugins, so you can get a bit more of a hands on how those plugins work and how to install them. We're going to install a plugin to Moodle. We need to make sure we're an administrator. We go to Site Administration, Plugins, and choose Install Plugin. To get the plugin that we're going to install, we're going to go to the Moodle's plugins directory and search for a plugin called GradeMe. You can see here GradeMe shows the teacher all the assignments and manual quiz questions, essays, file responses that have been submitted. So we choose GradeMe. We need to make sure we have the right version, so I'm just going to go to the versions tab to have a look at the versions, and we're looking for Moodle 4.0 version, which there it is there. We'll just select download, go back to our plugin install page, grab the GradeMe plugin, drag it onto the choose a file or drop the file here area. Select install plugin from zip file. Make sure that everything is okay. If it is, we choose continue. Moodle will then do a bit of a background check to make sure that everything else is correct before we go any further, which it all is, so we choose continue. This is where the actual plugin installation process happens. Again, Moodle will make sure that this plugin is appropriate to install. We have it here. Here's the GradeMe plugin. I do have a few others that can be updated as well, which is upgrade Moodle database now. Notice it did show the version number as well for GradeMe. That's been successful, so we can choose continue. There is a collection of settings for the GradeMe plugin. I'm just going to tick the admin's view all for now, just so I can show you some things, but I'll leave the rest as the same. We choose save changes, and that's all we had to do to install our plugin. The GradeMe plugin is a plugin that allows students, or allows teachers, to see what grades they have to grade for a student right from the dashboard. To add this plugin, or the GradeMe plugin, to every teacher's dashboard, go to Site Administration, choose Appearance, and then choose Default Dashboard. Turn editing on. Then we need to add the block to this dashboard, so we choose Add Block, choose GradeMe, and it will probably add it right at the bottom, so we might move that up to the top of the page, move it all the way to the top. Then we need to reset dashboards for all users. Now that means that every user's dashboard gets changed and is switched back to the format that we have right now. So you need to remember, if there were any changes that students made to their own dashboard, they will lose that, and this will reset it. But because we want this for every teacher, we need to reset that dashboard so that all teachers have GradeMe as part of their default dashboard. Okay, so that's how we add it to the dashboard. We could have added it to the blocks on the side as well. Now that we have our GradeMe block added, let's switch to a teacher so we can see what it looks like. Now that I'm logged in as a teacher, you can see that, here I am as teacher, you can see that I have PC1, which is the name of the course, and then inside that we have assignment 2 and quiz 2. And then over to the right, it tells us how many tasks there are to complete that we have to grade. The reason for the assignment is that, if we click on the drop down, for the assignment we can see that student is the one that we need to grade for, and we can click there to go straight to student's profile, or to go on grade as well. Then the reason for the quiz though, which you might think is a little bit crazy, because quizzes are often self-marking, if you have an essay quiz question type inside a quiz, that has to be manually marked, and this is where you go to do that. So GradeMe, the idea of GradeMe is quite simple. It's just designed to make it easier for teachers to see what they have to do and what they have to grade, and once they grade it, it will then disappear out of the list and they can move on to doing other tasks. So for example, for student 1, if we click on student 1, on his name or her name, you'll see that we see the details about that student. If we go back to assignment 1 and click on the assignment 1 above it, so the next level above, it takes us straight to the assignment, so it's assignment 2, and then we can choose grade, and we can go in there and we can grade the work for this particular student. So this one's already done for student. Is that correct? Or they must have done a resubmit. So I'm just going to save and show next. This one here's not graded. This is the one we're looking for. So we're going to grade this, put in a grade and a comment, put in a grade, for this student, and then we're going to save and show next. And here is another one. This is for student 3 in assignment 2. Now the reason it's jumped into that is because this teacher is also looking at students from the other groups as well. I'm going to assume that's why. So student 1, student 2, student 3. If I go back to my course as a teacher and look at participants, you can see that I am a teacher role there, not a non-editing teacher. I'm a teacher, so I can see everyone's groups. I'm enrolled as a teacher in only group 1, but when I'm grading, and you can see group 1 gives me student 2 and student,
I can still see and I can still grade student 3 as well, because I am a teacher, which is an editing teacher. I get to see all of them. So you've got to be careful about that. If you want non-editing teacher to be restricted in groups, you need to make sure they're non-editing teacher. But let's jump back to my dashboard now, and you'll see here that the assignment's now gone and I'm left with just the quizzes. If I want to do quiz 2, I select quiz 2, and then scroll down to the bottom to attempts and click on attempts 3, 2 from my group that I need to grade, and I can look at who those are. So these are the ones that have finished it. I've got student, student 2, student 3. If I'm not actually sure who's in my group, and I'm saying here 2 from my groups, my group is group 1, so I can choose group 1, and then I know I just need to review or grade these particular ones here. So I can go in and review those, have a look at their answer, go great, that's their answer. I can, if I like, make a comment just in here, and I can mark their grade as well to say fantastic and save. So that student is now graded, which is fantastic. All done, and I can get out of that grade window. And if I go back to my dashboard now, you'll see that under quiz I've only got 2 students left, so student 2, student 3 to mark. If I was a teacher, non-editing teacher, I would only see the students in my group, but because I'm a teacher, I get to see all of the groups, because a teacher role is a little bit higher than a non-editing teacher. And that's what GradeMe does. It allows me to see what it is I need to do as a teacher. Really handy plugin. Hope you found that useful. One of the clever and very useful plugins for Moodle is the completion progress. I'm going to show you how to install that into Moodle. As a site administrator, we go to Site Administration, we choose Plugins, and then choose Install Plugin. We need to go and download the plugin, and we're on Moodle 4.0, remember? So we go to Completion Progress, which you can find that plugin at moodle.org/plugin/block completion progress. I've gone to the versions page straight away so that we can see that Moodle 4.0 is available just here. So let's download Moodle 4.0. While that's downloading, we'll head back to our plugin page. We then drop the plugin onto our page in the area that you drop the plugin files, or you can choose file and search through your folders as well. Then we just choose install plugin from zip file. It's successful, so we go continue and continue again once it's done all the Moodle checks. Then we go to upgrade Moodle database. That's successful, so we choose continue. Then there's a few options here. We can leave those as default. That's quite okay. We don't need to worry about changing any of those at the moment. So let's choose save changes. Okay, that's all installed. All we then need to do is to go into one of our courses. We can choose our demo course. We choose add block. And I'm adding it to the right hand area on this one. Completion progress is what we like to add. And I'll just move it up. Completion progress is only useful at the course level. So it should be put into a course or somewhere in relation to a course. So I'm putting it over on the right, just so that students can click on the drawer to open up and view where their progress is at the moment. And that's all I need to do to install and add the course completion progress to a course. I'm logged in as a teacher, and we're going to look at the course progress plugin. Now this is an add-on to the normal system, so it's not part of the default Moodle, and you'll already have it installed by your administrator. To find the plugin, go into your course. If it's all been set up correctly, you should now see a completion progress panel, or block they call it, over on the right hand side. You'll see it's all divided up into little sections. If you mouse over each section, you will see that it is showing you the names of all the different pages in the content. Announcements, welcome, you'll see that on the left hand side. There's welcome over here. Then the third one in is my profile. There's my profile over here on the left. And you'll see one of them, the wiki, is green, which means it's been completed. How do we complete things? We complete things based on the completion settings of each item that's in our content. So let's have a quick look. If we go to welcome, or the welcome page, you'll see it says view over on the right hand side. That view means that if I view that page, it will be marked as complete. So let's try it. If I go to the welcome page, so I've now viewed the welcome page. I may not have read it, but I did view it. I go back to the course again. You'll see now that's changed to green to show that it's been complete. Now, why did it trigger that completion? Simply because if I turn on edit mode and I choose, let's find a page that doesn't have view. They probably all do have view, do they? Yes. If I choose our welcome page, and we'll just have a quick look at it, choose edit settings, scroll down. Because we're talking about completion progress, it is all to do with the activity completion. So in activity completion, we have here, the one that's ticked is student must view this activity to complete it. Because it's part of the completion, it appears in the completion results. So that's all we have to worry about, is checking the completion or activity completion settings for each item in the page or in our course. So it could be a page, it could be an activity, whatever it is. Check what the completion requirements are, and if those completion requirements are met, then over in the right in our completion progress, it will show them as green to show that they're complete, which is a really useful way for students to actually see what's going on, and you can jump straight to the items from there as well. So if I want to go to that book, I can actually just click on it and it will take me to that book. Now you'll notice at the moment the completion progress is only appearing on the main course page. If you are an editing teacher, you can change that setting, so you can go to configure completion progress block, and it says where does this block appear, and then I can choose any page, and this just means any page inside the course. If I save and continue, now if I go to the welcome page, the completion progress will just stay there over on the right, which is quite useful. Now because I am a teacher, I also get the extra option of overview of students. So if I click on overview of students, it takes us to a custom page that shows me all my students' progress as well, which is a fantastic way of keeping track of everything. And if you haven't looked at this before, check it out. It makes life so much easier, and it's really simple and easy to set up and easy to use. So that's all there is to the completion progress plugin. If you need to know how to install it or get the admin to install it, there's another video on the install process as well. I'll leave you there with the completion progress plugin. One of the great plugins in Moodle that people seem to like a lot is the course format tiles plugin. So we're going to install it first, and then I'll show you how you can just check that it installed correctly, and that'll give you an idea on what it looks like as well. First thing we do, we log in as an administrator. We go to site administration, choose plugins, and choose install plugins. So we should be ready now to drop our plugin in, but we need to go and grab the plugin first. So let's go to our Moodle plugins directory, which is moodle.org, to plugins. And we're looking for a plugin called the tiles format. So it's a course format, which you can search through under course format here in the drop down, or you can just type in tiles and search, and it will give you the tiles format plugin here on the left. Let's open up the plugin, and just so you know what it looks like, it's a way of formatting or displaying the course homepage for each course in a different way. Instead of having just links down in a list, it changes it into tiles that run across the page where you can add images and icons and percentages and all sorts of things. So it's quite clever. We're doing Moodle 4.0, so let's go to versions, look for Moodle 4.0, and we have a version there. It is a beta version, or a beta version, so I wouldn't recommend using it yet until it has the final release, but because we're using Moodle 4.0, I'll show you how to install it and show you what it looks like as well. So let's just click download, and you can see that the format tiles is downloaded. We go back to our page, our install page, drop the file into the drop files here to upload area, or choose file and upload. Choose install plugin from zip file, and it's just letting us know here that it is a beta or beta file or version, but otherwise successful, so we continue. Moodle does its quick checks through to make sure everything else is okay. Choose continue, go down, and our course format is loading here. That's the version that we're installing, so we'll upgrade the Moodle database now. It's been successful, which is fantastic. We choose continue. There's a few settings there. We will leave all the settings how they are. There is quite a few settings. We'll just save changes. That's all we had to do. Let's go and see if the course format worked. So what we do is we go into one of our courses. So I'll go to my courses and I'll apply this to our practice course. What we do is we go into the course settings, because this is a course format, it's related to the whole course, and we can apply this to the course. So we go to course format, we choose where it says topics format, which is the default. We now have an extra one that says tiles format. We can just choose tiles format. I'll leave everything else the same. Won't change any settings yet. We'll look at that in a separate video on what the settings do. We just choose save and display, and that's taken us back to our main page. But you'll see down the bottom we now have extra buttons. So we've got our announcements, welcome, profile, forum, all of these parts that live in the top area of our page, but then all of our sections underneath that are now created or sorted into tiles. So we've got tile 1. If I click on tile 1, it then shows me the pages inside that tile. If I click on tile 2, it shows me the content, resources, activities that sit under tile 2. And these tiles can be changed to pictures, and the icons can be changed and all sorts of things. So there's our quizzes all together, and there is our assignments all together. So typically we would probably go and remove or move this welcome area and put that all in its own section, so that that moves all of the tiles up. So we might do that, and I'll give you a quick look at that, and then I'll leave it as that for how to test the course format. So there you go. I've just moved the top content into its own tile. So it has a welcome tile now with the welcome page, profile, all of those first lot of pages that we put together. And then now we have tile 2. So if you do click, or a student clicks on any of these pages, it will open up the page in its own content area for a page. And if you choose a wiki, it will take you off to the wiki. So it just depends on the type of page as to whether it pops it up in a page for you or whether it jumps off to the page instead. So that's the tiles course format. That's how you install it. You've now got the course format tiles plugin installed, so we can start using it and see what it looks like. I'm going to log in as a teacher. Now this is an editing teacher, which means I can edit the settings for the plugin as well, which is a bit of a bonus. But you can see here that the default course format for the tiles format shows us our tiles, and if we click on one of the tiles, we then get the pages inside that we can view, which is all great. Notice the left-hand menu is missing. We still have the right-hand area though, with our course completion progress and our calendar. That's all still there, but we don't have the left-hand menu anymore in this particular format. If we go into the page welcome, it opens up the welcome page as a pop-up, and that's one of the settings that we'll have a look at in just a moment. My profile does the same thing, opens it up in a pop-up. So you can see that the layout is considerably different than what you would normally have. But let's go to settings, scroll down to course format, and you can see here we can change our icon. So if we don't want to use the default icon, we can pick a new icon, and these are the icons that are available. If you're an administrator, you can actually upload new icons as well. So we might not like this pie chart look. We might want to change it to something else. If our default icon was this star instead, and then we have our color tiles, which we can choose what the default color is as well. I'll change that to this color here. And then we have the option of adding subtiles for activities. And if you're not sure about things, always click on the question mark and have a quick read. Within each tile, show every activity as a subtile instead of a list of activities. I'll give you a look at what that looks like. Let's just say yes. So remember, we've made a couple of changes so far. We've changed the icon, we've changed the color, and we've changed the subtitles for activities. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, there's our changed icons, our changed color as well. You can see the color scheme's now different. If I click on welcome, it now shows tiles inside the welcome area, inside the first tile, instead of showing the list of pages. And some people love that sort of look. It's easy to navigate. Everything stands out really obvious compared to having just a list. So that's up to you which you use. And notice the icons are changing. By default, they're changing to the defaulted icons. That a forum is that sort of chat icon. A book looks like a book. A web link looks like a globe, showing that you're clicking out to somewhere. It should be Australia on there though, shouldn't it? Alright, back to settings. Down to course format again. We might just switch this back. It also says use subtiles in top section, so if we choose subtitles here and choose subtitles in top section, we can put that one in as well. So that's two things there. One other thing that I wanted to add is, and we'll leave the outcomes available part here, but emphasize headings with colored tabs. We'll just tick yes on that so you can have a look at what that looks like as well. Okay, save and display. Okay, so you can see now that the top announcement is now a box as well, or a tile. If we click on welcome, we have all our tiles here as well. If we click on the welcome page to open it up, that's what it looks like. It's still showing the completion, the colors changed, so all of that's working quite well. There's nothing else that we had to change. Oh, there's our wiki icons and our lesson icon. And that's all there is to setting up tiles. Now, what I will show you is if you choose edit mode, turn edit mode on, it switches back to the old format. And that's because editing the pages and finding the edit buttons and being able to move things around is easier to do in this page than it is to do in the tiles page. So just remember that when you switch edit mode on, it will switch back to a different format. You still have the tiles working, but just not in edit mode where it'll switch to here. An important thing with tiles mode as well is if you right click on the page to edit on the topic, it says edit tile, and we can choose edit tile, and if we go down to the tiles here, it gives us the option to pick a new icon which wasn't there before. So you can choose a different icon for each tile if you decide, and this is where you can upload a new icon or go through your photo library if you have a library. So if we choose that icon there for it and save, it's changed that icon. If I switch editing mode off, you can see now that our welcome now has a picture on it. I'll just say yes to that. That's a very basic introduction to using the Tiles course format plugin. Adding a block to Moodle is extremely useful, but even more useful if you can add a block to the dashboard that applies to everybody. So you may have a page or a block that you'd like to add that appears on everyone's dashboard, that's sort of like a message, like a message board type thing that you can display or hide whenever you like. Let me show you how to do that. We can go to the dashboard, but that doesn't give us the dashboard for everybody. That's just the dashboard for me and my profile that I'm logged into. I've turned editing on. If I go to site administration, I go to appearance and then choose default dashboard. This gives me the dashboard for everybody, and this is what the default dashboard looks like. So if people have made changes to their dashboard, I don't see that at the moment, but if I do a reset dashboard for all users, it will replace everyone's dashboard with the dashboard that I've designed. So I can choose add a block, and in the add a block I'm just going to put in some text, and it will appear down the bottom, so I need to move that up to the top. Now inside this block I can say edit and configure the new text block. I can give it a title, something like server upgrade. There will be an upgrade tomorrow at whatever date and time. So that can just be a notification that appears on the dashboard for everybody. Where does this appear? On the dashboard page. This specific page or any pages matching the above will be the same thing in this case. So I can just choose save changes. Then I can apply this by clicking reset dashboard for all users. So just let's jump to a student and see a student here with their default dashboard. That's what their default dashboard looks like at the moment. If I now reset the dashboard for everybody and continue, go back to our student and reload it, the student now has this extra message, server upgrade, there will be an upgrade tomorrow at whatever time. So I've applied that to everyone's dashboard. If I go back to my page again and I decide to hide this block because it's not relevant at the moment, I can still leave it there for later, and then I jump back to the student, select reload. You'll notice that it's still there, it hasn't disappeared because I've only hidden it on the page that I'm on, but I haven't applied that to everyone else's page. So if I jump back again, to our page, and this time I click reset dashboard for all users and continue, jump back to our student and reload their page, it will now disappear.
It's still on my page but hidden. I have to apply it every time I make a change to the dashboard to apply it to everybody else, so it's not just me that it's talking about. So that's how you can add a block to a page or to a dashboard and apply that dashboard to everybody so that it's available to everybody. And that's a pretty important thing that you may, or you probably will have to use as an admin, as an administrator, to set up for everybody when there is things like a server upgrade, or you have notices, or you'd like to have sort of a newsletter type thing that sits there for everybody to see, that you want them to see when they go to the dashboard.
One of the important aspects of Moodle is how it manages roles. To look at roles, let's go into Site Administration. Then we choose Users, and inside Users is an area called Permissions. And under Permissions we have Define Roles and Assign System Roles, and check System Permissions and Capabilities. Now the way roles work is a little bit complex, but it's very clever. So let's go to Define Roles first and see what the roles are by default. So these are the default roles that appear in any default server. So there is a manager role, and a manager role means that a person is allowed to modify a course. They can access a course, they can modify the course, but they're not an actual participant, meaning they're not a teacher. They don't go grading and doing all that sort of thing. But it means a manager can make changes to the course. A course creator is exactly that, someone who can create new courses and put in all the content for courses. A teacher, once they're assigned as a teacher in a course, they can obviously do everything to do with grading and participating with the students. And they can also make changes to the activities in the course and to the content in the course. That's what a teacher can do. And we call that, it says teacher, but the short name is actually editing teacher, meaning they have a bit more rights than a non-editing teacher, which is the next one. A non-editing teacher is a teacher that can access the course, they can do grades, they can't alter activities, and they can't alter content inside a course. So a non-editing teacher is the type of role that will be applied to most teachers in a course, unless there's a reason why you would want them to be making any changes. Normally it would be non-editing teacher for a teacher. Student is the next role, which is obviously exactly that, a student. They can't do much else to the course other than participate and submit assignments, all those sort of things. A guest role is, again, quite simple. It's a guest. All they can really do is view the list of courses and usually view the dashboard on the home page. Unless they've been enrolled in a particular course, then they can't really do anything else. So a guest is optional, whether as an administrator you go and disable the guest role so that they can't actually use it. Now an authenticated user is any user that logs in. So they're not a guest, but they could be any of these other roles. They're an authenticated user. That means they can log into the system. Once they can log in, they can do certain things. And then we have an authenticated user on the site home, which is a very custom user role for the front page. Someone's logged in, so they do have access to the site, and you want them to see certain other bits of information on the home page that a guest wouldn't normally see. So that's just an extra special role. Some of the roles are only relevant inside a course, meaning that once a course has been created and you add a student or add a person to a course, you then assign whether they are a manager, a teacher, non-editing teacher, or a student. So they only apply inside the context of a course, and context is a really important aspect of how Moodle works. For your role as administrator and how all of these roles fit together, generally you don't need to make any changes to these, but I will show you an example of what it actually means in terms of what permissions are allowed and not allowed and what they allow you to do. For example, a non-editing teacher. If we go across to our little cog over here and select edit, you'll see here that a non-editing teacher, so this is a teacher that's not allowed to make any changes, the context of this role is only inside course and activity modules. So it's only relevant to a course or an activity, not to the whole system, just to those areas. And if we go down to all our details down here and what the capabilities are, we can go to course, And if we look down our course capabilities, this is a non-editing teacher. They can view a course, but they can't create courses. They can't request a new course. They can't approve course creation. They have nothing to do with enrollment or any type of enrollment or payments. There's all these things they can't do, but certain things they can. So they can send a message to many people. So this is bulk messaging in the course. Because they're a teacher, that's what they can do. So there's a lot of things they can't actually do in that list. Whereas if we jump back and go to our, let's say, manager, and have a look at our manager. Now, a manager is also a system role, but it's a category and a course role as well. So they can be applied in all those different areas. And if we go to filter course, you'll see there's a lot more ticks here. This means that a manager has a lot more rights, a lot more permissions, that they can do a lot more things. And that's based on what are called capabilities. And you can assign or remove capabilities from different people in different roles. And as an admin, you can also create your own. So you can create a new role, and that will add down the bottom here, and then you can assign what type of role that is. Where it's often used is in a custom plugin. If you have a custom reporting plugin that you want certain people to be able to see that particular report, or you can create a new role for accessing that report, assign in this assignment down here. You would go to capabilities, you would find that reporting capabilities, select allow, and then anyone that gets added to that role would then have access to that report. So that's how roles, a very basic introduction of how roles work, and now you've learnt a little bit about capabilities as well and how they are impacted inside the Moodle system. One of the important roles of an administrator is to add categories and courses to the platform. So to do that, I've logged in as an admin. We're going to Site Administration, we're going to Courses, and then all we need to select is Manage Courses and Categories. And you'll see here I already have a collection of categories and courses. In there I also have categories in subcategories, but we're going to create our own category, and this will be quite simple. All we have to do is go create new category. If by default a category has appeared, we can remove the parent category and choose top, because we're going to set this at the top level of our categories. And we're just going to call this example category 1. And then we don't have to put in a category ID number, but you can if you like. You can also put in a description for the category if you need to. So we'll just put in here description of category, just so you can see what appears when we do that. We choose create category, and you'll see now we have example category. It's just a category on its own. If I click on that, it will show you over here that there are no courses inside example category 1. So there's no extra information in there that we need to worry about. That's all you have to do to create a category. To create a subcategory though, we can choose create new category from here. And in this case, it's already chosen the subcategory, but if I remove that, we choose it again, you can see here that we can choose a category or a subcategory and put a category below that. So we could do example category 1, and we might call this stage 1. So we might have a category, and inside that we might have stages, and then we sit our courses or our units underneath those. Or it could be organizational groups like health and fitness, or information technology, or however it is that your organization breaks up your structure for your courses. So I've called that stage 1. We'll select create category. You can now see we have example 1 category and stage 1 sitting below that. That way our categories or our courses are managed inside of category groups. You can also, if you're developing new courses, create a development area where you might have a development category, and then inside there you have all the units that are in the development stage, and you could have multiple categories in there as well. So there could be planning, stage 1, testing, or prepared ready for release, or review, whatever terminology you like to use in the process of how you build your courses. And then once they're ready to go, they go into the main category where they're actually released and available to students. That way you can sort of manage that development process as well. That's how we go about creating categories. The options here are you can hide a category using the little eye symbol here. So hiding a category will just grey that out so people can't see the category. Then the right click, and you can then add You can view the category. You can edit the category to rename it. You can obviously delete the category, create a new subcategory below that. You can also set permissions as to who can access that category, and you could use things like cohorts to do that, which is just below. So you could have cohorts that can only access certain courses in certain categories, or obviously you can have permissions that allow only certain types of people or certain groups of people to access that particular category, which is all sorts of things you can do there. And restore course, which allows you to restore a course into that category. And then obviously you have the content bank as well, that if you haven't looked at content bank yet, wait until we look at content bank and it will make sense as to how the content bank actually works as well. That's all you need to do to create a category. But while we're in this category screen, one thing I will show you is if you do go into a category that has courses in it, so category 1 here has some courses, and I choose practice course on the right, down the bottom is where it appears, where you actually see the course, you can view the course, you can edit, you can look at enrolled users. So once you do have courses inside your categories, that's how you access the course from the category screen. Editing language files is something that is only available to administrators. And what you can do with a language file is you can change certain words and how they're displayed, the actual term of the word in a site, by changing or editing the term in a language file. Now, language files, if you're just using English, which I am for this one, I've only got the English language installed, so I only need to change the one language file and the one term in there to make a change to the site. But if you're using multiple languages, you may need to find the same term or word in each of the language files and make that change to rename it to a different word. Now, not everything can be changed, but there is a lot that can be modified. So for example, we've got the word dashboard, and we might not like the term dashboard and think that should be called something else. So we can go and find the word dashboard in the language file and rename it to something else, and it will change globally across the whole site. Let's go to site administration. We're already in general. We can scroll down to language, and then we have language settings, language customization, and language packs. Now, if we just go to language settings, it's probably worth having a quick look at these. And they have language auto detect, which means the browser decides or tries to find what language it is. We only have English installed on this system, so we can only use English at the moment anyway. And then there's a collection of other basic language related information. Let's go to our next option under language, which was language customization. And this is where we can choose what we do with a language file. So if I choose English, then I can open the language pack and make some changes to the English language pack. So I'm going to choose Open Language Pack, which may take a little while to do. Remembering that every plugin, every part of Moodle, or nearly every part, pulls in the language or the terminology or the words into each part of the platform based on how the language file is configured. And we were looking at the word dashboard, so that's the one we're going to find. Is we're going to look for the word dashboard and see where we can find it and see if we can modify dashboard to say something else. So instead of dashboard, we might call it my homepage instead. Once it's 100% loaded, we choose continue. And you do have to be careful in this area that you don't muck anything up, but you'll see we have all the core moodle.php. These are all the pages and all the plugins that relate to Moodle and where they are associated in their categories that possibly have terms in there that we can change using the language file. So I'm going to assume that this is part of the dashboard. So let's go down so we can find dashboard, which isn't there. So I'm just going to type in dashboard and show strings. Now there was no strings found because I didn't have anything selected. I'm going to select everything and choose show strings, and we're looking for the dashboard. Now this is talking about the location block, admin dashboard, and the standard text here. This is the text that actually appears, and this is the code that's used to reference the string in the text, and this is the component that actually belongs to. So we're just looking for the standard text here that just says the words dashboard, and that's it. We could go in and rename every one of these ones that say dashboard if we needed to. I'm just going to look for dashboard. So here we've got core my home dashboard.
I'm going to change this to my home page instead. And I could also change this one here to my home page instead of my Moodle dashboard. We might make that just home page. So dashboard becomes the word home page, and my Moodle dashboard becomes my home page. That's all I'm going to change. We won't go through and change all of the other terminology for dashboard. I'll just scroll right down the bottom and I'll just apply and continue editing, or save changes to the language pack. So I'll just say save changes. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm going to go yes. You can see up here, and now it probably doesn't make a lot of sense because I've got home page, home, and then home page, but you can see that dashboard has been renamed as home page. Here we have home page instead of dashboard. So I've just changed the language file to modify that terminology for that part of the platform, and this can be done anywhere inside the platform if you know what you're looking for, or you know what the terminology is. So you could change grade me to some other name. I mean, grade me is the name of the plugin, but you may want to say teachers grading area or something like that instead. You can change that by going into the language files and making those changes. Obviously, if you didn't want to make changes, or you need to take those changes back, you can go back in and redo those, or remove them as well. So I'll go back in and remove those so it doesn't say homepage here, it says dashboard, back to the normal one. But that's how you edit a language file or a language pack in Moodle as a site administrator. As an administrator, something that you may need to do or want to do is to enroll large collections of students without having to manually go in one at a time and enroll them and then assign them to a course. You can do that using a spreadsheet, so I'll show you how that all works. First of all, we go to Site Administration, go to Users, and you'll have here Upload Users is our option. So don't go to Bulk User Actions, go to Upload Users. And in the Upload Users area, we can upload a CSV file. Now, I did say a spreadsheet. You can create it in a spreadsheet and export the spreadsheet as a CSV, but let's have a look at what this file actually looks like. Let's go to our example file. So we've got Excel open now. You can see that the default spreadsheet is username first name, last name, email address. And that's the very minimum that you need. So if we wanted to add these student 1, student 2, we could just use this spreadsheet, fill all of that in, as many columns or rows as we need, as many rows as we need with all the new students. Then we can save that as an CSV file. So make sure it's CSV, not as an Excel spreadsheet, but as a CSV file. Then when we go back into our course, we can drag and drop the CSV, and it will then go through the process of importing all of those students. Something that is quite useful is to add in the other parts of this that allow you to automatically enroll them in a course as well. Automatically enroll a student in a course, we have to add a couple of extra column headings. It's quite simple. We add course 1, role 1, and we can change that to, or keep adding that, course 2 and role 2 if they're multiple courses. Then all we need to do is use the short name for the course. So remember, in your course you have a short name and a long name. Let me just show you that as well. If I go into my courses, go into our course and go to settings, you'll see we have a course short name. So that will be the course name that we use in our spreadsheet. So our course name will be PC1 Demo, and we can copy that all the way down. And the role in this case will be student. It doesn't all have to be student either. You may have a teacher that you want to add as well. So you can just change the role to teacher for the same course, and then put in the teacher's details as well. Call this teacher 3, and then the teacher's last name, whatever the teacher's last name is, and the teacher's email is teacher3.com.au. We now have our document. All we have to do is go File, Export, or Save As. Just take out the course 2 and role 2 because we're not using that for this one, but we'll just go File, Save As, and we save this as a CSV file. So comma separated values is what we're saving our file as, and I'll just leave it as example for PC demo. That's what we use. So if we click save on there, that's all we have to do, and we've now saved our spreadsheet ready to import. If we jump back to our administration area to import, grab our file that we're going to import and choose Upload Users. It now automatically puts in student 1, 2, 3 and our teacher. You can see there's their email addresses. That's the course they're going to be enrolled in, and that's the role that they're going to have, so student and teacher. When we import all of these students, we're given the option of adding only new and skipping existing. So if that student already exists, we can skip them, but if we want to enroll them in that course, we may need to add new and update existing users if we'd like to update those changes. And what Moodle will do is it will go through and find all of the students that are already matching and just enroll them in a new course. So you can use this not just to add new students, but also to enroll students in courses. You can also choose the create a password if needed and send via email, so that can happen automatically. We then also have, for existing users, we can tell it to override, we can fill in missing from file and defaults. So that just chooses all of the defaults and fixes things up for us. So that's an option that you can use as part of the settings. We can leave the rest the same. In most cases you don't need to change anything. Hide my email address from non-privileged, allow everyone to see my email address, allow only other course participants to see my email address. These are the default values that happen when you add a student or when it's a new person being enrolled. So you can decide what the default settings will be. So forums, posting or subscribing, you can leave as yes, or you can change that. You can set the default city for everybody, or an institute and department. So if you're loading or you're uploading a group of people and you want to add them to an institute or a department, you can put all that in there and then choose upload, and it will go through and upload all those students and at the same time enroll them, and it will show you a message if there's any issues with the upload in relation to any of the individual students. Otherwise, that's all there is to bulk uploading students into Moodle.
A very clever and useful part of the Moodle LMS is that it uses themes. And a theme is a way of completely changing the look, in many cases the navigation, the look and feel, the colors and the control you have over how Moodle operates, how it looks for students and for teachers. And it sort of is based around you being able to sort of make it your own LMS that looks and feels like you. To do that, there is a whole collection of things called themes that can be added to certain versions of Moodle, and I'll explain some of the important ones for you. But first of all, by default, when you first install Moodle, it comes with this default theme, and it's called Boost. It's the Boost theme. It's quite simple, it's neat, tidy, clean, does all of the things you want. You don't have to change to another theme, but if you want to, this is what's involved. Now I'll show you how to go about installing a few different themes further on in the course. But to start with, I'm going to explain to you a bit about what those themes are and give you a bit of a look at a couple of different themes so you can see what you do or don't like. The first thing to look at is what the different themes are. If we go to the Moodle list of plugin statistics for themes, you'll see here that the most popular theme is one called Move, and Move is very similar to Boost. It's a very clean, neat and tidy theme. Move looks a bit like this. And yes, they now have a premium version of the Move theme as well. The Move theme changes your Moodle to look more like this sort of layout, this sort of format. It changes the footer, it changes the login to be certainly much more professional, neat, still neat and tidy, but very professional. It also changes the way the available course area looks, which comes up quite different. It's kept the main content navigation area pretty much the same. It's based on the Moodle 4.0 theme, so it still has the same icons and things here, but it does allow you to do a collection of other really cool fancy things. That's the Move theme, and if you like that theme, it's worth having a look at Move, and I'll give you a link to that there so you can check that one out. So Move was the first one in our list of themes. The next one was one called Adaptable, and I'm going in order of most popular, and I'll explain one little dint in this and one little change. But the Adaptable theme looks like this. Here is our Adaptable theme. Let's scroll down and have a little look. Here is an example of the Adaptable theme, or it's actually, I think it is a video explaining it. You can have a look at that yourself. And there's version numbers, and here's some screenshots here, which is what we wanted to look at.
So that gives you an idea on what the adaptable theme looks like. And again, it's quite different. The navigation swaps sides. It has some extra buttons up here. This look and feel may suit you as well. So that's the adaptable theme. And you can see the breadcrumbs has changed into sort of this arrow bar instead. And all of this is configurable, so you can change all the colors and the style of everything as well in there. So there's a lot of the configuration settings that you can change for adaptable. The next theme type is Fordson. And Fordson, which I will show you here, actually has a note. Fordson was built to solve a whole heap of issues that are now solved in Moodle 4.0. We no longer need to solve these problems. So instead, Fordson has decided to go with a new theme, which is Moodle 4.0 compatible, called Learn R. So let's go and look at Learn R instead. So whenever you see Fordson, just switch that over to Learn R, because that will be the new one. And at the moment, they actually don't have screenshots, do they? Let's just check. There we go. Yep. So it's similar to the Fordson theme in the style of what Fordson looked like, but they've changed it to suit the Moodle 4.0 layout. So it is a bit of a change. You can see that the boxes and the shapes of things and that has all changed a bit, how it all is put together. And there's a collection of screenshots as well that you may want to look through to have a look at Learn R, which again, logon's changed. The layout of the course has got a little icon in the center as well, which you can modify, which is pretty cool. The navigation can be at the bottom and the top, so there's all these extra little features that each theme give you that is different than each other. That's what makes it really useful to have all these different themes. So they're the three top themes. I'll let you look at some of the others further down. There's some not so popular ones here. Has Learn R appeared on the list yet? No, not yet. It will get there over time. But remember, the default theme is the Boost theme, which is what this one looks like here. Next, we'll look at how to install each one of those plugins and how to configure those plugins as well. The last thing to show you is how you can change your theme as part of the introduction to themes. As an administrator, you can go into Site Administration, go to Appearances, and down at the bottom of Appearances, it has Theme Selector. We go to Theme Selector, and all we need to do is choose Change Theme, and then look through our themes that we have installed. And if we want to change our theme, we can change it from Boost to the Classic View, or to Snap, or to any of these other ones that I'll show you as we install each one. But just to show you the difference, we'll go to Classic, and you can see now that the layout has changed, not a lot, but a reasonable amount. The navigation administration buttons are all now in a big long menu on the left. If I select Continue and we go into an actual course, we'll go into this one here, will do. You can see the left nav or navigation is sort of a bit different. It has a lot more buttons in it. This is what Moodle originally had in it in the original version. We've still got our page navigation is still the same, so that's all the same over here, but we don't have that other drag and drop navigation we had before. So we're going to switch that back again to do that. We now need to find out where administration is, so here it is, it's down here now. Each theme, the administration may move around. We go to Appearance, we go to Themes, we go to Theme Selector, we're going to select Change Theme, we're going to use the Boost theme, which takes us back to our normal theme, which looks familiar again. And that's how we go about changing a theme, Appearances, Theme Selector. One of the themes that you may decide that you want to use with Moodle is the adaptable theme. So we're going to go through the process of how to install the adaptable theme. It is quite simple. All we do is we go to moodle.org, plugins, and to the theme adaptable. You can Google search for it. Just search Moodle theme adaptable and it will appear as one of the options. The most important thing to do is to check the version to make sure it matches our version. So we're looking at Moodle 4.0. If you want to check, go to versions on the adaptable page and you'll see here Moodle 4.0, which is exactly what we want. So let's download that version and let's have a look. So we choose download and it will download a copy of that for us. That's the first step, nice and simple. We then go into our course. We are an administrator because you need to be an administrator to do this.
We go to Site Administration, we choose Plugins, we choose Install Plugins to install our new theme. We then go and grab our theme and we drop that onto our Choose File area. Or you can select Choose File and browse for it and find where you've stored that file. Then we just select Install Plugin from zip file. If everything is okay, which it is, that's okay. Validation successful, so all of that's good. If there was any errors, then that would tell us that we may have the wrong version of the plugin. Then Moodle goes through a server check to make sure everything is okay before it installs. Select Continue. You'll see I have some other plugins that need some attention as well. There's been some updates, but I'll leave those for the moment. But you can see Adaptable has appeared here, and it's for Moodle 4.0. It requires the Boost theme, and some themes require another theme. In this case it does have it, so it's happy, it's quite okay. So we'll select Upgrade Moodle Database now. We select Upgrade Moodle Database. It's been successful, we choose Continue. And then as part of the settings for this theme, you'll see here it's just given us all of these options of what we can use, what we can change. We're going to look at that in a different topic, which is how to change the settings for this theme. So we're just going to scroll right to the bottom, leave everything as its default because there is just hundreds of settings in there, and we just want to make sure it works first. So we're going to select Save Changes, and there's even more settings. Save Changes again, and that's now been installed. To test that that actually worked, we can go to Appearance, down to Theme Selector, choose Change Theme, and you can see Adaptable is now one of the options in our themes, in our list of themes, so we'll choose Use Theme Adaptable. If it all worked, our adaptable theme should appear. There it is. There is the default adaptable theme. So the next step is we can go in and change all of the settings and make Adaptable suit us and look more like our business and our organization, and make it more appealing just for us. But that is how we download and install and apply the Adaptable theme. One of the themes that you might find really useful is the Fordson theme, and the Fordson theme comes up in the top 3 or 4 of most downloaded free Moodle themes. Remember, you can get commercial themes as well that are fantastic, and I will show you one of those too, so check out RemUI at some stage because it's a really cool and clever theme. But we're going to look at Fordson. The Fordson theme, if we go there and have a look, the Fordson theme, we're going to read this very important notice here that basically tells us the Fordson theme was built to solve UX experiences more than any theme or styling issue. But Moodle 4.0 has actually solved most of those issues. Instead of continuing the Fordson theme, they decided to create a new theme instead called Learn R. So we're going to install Learn R instead of Fordson theme. The Learn R theme is over here. So you need to go to moodle.org/plugin/theme Learn R, and we'll install that theme instead, and then you can have a look and see what it looks like. First of all, go to Versions, and thank you to Chris Kennyberg too, he did an awesome job with this one. Go to Versions, you'll see there's one version there for Moodle 4.0, which is perfect. We just choose Download, and that's all we have to do to start with. So we've downloaded that theme. We go back to Moodle. We are an administrator to do this, so we click Site Administration, go to Plugins, Install Plugin, and then all we need to do is grab our Learn R theme and drop that on here. Install plugin from zip file. There were no issues, which is great, so we can choose Continue. Moodle then does a server check to make sure everything else is okay. We choose Continue again. It will also check any other plugins, so you can see I've got some updates to do. But here is our Learn R theme that we're installing. It requires the Boost theme, which is pretty normal for most of these themes now. It does save them a lot of work by using the structure of the Boost theme and then adding on to that. We just choose Upgrade Moodle Database now. Then we choose it's successful, so that's all good. Choose Continue. And this will take us to a collection of settings for the Learn R theme. We're not going to look at those at the moment. That's in another topic. Scroll at the bottom and choose Save Changes. And that's all we had to do to install the plugin. The next is to test that the plugin actually works. So let's go to Appearance. Remember, we are an administrator. We go to Theme Selector. Select Change Theme. And we're scrolling down here and we're looking for Learn R. There it is. So we select Use Theme. And this is what Learn R looks like. I'll just choose Continue. Select Home so we can look at it from the home perspective. So this is the layout. You can change that background image that's behind there. That's quite okay to do. This is what it looks like. The dashboard and my courses. All should look reasonably familiar. If I go into one of our courses, I'll choose the practice course this time. You can see there the layout is fairly consistent. You'll notice though that the left-hand navigation isn't there. So that's one thing that this particular theme wasn't interested in, obviously. So they left that out. You navigate from inside the course content. So if we go into our Moodle training, this is our training day class where we go through all of this stuff. And you can see the layout there of all the pages. We've got day 1, session 2, day 1, session 3. We're looking at 3D model stuff. Cool. That is the Learn R theme, which was the Fordson theme. So I'll put that in the notes there that it was the Fordson theme, but Fordson didn't go to Moodle 4.0. They changed to a new theme called it Learn R. This is it. That's how we install it. A theme that you might find really useful is called the Move theme, and it's one of the top 3 themes that are used in Moodle, in the Moodle LMS, or most popular free themes, I should say, because there's commercial themes available as well. So the Move theme, let's have a look at what it is and go through the process of installing it. So let's go to the Move theme web link, which is moodle.org/plugin/theme_move, or you can Google search that as well. So Move is a really nice, neat and tidy theme. You need to make sure you have the right version of the theme for Moodle 4.0. To do that, we'll just scroll down, and on our way down there you'll notice there is also a premium version. It has all these extra features. Feel free to go and check out the Move premium version as well. This is what it looks like, the Move theme. We're going to choose versions and make sure we have a Moodle 4.0 version, which is the right one here. So we'll download that. That's all we had to do to get the Moodle theme downloaded. We now need to add it to Moodle. Let's go to our Moodle platform. Now I'm logged in as an administrator, so let's go to Site Admin, choose Plugins and Install Plugin. All we need to do now is grab our zip file and drop that into the plugin area. You can also choose a file and upload the file from wherever the location is that you've stored it. Then we select Install Plugin from Zip. And if everything is okay, it does a quick validation to make sure that the plugin actually is correct and all the bits and pieces that are required for a plugin are there. We choose Continue. Moodle will then check all of the system functions, features, make sure everything is okay on the server. Then Continue. I do have a few other plugins to look at that have updates. We'll leave those for the moment. But here's our Move theme, and it requires Theme Boost, which we do have, so that's okay to go ahead with. Let's upgrade the Moodle database now. Select Continue. Then we have a big list of settings for the Move theme. The Move theme's not as big as some others, but we won't worry about what those settings are yet. We'll look at them in a separate topic, but we just click Save Changes. There's a few more settings there. Save Changes again, and the Move theme is now installed, but let's see what it actually looks like. To do that, as an admin, I go to Appearance, go to Theme Selector, Change Theme, scroll down to the new theme, which is called Move. There it is. Select Use Theme. You can now see what it looks like. It is quite different, isn't it? I'm just going to go to our home page so you can see what it looks like. It's quite neat. It's quite a nice theme. Nice neat theme. You'll notice there's some extra information down the bottom. You can remove all of that. We'll look at that in how to configure the Move theme. But that's what the Move theme looks like, and if I choose one of the courses to go into and have a look at, we'll go into our Moodle Intermediate Training Day. and you can see it uses the left hand menu, how it is expected to be there. For Moodle 4.0, we have a nice bar across the top here. We've got our logo in the left. We've got everything else is pretty much the same, so it's not too different, but it does have a lot of extra options in things that you can do for setting up the homepage and the dashboard and all that sort of stuff in this particular theme. So that's how we download and install the Move theme.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a formatting issue in quiz questions that comes up when students are looking at content, and we're going to have a look at what causes that, or what can cause it, and what we can do to fix it. So let's go into a quiz. This one here will do. We'll go into the questions, and we might look at a multiple choice question. So the multiple choice question is saying which software product is used primarily for vector graphics, and the student has to choose, is it Adobe Illustrator, Lightroom, Premiere, or Photoshop? So what can happen, and I'll show you this as a good example. Sometimes we could have in the content some extra background HTML that you may not realize is there when you've either copied or typed in your answers, that may make the format go a little bit strange. So I'm just going to put in a couple of different variations here of things that might have caused a problem, because they are things that often come over or are transferred over. So let's just save changes, and I'll show you what I've added in a moment. Let's preview the question, and you'll see there that the formatting is a little bit all spaced out. Things have sort of gone a bit crazy with it, and it doesn't look right at all. So the first one is obviously bullet points, making sure bullet points are gone. So we do need to make sure that we get rid of those. Then you'll see there's a bigger space here, a smaller space here, and then another bigger space here. Let's go into the question and see if we can, or into the answers, and see if we can work out why those extra spacings happened. So jump into our question. And here are the choices down here. To have a look at what's going on in the background, let's go to the code, and you can see here that we've got a paragraph with 2 breaks, and then a paragraph with a break and a paragraph. Now straight away, without even thinking there, I just started cleaning it up. If you remove the 2 breaks, the BR, so that's called a line break, you need to get rid of those to remove the extra spacing that sort of pushes those spaces below. But then you have an empty paragraph tag, so paragraph and then a closed paragraph tag with a break inside that as well. That causes funny spacing issues. So we get rid of all of those. We can leave it as a paragraph as long as we're consistent in that all of the questions have paragraphs. So when you go to clean those up, just go into each one and check. This one here has a dir, ltr left. We can get rid of all of that because it's not needed, and there's some extra breaks in there that we didn't need. So again, it's just consistent. We've got up the top here paragraph with the text, then a paragraph with the text, then this one. Let's just see what this one's got in it. Okay, we've got just the 1 line break, and we can get rid of all of that other information inside the paragraph because it's not needed. Probably should be a whole course on how to do all of this and what to look for. And the last one is our bullet point. So let's just remove the bullet and have a look at the code, and you can see there it's added some pretty fancy weird stuff in there. So one way to fix that is to just highlight the writing, cut that out, and then use Control or Command Shift paste. Have another look, and it's cleaned out a lot of that, not everything, but a lot of it's been cleaned out. And then that only leaves us the last bit, which is we can clean up those paragraphs that don't need to be there. It's great if you can learn some basic HTML because it will make your life even easier. And there we go. Now that all looks nice and consistent between all the questions. We save changes and we go and preview our question. We've still got one that's out, Adobe Premiere Pro, so we're going to go and have a look at that in a sec and see what we missed. But the rest of them are nice and even. So Adobe Premiere Pro is our question with the problem. Let's go back, scroll down, Adobe Premiere Pro, let's go into the code, and you can see that the first line was okay, but because we didn't open it up and view it properly, we didn't see the rest of the paragraph that's in there. So clear that out, and again, it's all looking nice and consistent. Let's preview, and that looks so much better. And we're all done. There's something you may not realize, and that is that if you add photos to Moodle pages or images to Moodle pages and you upload them to Moodle, that those photos actually live in relation to that particular page, and they don't automatically just disappear when you delete them either. So what that means is when you export a course with all of the photos that are in there, if you've added photos during the development of that course and then you've removed photos in that development, those photos are still actually in the file, in the export file, and they can take up a lot of extra room, and they're unnecessary. You don't need them there because no one can actually see them. So there is a way of removing these extra images that don't need to be there. So we're going to have a quick look at a Moodle 4.0 page, and in that page I have, in this case, 3 photos. These are photos of my band, that's a couple of my friends, that's my daughter there, that's me obviously. The next photo is one of a single that we released. We released a photo with it. It's a song called Wanderlust that was actually in the top, what was it, top 10 of the European songwriting competition. And this one here is us in one of our Germany tours that we did quite a few years ago. Oh, in 2018, it's not that long ago, is it? So let's say we've got these 3 photos in there and we decide to remove one of them. So because we're only looking at new photos, let's delete the one that is the extra photo that was from an earlier year. But before I do that, I want to show you how you can see what photos are related, or what images are related to this page. There's this icon over here that says Manage Files. And it's not just photos, it can be Word documents if you've linked Word documents to the page as well. And it shows you what documents are linked to this individual page. So I've got these 3 already linked there. So that's okay. Let's go out of that again. I'm just going to remove that picture. So it's now not appearing in the content. If I now go back to our images, Manage Files, you can see here that it still has all 3 of them there, but it has down here unused files. And that's telling me that this file is, or this image in this case, is still part of this page. Now you might think, but when you save it, won't that disappear? Let's try it without doing anything else. We've removed the one photo. We go Save and Display. And the logic might be that that 3rd image that we deleted, or we removed, is now gone and disappear completely, but it's not. It's still part of this page. So if we go to Settings, go back to our Manage Files icon, you can see here that image still lives there even though we've removed it, and it will stay there. What we can do is we can tick this little tick box beside that image name and say Delete Selected Files, and we now only have the 2 there. We can now close that and Save and Display. Everything works fine. If we go back in and check one more time, you can see that the file manager only has the 2 images now. We've cleared out that other one. So if you can imagine, you may have loaded up 20 or 30 photos and you've cut that all back again down to 10. There may be 20 or more extra photos or images or files that are sitting there related to that page but are actually not being used. You can remove them that way. And that's how we clean up our pages, preferably before you export the course. Let's Save and Display, and make sure you check out the band at infobetween.com if we go there. There's a really useful feature that you might be able to use that allows activities to have their name or the text auto-linked to or directly to the activity. If that doesn't make sense, let me show you what that actually looks like and what it means. We're going to create a new page. So we'll go to Add Activity, Resource, we'll go into Page, and we'll call this Assessment activities. So these are the activities that someone is going to complete when they complete this course. In the content, we'll just put in assessments. Underneath that though, we might make that a heading. Underneath that, we're going to put a list of these assessment tasks. So we've got task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's just copy each one of those names over. So we'll grab our first one, put that in here. It's our first task. Then we'll grab our second task and just copy all of those over so we have all 5 tasks listed on our page. Task 4, and our final task, task number 5. Okay, they're all listed on our page. We're going to make them a bullet list, make them nice and neat. Now, because I copied the exact name of this assessment task, it's going to map directly to each of the names of the assessment tasks that we have for the actual quiz or the assignment or the forum. It will all go directly to it. So the idea is when I save this, what should happen is that because I used the exact same name, the student should be able to click on this name and it will take them directly to that task without me having to add a hyperlink to it. And this is using a filter. Now the reason it doesn't work yet is because that filter is not turned on. So to do that, we go back to our course, select more, go to filters, and in filters you'll see activity names auto linking is off. So let's default turn that on and save. Back to our course, back to our assessment activities, and you'll see now it has auto-linked the name of each of these tasks directly to the activity itself. So we didn't have to put that link in, just by using the exact same name, it's auto-linked for us. So if we want to go to assessment task 4, we can click on it and it takes us straight to assessment task 4. The thing to be aware of is if I change this name from assessment task 4 to assessment task 4.1, any change at all, even extra spacing, can cause this issue. But if I make that change and save, now I go back to my assessments page, you'll see there that number 4 is no longer linked anymore because that name does not match the assessment's name anymore. So I'm just going to change that back so that it does match, and that way you can see how having the exact identical name, we go task 4 with space dash space your perspective diagram, and we go down to save, return to course, and back to our assessment activities. You can see now it's all relinked again and the student can go directly there. So you can put links to your assessments in your content, anywhere you like in your content, by making sure that that filter is turned on. A very common issue that you may find is that if you right align an image and you have some text on the left and then you add some other object underneath it, in this case an alert box, that the alert overlaps the image. So how do we go about fixing that? We're going to have a look at a solution to that, and it's called ClearFix. And ClearFix really is just a div that wraps around the content and the image and has a class called ClearFix, and just by putting that in, it fixes that whole problem for you. It does add in one other issue, but it does fix the main problem. Let's jump to our website where we actually have this issue. You can see it there. We've got our image on the right, our text on the left. If we go into settings, go into our HTML, and right at the very start we're going to put that ClearFix div class equals ClearFix. So let's just go back and grab that. Div class equals ClearFix. Now remember, we have to put a bracket slash div bracket at the end. So let's go into our settings. We'll put our class div class equals ClearFix in there. So that's our little fix for it. Go down the bottom. Now what we're looking for is the end of the text, and you can see below that we have the alert danger, which is the bit that's doing the overlapping. So if we put in bracket slash div, and we can just type that in, that closes off our ClearFix area. So everything inside that should stay self-contained and nothing else should overlap that. Let's have a look. And there we go. It's fixed that problem for us, that overlapping issue. If we now save and display, you'll notice that it looks okay like that, but what has happened is we now have this big space here. And there isn't an easy way to fix that big space because of the size of that image. We could make the image smaller, that would help, but then it just depends on the size of the screen that people are using, the dimensions of their screen. So on a smaller device, as it gets smaller, the image will shrink, the text will wrap. You can see the text wrapping there. As it wraps around, if we get rid of our menu and go down to a mobile device size, you can see the image is getting smaller, but it's never at the sum text area. This alert isn't overlapping over the image or the text, which is exactly what we want. So that clear fix, that little fix called clear fix, is what fixes the problem, especially with images that are right aligned, is where that often happens the most. The next part we're going to do is look at how to add an image into our content, which is quite simple, but there's a lot of extra things that go along with images. So let's start with the most important one, which I think is quite logical, is when you have an image, the image size in pixels and the image size in file size can be a big issue. Meaning that if you have a file that is 50 megabytes in size and you're expecting every student to download a 50 meg file or multiple 50 meg images as a file, then that's a big file size to have them download every time they just want to view a picture. So when you get your pictures, you need to make sure that you size them, and there are different ways to do that, but you resize them to the size that actually suits what you're doing on the screen. Easiest measurements to sort of guess at this, if you're aiming for something that's going to fill a large area of the screen, then 1200 wide by whatever height it is fine. If you're aiming for it to be a smaller image, 600, or if it's really small, 400 pixels wide. So there's sort of just a quick guide on what you can do, but let's have a go at actually inserting an image. To do that, we need to first of all get the image. So let's go to Unsplash and find an image. Let's go get an important image like a nice guitar. That looks like a nice, is it a Fender? It will do. Alright, we're just going to download that image. So it says download for free, which you can do here, and you can see their sizes: 640 by 426, medium is 1920, and large 2400. So we're going to use this as a picture that fills most of the screen, so we're going to go with medium 1920. So I've now saved that image, and it'll just be saved in my downloads folder. Let's go back to our page, go to settings, and we're going to put our image in here. All we need to do is go to the add image icon. We need a description for the image, and this is called an alt tag or a title. They're actually two different things, but let's call it alt for the moment. And we need a description of what the item is, and this is purely for screen readers and for other devices that need to know what the actual image is about, because it may not be able to view that image, so it needs to have an alternative text there. And this is all part of accessibility. So I'm just going to write it is a guitar. We're going to go browse, select upload. We need to choose who the author is, and in this case we can actually go back and find out who the author is. It's Simon Weezer on Unsplash, and we can put the author in there, and we can actually choose what the license is, but we'll leave it as license not specified for the moment because we've got to talk about licenses later. So we go choose file, and there's the photo there. I'm just going to select it and go upload, and if I leave it at the default file size settings, it will fill the complete width of the page. So I'll just go save image. There is our image, save and display, and you'll notice now that this photo appears in there and it is the full width of the page. If I close the menu out the way, the image grows to be even bigger, which is great. If I happen to run this down to a mobile size, it would just keep resizing down and down and down to fit whatever the device is. and the screen area for that device. And that's all we have to do to add an image. It's now time to look at tables in Bootstrap and see what we can do with them. Now, tables are not ideal to use for formatting content, as in positioning text on the left, images on the right, that type of thing, because tables don't resize responsively down to the right size for mobile devices, especially for phones. They're usually okay for tablets and other devices, but when it gets down really small, it's a little bit difficult to squash everything in. So let's have a look though what we can do to at least make tables look a little bit more presentable when you do use them. We have our table here with Bootstrap added to it. Really all you have to do is have a table and then add class equals table beside or inside the table tag. Let's try this out. Let's go to our table experiments, turn settings on to edit. Let's go in and put our code in there. There we have our table. Let's see what it looks like first. So that's our table with some content. So that can be title 1, description 1, title 2, description 2, and an extra spare row. We'll just leave that. If we'd like to display this using Bootstrap, all we need to do is put in class equals and table and close our quotes, and you'll see what it straight away does is changes it to 100% and just spaces out everything so much nicer than a normal table. Now the default is to put a border at the top and the bottom just as part of what Bootstrap does, but we can make that more interesting. If we jump back to our examples, you can see here we can have a bordered table which has table then space table dash bordered. So let's try putting that one in instead for our class. Going to edit, and we're just replacing with table space table dash bordered. Save that. Now we've got a full border all the way around the table, which looks better already. If we go back again and we add in our other one, which we should just check, which is table striped. Now we can also have table striped and table bordered at the same time. So let's put all of them together. So table space table striped, table bordered. And if we have a look at that, you can see it's now bordered with striping that is every second row has a different color. Now, just while we're here, something you can also do is add an extra row by clicking into the row, going to the table icon here, which is by clicking on the drop down arrow, table icon, insert row after, and that will insert another row. If we insert another row, you'll see that the striping continues as well down the page. Now there's one other thing we can do, which is to do with the header. So let's have another look. We can have a dark header row. To do that, we just add class equals t-head dark in there as our header row next to t-head. So let's go back into our code. We've got t-head, and we just need to add in class equals t-head dash dark is our class from Bootstrap. Notice also that these are THs, not TDs. Normally it's a TD is a cell, TH because it's a header cell. It has to be that to work. When we go back, you can see now it's got white text with a dark background. We can save and display. And again, that's looking even neater and very consistent, which is good. Right, we're going to look at how to embed video into your page, and there is 3 ways, make that 2 ways to do that, but there is 2 ways to do one of those different ways. It'll all make sense when I explain it to you. First of all, we're going to go to our Birdie Oz embedder and have a look at the fast way to do it without having to play too much with code. So let's go to our YouTube embedder. Now, the very first thing we have to do is follow the instructions. Click here for setup instructions if you haven't done this before. To show our bookmark bar, and follow the instructions which says drag this YouTube embedder up to here, so I have it in our bookmarks bar, in our toolbar. So that bit's done. The next part is to go to YouTube. and find a video, and we have a stack of great videos here. So let's choose upload videos or embed your videos in Moodle. Good question, and that's an interesting spot to pause it. Right, we have our video in YouTube. We're ready to watch it, but we're not going to watch it. We're just going to click on YouTube Embedder, and this runs off to Birdie Oz. Thank you again, Greg Bird. We can leave the description in there, or we can take it out. We'll take it out. We're going to copy the embed code from there for this video using our quick embedder. We're going to go back to our page, click on settings, scroll down, go into our code and paste it in, and we're going to choose save and display, and there you go. We have our YouTube video already embedded nicely and looking pretty damn good. So that's one way. Let's try another way of doing it. If we go to our YouTube video, we can choose share, choose embed, and then we don't have to do a start at. We can just select copy, and it will copy the embed code. Jump back to our page, going to go to settings. From settings we go to our code, we go down and paste that in, and if we save and display, we now have a Birdie Oz embed. We also have a normal YouTube embed. Notice the difference. This one uses Bootstrap to resize it and puts the title and heading in for us and puts the time in, which is a nice bonus, and a little icon, whereas this one just embeds the video as it is. If you wanted the video embedded as it is without all the other extra bits and pieces up here, there's another way to do it, and that is to go back to the code that I've given you in your course. Let's jump back to it, and you'll see down here we have our YouTube embed code, which is this bit here. All we need is the YouTube ID. So let's grab this code, so copy, back to our course, let's go to settings, into our code, scroll right down the bottom. I'm going to paste this one in as well. Before we go any further though, notice it's got YouTube ID in capitals. We need to go back to our actual video and grab the YouTube ID, which is to share, and grab the end of that. So that's the bit we want. We need to copy that, go back to our page and put that in where it says YouTube ID. Press save and display, and now we have our Birdie Oz embed. We have our normal YouTube embed from YouTube, and then we have our own embed that doesn't have all the extra things wrapped around it. So like I said, there are two different ways of adding it. One is using code, one is using the quick embedder from Birdie Oz. Either one will work and do the job, but if you do add the code, there is two ways of adding the code as well. You can do it from the YouTube code embed, or you can do it from that extra code that I just gave you. That is incredibly useful. So there's three different ways of adding a YouTube video into your content. We're going to look at Bootstrap and why Bootstrap is something that you would want to know anything about. And the important thing with Bootstrap is it is a way of formatting your content that uses CSS, so cascading style sheets, that is already pre-built for you. So all you need to do is add certain classes to content or to HTML, and it will format the information on the page in a much better way than just having it running straight down the page and being difficult to read or really boring to read. So I'm going to show you a couple of things. First it will be alerts, then we're going to have a look at grids. And you would have seen both of those and understand a bit about the responsiveness of grids from the main part of the course. So let's get into the alerts part of it. So we're going to go into Bootstrap to start with, so let's go and have a look at the alerts page. And these are what alerts look like. They're quite simple, quite straightforward, nothing complicated about them. They just allow you to put a box around some content in different colors. Now to do that, all we need to do is apply class equals alert and then alert dash whatever the type of alert is. So a primary alert will be the primary color for the site, secondary will be the secondary color, success is usually green, danger red, warning a yellow, orange color, info, alert info is generally a blue. Could be different though depending on the site. It means that your content is transferable to other sites that use Bootstrap in them, so other Moodle servers, and the majority do use Bootstrap. There's especially now with version 4 coming out, which is built very much on Bootstrap. how you get to use these. So let's jump to our page, our settings, and let's try out what this really means. We're going to start with the obvious one, which is just the word note. This is important. So we've typed that text in. If we go into the code, you can see here in the code that we have note, this is important. Now it's put in there text align left LTR. We're going to just remove all of that, we don't need it. We have a paragraph, so this is a bracket, P bracket. So it's a P tag or paragraph tag. All we need to do is go back to Bootstrap, and we're going to use the just the warning one, maybe. Let's look for warning. So all we need is the class equals alert warning. And now this is wrapped in a div, but we're going to use a paragraph. So we're going to go back to our page, paste that in. Let's have a look at the page now, and you can see straight away it says note, this is important. If I want to, I can make the text bold. I can also use italics and things like that. What I can't do though is if I press enter, it creates a new one. So if you do need to have multiple lines inside one of these and you're using a paragraph, you need to hold shift enter and then type the text in, and that will give you multiple lines. So shift and enter, hold shift, press enter. So that's what an alert looks like. Let's just save it and preview. There we go, there's our alert. We're now going to look at embedding a Vimeo video, which is a bit different than how we did it for a YouTube video. So to do that, we go to our bit of code here that we have, which is our Vimeo code, and we're just going to copy that code, then go to our page. In our page, which is settings, we go down to code at the bottom, where we're going to add it. Now we need to put in our ID number, so let's go to Vimeo and find a Vimeo video, which we've got one here called using clearfix to update content. So you would have seen that before. We're just going to grab the ID number for the video from the top, up in the navigation bar, go back to our HTML, and we're going to paste it into just after the video. So we had the video, then the number, then we choose save and display. So we've got our YouTube videos, and now we have our Vimeo video in there with controls as well, all just the same. It doesn't have a title up the top for this particular one, but that's okay. So that's how we add a Vimeo video to our content. One other way to do it though is, of course, go to Vimeo, click on the embed option, leave it on responsive, choose copy embed code, and we can also go back to our page, choose settings, into our HTML, scroll down the bottom, add our video, save and display, scroll down the bottom, and we now have our video embedded just using the normal Vimeo embed code rather than installed using our custom code. So either way will work. This is a quick little trick that you can use to edit CSS in a page without having to go into the code to actually edit the code inside the page. Well, sort of. Let me explain. Go to My Profile in your practice course, select Settings, scroll down till you find your name written in the content, right click on your name and select Inspect. Now this works in most browsers, so you should have an Inspect as an option. When you select Inspect, it automatically opens up a panel on the right hand side. Now you'll see up here in the code it has heading style 3, H3, Chris Richter. All I need to do is go down to element style in here, and I can change CSS settings from here. So I can type in color, and this gives us some hints as well, which is really nice. And I could put in here red. And as soon as I do that, you'll notice it changes on the left. Now if I go down and click save and display, those changes I made actually get saved in the content. So you may find that really useful. I'll show you a different one. Let's add something else to it. Let's go settings, scroll down to our content. we might just change this one here. So things you've achieved, we right click on the content that we want to change, select inspect, make sure that we've actually selected the content we're expecting to change, heading 4, which is 5 things you have achieved. Click down here into element style, and we could do something like background color, and we could put in there a background color. Now notice it's applied that background color to the text. That's nice. What if we want to change that color because it's not the right color? We can actually click on the little color icon, choose a color here, or we can choose a color out of the content on this side. So in this case, I'm going to make it blue, and I'm going to click in again on the right and add in color, which is the text color, and make that white. And because that doesn't look all that nice with that, how tight it is, I'm also going to add padding of, let's say, 5px, which is in pixels. And that gives a little bit of extra padding and space around that. So you can see I'm already adding a bit of flavor and color to the page. Once we click save, scroll down to the bottom, save and display. Those changes I made on the right are now implemented in the content and saved in the content as well. Okay, I'm going to show you how I would go about transferring this content on the right to the left, and I have a couple of extra tools that I'm going to use as I do this that speed things up. They will be explained further in the course, but I do want to use them because I want to show you how I would actually do it in the real world. We're going to transfer all of the content from how to use a phone into our content word experiment. So let's go settings, go down to the content area, and this is where everything's going to live. First of all, I would scroll down and highlight all of the content down to the first image. I would copy, then I use shift and paste to paste the content in, and that gives me an okay bit of content. If I look in the code, it's pretty messy. It doesn't look really nice, but it's okay. I then put in an image because I'm going to replace that image later. Now for this one, I'm going to highlight this writing. Now I'd like to keep the links that are there. I don't want to lose those. So to keep the links, I use Control Paste or Command Paste, and that keeps all of the links in. Now you always want to check to make sure that Open in New Window is selected because you'll need that. So you might as well do that while you're there so you don't forget about it later. So this is just selecting each of the links and going to Open in New Page. That just means that you won't lose, the student won't lose where they're up to in the content. So that's just the attribution for that image. Now I have my home office phone. I'm going to paste that in. That was Control Shift Paste or Command Shift Paste. I have another image. So I'm just going to put image in there. I used the full word there, didn't I? Let's make it consistent. I'm going to copy this as well and Control Paste or Command Paste to keep the links. Fix up the links while I'm there so that they all open in a new window. Open in new window. There is a way that I do this globally for a page afterwards as well, but this is probably the easiest way with this small page that we've got. Now this one here has a table. So I select the whole table, copy, go over here and I just paste it in as a table, Control Paste. Now notice the images tried to appear as well because of the way I pasted it, so I'm just going to remove the images and type in the word image in there. I'll center align that as well. Clear that one out, image, because we're going to add the images later. Let's get into what's next. We've got 3, what are numbers? So there's a whole heap of text here with not much else in it. There is a link there, so I'm going to stop before that link. I'm going to Control Shift Paste all the content in, or Command Shift Paste if you're on a Mac, and I'm going to grab that URL and just paste that in without holding Shift so that we get the actual URL in there as a URL. Now here's the bit that you don't have yet and you won't know about yet, but I have a little extra collection of tools that I use, and this one is one called Ghost Text. Now if I click on Ghost Text, it pops up with the actual HTML of that page inside a HTML editor for me. Now I have a special command that I use that I have sort of pre-programmed to clean everything up just beautifully for me, and you can see there it's cleaned up most of the stuff that's in the content. So now our HTML looks reasonably nice and neat. We've got rid of all of that extra rubbish. There is a way to do that inside Moodle as well, but it's not as effective, but that's how I would do it. Let's go back to my content now, back in my page, and the next thing to do is to just go through the document and tidy up all of those bullets and headings and things that don't make sense. So this does take a little while. It is not a quick fix, easy system that just does everything for you. So I've made those bullets. I go down to my 6 items here and I number those. Notice they're all numbered, but I need these ones here to be indented. And that quick quiz probably is supposed to be indented as well. Notice they've got letters on there. I could leave them as numbers, but technically they should be letters, so you do need to go through and tidy up all of this content here and get rid of all these extra bits and pieces that you don't actually want that have been added in. So the dot A's, they're in there. Number 4, this one should be indented, so it's starting to look like the content on the right hand side. Again, it is a little bit time consuming, but it actually does the job. You can get fairly quick at it as well. I'm going to add this assignment one. I'm just going to indent that as well into here because it looks like it should be, and renumber those so they're 1, 2, 3. This one's come up as 5. There we go, as 4. So I'm just fixing up all of these. ABC, we'll indent those and get rid of the letters. And like I said, there isn't really a faster way to do this. How not to use an iPhone. Did I miss one? See, I've got futuristic phone. Survey should be indented. So let's indent survey. And put that back again. Up there. So now it's number 6. Number 6 matches. There we go. We're good. We're up to our actual heading. So let's make this a heading. So I'll make this heading large. Number 2 is heading large as well. Content still stays the same. So that's all fine. And we go through and we've got an image to put in there. Obviously we'll put that in later. Check for spaces. Sometimes spaces disappear when you clean up things. At least they do in attributions. It's just the way the attributions have been set up. I'm probably going to center all of these to make it look a bit nicer when I actually do it. So let's center them and make these bold. They may be inside boxes yet, who knows. Same with all of that. That can stay the same. Heading 3, I'll make that heading. I'm just going to hold shift and press enter to move that down one space because it's always too close to the table, just the way a lot of people set up their CSS for themes. So we're past that now. What are numbers? We can get past all of that. Down to heading 4. Now we've got some bullets here, 5 bullets in a row, so let's highlight all of them, select the numbered bullet, get rid of all that. Then we've got for Android, I'm going to make that a small heading. I'll show you later why. Number 5. Get rid of those. That's for Android. For an iPhone, we'll make that heading small as well. Fix up the numbers. Just get rid of those extra numbers that are there because they don't need to be now. And number 5 is down here. Let's select our large heading again. So we've got home phone. Notice they're indented but not bulleted. To make it nicer, I probably would just bullet them. So I'm getting to make my own decisions here as to what might or might not work. Then we've got our really big long list of bullets here, so let's make those real bullets and get rid of the old dots. And Last one there. And we've got our YouTube embed, and you haven't seen this happen yet, but I'm going to do it anyway because that's what I would do in real life. I would grab that link, go to YouTube. To find it, I would select my magic YouTube embedder, copy the code. Yes, I'm doing this very quickly. I would then completely get rid of that, go into the HTML, right down the bottom, down here, and paste that in. And that just gives me an embedded YouTube video that looks nice and presentable in there, which is good. The last thing I would do is fix up some typos. It's okay. So just the last thing I would do is maybe put these two in an accordion. So for an iPhone, so again, I have this tool that I use to do this, which makes it a lot quicker. And I'm just going to scroll down to where that is in the code. And once you get used to the code and you start to understand it a bit more, it will become so much easier. What I'm looking for is a heading 5 for Android, just there, and a heading 5 for iPhone. And I'm going to take it all the way down to this topic number 5 and put in there, there's an accordion, there we go. If I close my code out the way, I'm going to save and display, so it's not going to look wonderful and beautiful yet at all, and I should have done that heading 1. Heading is a heading 1. How to use an iPhone, heading 1, there we go. Save and display. Let's see what we've got. So we've got in there, probably should compare it to our Word document a little bit, shouldn't we? We've got in there how to use a phone. Everything's formatted reasonably nicely now. Ready for my images to go in. I haven't put those in yet, and I've got another set of images to go in there and there. There's our images. What are numbers? Scroll down for all that, and we've got down here where we had our instructions for an iPhone, Android. I've put that in an accordion really quickly, and notice that's sitting up too close, so I'm going to have to fix that because that will annoy me. So I'm just going to go back to my settings, scroll down to where that was, Shift Enter, and I'll save that. And that's how I would go about putting the content from a Word document inside a page fairly quickly. Now, it does need some tidying up, obviously, and it does need the images. It shows you how I can do that and keep the code really, really clean. So the code that sits behind that, that sits in there, is now nice and clean and doesn't have all that mess in it that often comes with transferring content over from a Word document. Click save and we're done. To speed things up, there is a way to add your images a lot quicker, and thanks to Birdie Oz, or Greg Bird, he's put together some attribution makers, which some of you may have seen, but I'll give you a quick rundown on how it works and how to use it. So we've got to our Image Birdie Oz experiment page. We're going to click on the link to take us to the site, and all we have to do here is follow the instructions. First time, click here for Setup Instructions, and here it says drag the following bookmark into your browser's bookmark bar. So I grab that, I drag it up here, and I'm just going to put it right at the very start where it says Attribution Maker Plus. Now that's all I have to do at the moment. Now you're probably wondering, what does this attribution maker actually do? Well, let's have a look. We're going to go to Unsplash, and we're going to find an image. Let's go for one at the beach, because a beach picture would be really nice. Here we go, here's one. Now if we'd like to use that image, all we have to do is go to that image and view it in Unsplash, click on Attribution Maker, it opens up a new page. It automatically creates some examples and positions of that text, of the image in relation to text, and it gives us a download small image and copy the embed code. What this means is, without having to use or do much coding, we can just go and grab the image, grab the code that goes with it, put that into our page, and we're nearly there. There's one more step to go yet, but that's all we have to do. Now, there is also the option of always visible and collapsed. Notice that's changing the information down here. So you can have it always visible or collapsed depending on what the requirements are that you need for your attributions. You can also choose the size, and that's a percentage of the width of the content, or of the width of the page. Okay, so we're going to go with 50%, make it fairly big, and we can choose right align, left align, so the text wraps around to the right. We can choose full width, which has download large image. Then we've got full width with overlay text, so we can add our own text over the top. And then there's also another one which is cropped, where you can decide what size you want it to be and how much of the image that you'd like to use. So that way, if you want to use more or less, you can squash that down, and this is the cropped image that we'll get from the end. But let's go right to the top. We're going to download the small image, which will download there for us. We're going to copy the embed code, jump back to our page, and we're going to put that image just in here. So we click on settings, we go to here, but because we need to be in code, because we're putting this in as code, we need to click on the code, and I'm actually going to just remove all of that wildcard body business that's there. In fact, let's get rid of all of that, and I'll put it at the bottom. So I've just added that image in there, and I'd like to just put some text in underneath that, so we've got some sort of point of reference about what happens with the image and the text. And you can see there that it's automatically aligned the image to the right, it's put a little border around it, it's added the attributions for us and all the links, the date that we actually got the image, and it's moved all the text to the left, so that's just a paragraph of text, and the image stays there. So we can actually add in a heap more text if we need to, or we can add in some bulleted lists if we'd like that. There's some more text, and the text just wraps around and the image stays on the right. Let's hit save and display, and you can see there how quickly we were able to add all of that without having to do very much coding at all, and all of that uses Bootstrap, and that's the clever part of what Bootstrap does. Now, just going to show you the full width image as well. So if we go back here and we find ourselves another image, let's just go and find another concert. Here we go, this one will do. And we go to our attribution maker, we click on attribution maker, it will go and find the image, and we're going to download the large version, and we're going to copy the embed code, go back to our page, click on settings, go into our code, scroll right down the bottom, add in our image, and you can see there it's now done a full width image all the way across. Now, something really important that we haven't done yet that you must do, because at the moment we haven't actually added the image into the learning platform. Currently, if we right click and go open image in a new tab, you'll see that the website it goes to is imagesunsplash.com. That means the image lives on Unsplash. So if the person that created that photo changes their mind, takes it off, that will disappear and it won't work. Or if Unsplash changes the file name of the image or anything else, the image will disappear. So we actually have to add the image in ourselves. And remember, we downloaded two versions, a version of the image, the small one, we downloaded this large one. So we now need to go back to our settings, double click on the image, and you can see up here it's currently an Unsplash image. We need to browse, upload, choose the file, and upload this file, and select save. Probably didn't notice there, but it actually put in the alt text for us based on what came from Unsplash. So you may need to change the description, or you can use the one that's there. We also need to do the same for this concert, so we browse, choose file, grab the concert photo, and upload, and we'll leave it at that size. It's got concert photos in there as a description. Now we can click save and display, and now the images are actually living inside our platform, inside our LMS. So if we open in a new tab now, you'll see that the web address is moodle4.ricochet.com, which is the same as our website here. So it's really important that you make sure when you do use the Birdie Oz attribution helper or maker that you do download the photos and add them in, otherwise you might be in a bit of trouble later on. Now, one other thing to remember with it is that this works for Unsplash, Pexels, Wikimedia, Pixabay, Flickr, and if you have a paid Shutterstock license, it will work with Shutterstock as well. And the last one that I did mention before is the cropped, where you can crop your own size image, and it's the same process again. You crop the image to the size that you want, then you go down and download the cropped image, copy the embed code, paste that in, and that image appears inside your content. We're going to look at how to add a border to an image, which is something that you may want to do when you're creating images or adding images to your content. So to do that, we need to add a new image. So let's go to settings. We're just going to scroll down the bottom, and you'll notice here that we already have an image in there and it already has a border and everything around it, but we're going to do it a bit differently than that. So I'm actually going to take that image out and we're going to add in an image again. So to do that, we just go to the add image icon, we go browse, and we can actually go to recent files and choose a recent picture. So I'll choose the same one, select this and overwrite because it's been used already. If you like, you can change the size of this image. So we might actually make it 600 just so you can see how the sizing works. I'll put in our short description here. We'll save the image, and there is our image. It's not centered, so let's click on the image, drop down and choose center. So our image is now centered. Now there's a couple of ways that we can go about adding a border to this, and we can do it using Bootstrap, or we can do it using a style, a fixed style. Either way is quite okay. So we're going to do both. To do the border using CSS, we can right click and inspect. We now have the image selected. In here, all we need to do is add a style. So this is just this little bit here, which will be a border. So it's border is the style, and what we need to add with the border is 1px, so that's the thickness of the border. Solid is the type of border. You can have different border types. It doesn't have to be just a solid line. And then the color of the border. And we want this to stand out a little bit, but to start with, I'm just going to go DDD. Actually, we might make it a red so it stands out. So if we have a look at the page now, you can see there is a thin red border around the edge. Let's make that a bit thicker by editing the size here and make it a border of 4. So that way the border looks a little bit more obvious, a bit more presentable for what we want. Obviously this is a very dark image, so if we had a light image in there, we might use a dark border with that, and that would make sense. But otherwise we can just choose whatever color we like to add to this border, and we can make it a very sizable border as well if we want to. A bit like a picture frame type thing. Let's go up to 12. And there we go. We now have a border wrapped around our image. Let's just see what that looks like. Go down to save and display, and there is our image with a nice border around it. Another way to do it, so we'll just go back again, and we're going to inspect and get rid of the previous border that we had, because we're going to apply this quite differently. We can go and have a look at what Bootstrap does and allows for borders. And this is borders for nearly anything, so it's not just images, so you'll learn this for all different objects, different things you can use. If we go to borders in Bootstrap, you can see that we can just add a border by putting in class equals border. So let's try adding class equals border. Go into our edit, just get rid of this other bit of writing. and we're looking for image. There's our image, and the class already has information in there. So we're just going to put border in there as a border. Let's see what else can we add. We can have border colors. So let's choose a red. So it'll be border warning, which should sound familiar to you with some of the other codes that we've been using, or classes that we've been using. There's also a rounded border radius that we can use. So we can go rounded or remove rounded. So let's just add in rounded as a class as well, and let's save that and see what it looks like. So save and display, and you can see there we have a border around the edge. It's only very thin, but it does give us a border, and that border was created using Bootstrap instead, using classes. This is a quick look at the Bootstrap grid code, and you can go to the Bootstrap grid page and have a look at how a grid is set up. In this case, it has a div container, it has a row, then it has, in this case, 3 columns, and they're 3 columns all evenly spaced out because there's 3, it divides it into thirds, and that's how it gets its column. But we're going to look at a different example. We're going to look at this one here, which is our div container. There's our row. Then we also have col md6 and another class, col md6 again. What that does is divides the page into 2 columns. Remember, the page is divided, if you look up here, it's actually divided into 12 equal columns. So in any of those divisions we can make up our columns that we want. In this case we can divide into 6. So let's grab that code. We'll just go copy, go back to our page, settings, and we're going to add that code into our page. You should be getting used to this by now. There is our 2 columns, MD6, MD6. At the moment we can't actually see the shape of those columns very well because we don't have much content. So let's put some content in there. Let's go to our text generator and put some content in. So there's our first bit of content. And for our second bit of content, we're just going to put an image in. And I'll just choose browse and go to recent and grab this one. So we won't put any information on there yet. This is just purely for an exercise of showing how this works. What I can also do is put a background by using inspect, looking at that div, background color, and apply a background color to it. That's not the background color I'd like. I might just use a nice light grey, just like that. Because we also can't see the size and shape of this other column, we're just going to inspect and give it a background color as well. In this case it's Alice Blue. So we can see what our grids look like. Let's click save and display. So you can see now we've divided our page into 2 columns, 1 row, put an image on one side and some text on the other. So that looks a lot more presentable than having the text and a random image sitting somewhere underneath it. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, if we resize our page, imagine we're on a mobile device, you'll notice that at a certain point, suddenly the picture disappears. And it's not disappearing, the picture is actually dropping below the text. It's a little bit close there, so we should put some padding on there, but the idea of responsiveness is that as the device changes or the screen size changes, the content becomes responsive and adjusts to make sure that it fits it in the best possible way. So in this case, the column on the left and the column on the right sit one above the other. So it's always the column on the left, or the columns on the left sit higher than the columns on the right. So if you're thinking of the workflow of your content, which also does bring you to a point, if you decide to say in here, look at the image on the right, check out the image on the right, but they're on a mobile phone or they're on a tablet device, that image may not be on the right anymore. So you can't always assume that the images or the placement of things are going to be in the same place depending on the screen size and how it's been modified. So that's what the Bootstrap grid does and how it works responsively.